The Wizards now are 5-23. I don't think we need to worry too much, dude. I'm glad when they get a couple wins. I think that helps the young guys kind of stay invested. Now, they do, however, have the same record as the Pelicans. The Pelicans are completely tanking. They're trying to trade away Zion or whatever. There is no more overhyped player based on just some dope highlights than Zion Williams.
Yeah, but when Zion Williams is healthy and on the basketball court, you see why he had the hype.
Sure,
he
but
just can't stay on the court.
Yo, honestly,
that was the wrong place for him to go, New Orleans.
I got your comp. I got your Zion comp.
We got
Jadeveon Clowney.
I don't know if he's as healthy as Jadeveon.
Well, Jadeveon has never Jadeveon has that one outrageous highlight in college where he knocked the kid from Michigan's helmet off.
But
Zion has the exploding shoe dunk highlight.
But that dude,
and that's what you remember them
if
for.
You look at Zion and you look at his stats when he's on that court, he brought some amazing numbers up. He just can't stay on the court, man.
Right, but when he's on the court at this point is just too many wins. Yeah. Too many ifs. You know, last year's the most games he ever played was 70. So far this year, he's played 6. He's played.
Hey, man, you can't put a guy that likes to eat in New Orleans. I'm just telling you.
Not a bad suggestion. But the Wiz win last night. The Wiz are now 5-23, tied with Pelicans for least wins in the NBA. The Pelicans are 5-26. All I'm saying is it's a long year in the National Basketball Association. They play 82 games.
It is.
I really think they're trying to get as much developing of these young guys now that they can. And, say they get to, I don't know, whatever, mid-April, and they're kind of in the running for maybe not having the worst record. I think you're going to see some of these young guys that have some injuries. Yeah, we got to shut them down, get their legs right. And
yeah, that happens.
I think they understand what they're doing to a degree that if they are competing for the worst record, they'll make sure they get it late in the year.
I think the Wiz crew who's running things now, they know what they're doing.
Yeah, I agree. There was also a football game last night, which was truly god-awful.
That was terrible.
6-3 final.
Yeah.
Last night in Chicago.
Defensive competition.
In a pouring rain.
That was a defensive game, Dave.
We talked about this a while back. I think it's a fair time to revisit it. We'll go around the room. Give both White Mike and White Brian a microphone here, Landini.
Let me see if Brian stands up again.
He's
learning to pull it to him now.
You know he's married?
Yeah, I know.
I just found out he's married.
You haven't been here. I've been talking to him already. It's my dog.
I worked yesterday. You weren't here.
Hey, but I know more about him than you do.
Okay. White Brian, if you had the number 1 pick in the NFL draft, redo, who are you taking?
Jaden Daniels.
There's one.
And he's a Giants fan.
White Mike, number 1 pick in the NFL draft, redo, who are you taking?
Any answer outside of Jaden Daniels is wrong.
Landini, you're a professor. Number 1 pick, redo 2024 draft.
I'd also take Jaden. Yeah, absolutely.
Hands down. I think anyone that says they wouldn't at this point, lying to themselves, they just want to be an ass.
Bro, I'm not out on Caleb yet. Because I think that situation in Chicago is just so stupid and didn't really set him up to succeed.
At all.
But damn if it's not Jaden.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no way. Caleb last night is so out of sync offensively. And the Bears were actually able to run the ball fairly effectively in this thing.
What we said when he was drafted was he seems to not do anything on schedule. And if you watch him, he'll drop back. And when he takes that hitch, you expect the ball to come out. But he takes a hitch, then he starts to scramble, then he starts to fade, then he goes left, and then he tries to throw an off-balance pass. Like the one that ended up being intercepted late in the game. Dude, I understand you threw one earlier and your receiver was wide open, yes. You can't keep doing that. You can't keep going to that well.
One of those reverse spin back towards the middle of the line of scrimmage, he's going to get clocked.
Oh, yeah.
Like one of those reverse spins, there's going to be a DN barreling down and just get absolutely smoked. He's getting his ass kicked. He now, with 1 game left, is second all-time to
Sacks.
David Carr for rookies taking
8
sacks.
or 9 last night, didn't he?
Took 7 last
7?
night. You know what? By the way, your boy started Seattle's defense in the fantasy championship. 18 points, no big deal. 7 sacks, a pick, and a 4th down stop.
By time you make a good move.
Do you want me to keep you updated on all the fantasy championship
I don't care.
implications of the weekend?
Oh, man.
So obviously there was some sports last night. We watched it. Whatever. I think, are the Caps on the night or tomorrow? Yeah, they're tomorrow in Toronto. It sure sounds like it, like OV season might be coming, man. But I think by far the thing I am most interested to ask you about, Brian, and I'm not joking, how much fun did you have with the grandbabies at the house?
Oh, bro. Well, I still got one there.
Oh, they're still here?
Still one there. Yeah,
Who's here? Willie still?
No. Willie and them, they left yesterday. Bria is there with Bryce and Deshaun. It was lots of fun, brother.
How busy was it?
Very. and listen, both of them already have attitudes. Cece is going to tell you, and she tries to talk, and she's like, yeah. She put her little finger up, let you know what she's talking about. Bryce basically just, do whatever he wants to do. But
they're both about 6-8 months old?
No, 1 year, 1 month, and also 9 months.
Okay. So they're both around 1.
Baby boy saw her walking around, so baby boy's trying to move now, dog.
So she's walking.
Oh yeah, she's walking.
Oh boy, that's
so
busy.
he's standing now and he takes a step, then he goes. But he gets his little walking thing and he goes with it. So he'll be walking real soon, believe me.
How much baby proofing did you have to do?
Not much. You just gotta watch him. Stay close to him. And think about it. He got 2 aunties in the house who wants to hug all over him. Well, 3 with Kristen being there. Uncle that spoiled the hell out of him, and then Cece, everybody had never really seen her. I've seen her.
Right. You've been out to Cali.
I went out to Cali, but they all were like, the babies didn't have to touch the floor.
I bet. So, this time next year when everybody comes for Christmas,
it's gonna be a problem.
Yo,
I'm letting you know that now. It's gonna be a problem.
So I talked to Jeff. I haven't talked to you more than just text messages since Christmas. So we were in Ashburn yesterday. It was me and Toby. And so, when you're talking down the line to the boys in the aquarium, you don't have eyes on them. You don't really know how it's going. But Jeff, I think the text thread said, I'm coming in hot. It was something like that.
Yesterday?
Yes. And when Jeff first spoke to me yesterday, you know how I sound like after a couple hard nights with a voice real like this? Jeff sounded like that. He sounded very tired and like he
left my house way early. So I don't know what happened at his house.
He blames it on your house. He said he started drinking bourbon early in the morning while y'all were frying turkeys.
He probably did, but he left my house and he was good.
Jeffrey?
So first let's bring this story all the way back. JP, I did not text I was coming in hot yesterday. That was last week. He tried to make it seem like I was late yesterday. No, that happened last week. It was the cup that I had because I took one from your house, sealed it up. I was like, I'm gonna drink this when I get home.
Oh, so you took it with you? So that's on you.
Yeah, but it was helping me. My pain from running. I feel good now. No, if anybody else.
Oh, that was the other thing. He claimed this was all because he raced his nephew.
And it wasn't my nephew.
Oh, his brother. His 2 brothers.
Okay.
He beat one of them the first time. Then they both beat him, and now he's sworn to them that he will be ready next time. He's gonna be running. We're gonna get another race of him in the alley right here.
We should let Ahmet race Jeff. Ahmet's always trying to race somebody.
Ahmet beat B-Mitch that one time.
He did beat B-Mitch that one time.
Y'all can stop the line. I'm not gonna worry about that one. I'm gonna stop letting y'all fool yourself. If Ahmet had beat me, you know what he would have done? He would have raced me again since. And he won't.
Yeah, it's like Seinfeld. I choose not to run.
I ain't gonna lie, B. If I beat you in the race one time, I'm not racing you no more.
Jeff, I'm not worried about that. I've seen you run 6'4".
I beat Brian best 2 out of 3 in ping pong, and I'll never play him again. I won 2 matches. I won 2-0, and we will never play ping pong again. This is cool. Are you? I see your look. Those are facts, right?
And I beat him 100 times in golf, and I'll play him again. I'll play him every time he wants to play. See the difference between a real competitor and a non-competitor?
Yeah. You played in the NFL for 14 years. I'm a blogger.
Hold
All
on, JP. You beat him 2 out of 3 times, and you won't play him again. Why
No,
not?
it was best 2 out of 3, and I won 2-0.
Oh, you don't have to play him again.
Yeah,
You
we're
can beat you.
chilling, dog.
Yeah.
We're chilling.
Yeah.
I get him tipsy again and play him.
Oh,
Believe
yeah.
me.
That's easy. You can get me playing by 2:15 this afternoon. The Military Bowl. All right. I like this. Shout out to Josh Barr. He's doing PR for the Military Bowl. He just sent me this press release. So the Military Bowl is NC State versus East Carolina. And I believe, Jeff, give me the info. I think the Military Bowl is tomorrow in Annapolis. Okay. They're doing some media here in DC this afternoon at, I think that's the Hinckley Hilton, right? On Connecticut. At the Washington Hilton. You could go listen to the NC State coach talk. But what is far more important, Brian, this may have just become my favorite bowl ever. So today you can go watch media availability with NC State at the Hilton, but everything is shifting to Annapolis. And you could see they bring out the Clydesdales, the big ass Budweiser horses.
Yeah,
those are always cool. Those horses are
Love
massive and
Love
well decked, whatever, cared for. But how about this? I don't know any other bowl that offers this. Starting at 5:00 today, should you be interested, you can go on the Military Bowl pub crawl that features multiple restaurants and drink specials in downtown Annapolis.
Oh, boy.
I mean, the Detroit Bowl ain't got that. I mean, there's like 100 bars on here. That's fun. I'm in on that. I don't know where we go here, Brian.
If you don't know, now you know.
I'm not going to finish that one. Coming up next. Like when you're the white dude that's into hip hop, you learn the parts you just don't say. That's how life operates.
Smart guy.
When we come at 10:30, we're going to talk to Josh Kendall, get a Falcons preview. B, I asked this a couple times yesterday of a couple different defensive players. How hard, different is it for this defense to get ready for a rookie quarterback they really haven't seen?
It's not hard for them to get ready for it because it's more on the coaches to come up with a game plan to try to figure out what affects that guy. And I think the players just follow along what the coach says. Now, if you knew the player more, you knew some things on your own, so you don't have to worry about the coach. You know what I'm saying? But right now, they're depending solely on the coach's game plan to figure things out until they play.
And do you build the game plan like the offense doesn't change, right? Like, can you count on what you've seen? So typically for this kind of matchup, you'd be watching the last month, maybe 6 weeks of tape on how the offense has been run, right?
Their offense,
and then you're chopping it up into specific game situations.
Exactly. They're going to do that, but you also have to take into consideration Kirk Cousins wasn't driving the ball down the field anymore.
Right.
Michael Penix will.
Yeah.
So if you've seen on the film where there were guys running open, you better understand that they may be taking those shots now instead of not taking them. Penix will take chances. Kirk Cousins didn't. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you go with the same offense, but I think ultimately what you're trying to do is try and stop Bijan. And if you stop Bijan, and if I don't care if it's Kirk Cousins, Penix, or whoever else in the league, if they become a straight pass-happy team, then you can beat them. But if they can run the ball effectively and play action off of that gives you a problem.
Yeah, I mean, I think Saquon's better than Bijan, but Bijan is a serious ball player, and whatever they did in the second half is what I think defensively should be their focus. The second half last week when they held Saquon, I think they held Saquon under 30 yards in the second half last week. And I just think it's kind of twofold. I think you try to stop the run, and I think you pressure the hell out of Penix.
Yeah, you have to.
Not that he can't beat you. He's got a big arm. We saw his ability to go downfield in college. Like he is an accurate deep ball thrower and just throws a really pretty ball, that spiral coming out of the lefty. Yep. It's cool to watch because it just kind of spins different. But you got to say, all right, young man, you've never had a road game. And last week they kind of eased him in with the start against a Giants team that has just completely quit. This is going to look different. I think Luvu, Fowler, Farrell, Armstrong. You get John Allen back, Deron Payne, Johnny Newton. Sheldon Day's been playing well for them. I don't know that you're getting Allen back, but it sure as hell seems like you're getting Allen back.
I just think you have to put pressure on any rookie quarterback. I've watched this football team for years when it was the Redskins, the Commanders. I mean, the football team and the Commanders. And we'll have rookie quarterbacks coming here, and we will not blitz them. And I don't give a damn who you have. If you allow them to go through 7-on-7, they're going to beat you. And that's what we would do. We would just drop back and let them sit in the pocket. If a receiver has time to run around, he's going to get free from a defensive back.
Go get him.
Make him have to speed up all of his decisions. Make him have to make those plays, make perfect. Play some man-to-man. He has to throw the ball on point.
Would really help if you had Lattimore still.
Yeah.
I don't know. They're going to see if he can get out there today. DQ will talk this afternoon. But it would really help if you had Lattimore again because it just changes how you're able to defend.
Yeah.
You've got Drake London, who's a big, capable, I think you would just leave Lattimore with him. And without that, it's going to look different. You're talking St. Juice and Samersill and Noah I and how they had to move and shift everything around. Go get him. Early, often. Vote like it's Chicago. You need to put Penix on his butt frequently. No pause, Landfill. When we come back, we're going to talk to Josh Kendall, covers the Falcons for The Athletic.
B-Mitch here. Big changes are happening in the DMV. And just like our upgraded football team, now it's the time to upgrade the comfort in your home with a Rude HVAC system. I did, and the difference is night and day. My family and I felt the change instantly. And if you don't have a Rude system yet, trust me, you're missing out. Plus, there are tax-eligible options for you in the DMV. And if you're in Maryland, you might score some utility rebates. So head over to Rude.com, find a local pro partner, and get ready for winter. Always remember, if it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
Happy holidays, everyone. Well, Jordan pulls 3 with 8.1 seconds left, put the Wizards back on top, and they held on late to defeat the Charlotte Hornets 113-110. Poole scored 25 in the win. Bilal Coulibaly added 20 for Washington. Thursday night football, the Seattle Seahawks stay alive in the chase for the NFC West crown with a 6-3 win over the Chicago Bears in what was the lowest scoring game of the NFL season. And the Commanders will be back on the practice field today. They're getting ready for Sunday night football against the Atlanta Falcons. Marshawn Lattimore, De'Ami Brown, and Andrew Wiley did not practice yesterday, but Jonathan Allen was a full participant and could make his return to the lineup Sunday. From the Crump Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
LeBron James is an undeniably great basketball player, but some of the stuff he says is just so dumb. We'll get into that a little later. Right now, I want to talk about the Falcons, man. It's like there's so much conversation surrounding this Sunday night football matchup, but we really don't know what Atlanta's doing. To help us get a better understanding is our guy Josh Kendall, covers the Falcons for The Athletic. Josh, thanks for making time for us. Happy holidays, dude.
Happy holidays to y'all. Now, I hope y'all didn't come on here thinking I could tell you what Atlanta's doing. I don't know half the time either.
You could give us a better idea than we got right now. How about that?
All right.
Let's start with the quarterback switch. It's a pretty soft landing spot to get to go against the Giants, but how did Penix look? How has the team reacted to that decision?
What's great, the team responded with a lot of energy. My understanding is that the coaching staff was slower to come to this conclusion than the locker room. And nobody in the locker room has said that because they do have a ton of respect for Kirk Cousins. It's hard not to. The guy carries himself like a real professional and a really good teammate. And you've seen that particularly after he was demoted. But there was a little more bounce in the offensive step because they had become so limited or had limited themselves. I don't know that we know exactly where the line there is with Kirk Cousins under center. You knew exactly where Kirk Cousins was going to be in the pocket, exactly when he was going to be there. The play action stuff that makes this Sean McVay offense kind of go was not really available to them, or at least they weren't accessing it. Getting him out of the pocket was not really available to them, or they weren't accessing it. The throws outside the hash were an adventure at Kirk's current state. And Michael Penix immediately gives you all of that. So I think that the team responded really well, and the offense, despite not great stats, looked pretty good.
Does the fact that Kirk, I guess, had some limitations at this point after the surgery. It didn't seem like that early in the year, but as the year went on, you could see things starting to affect him. Did that make them make that decision?
Yeah, they really thought that they were going to be able to – this transition process was going to be a 12 or 24-month transition process. That was how they pictured it in their mind. And they had such a concrete picture of that in their mind that it took them a long time to get off of it. A week before they benched Penix, Raheem Morris said, we're not going to be one of these organizations that, makes these harsh and rash decisions. We're not going to be one of these organizations that puts a young guy out there too early and affects his long-term development. That's just not who we're going to be. This is our plan. This is our plan. This is our plan. Eventually, they just decided, it's not going to work. Our plan did not work. We've got to quit being stubborn. We've got to make the move. So far, yeah, it worked really well. But as you point out, that's the Giants. We'll rewind history a little bit and go in the Raheem Morris Wayback Machine. In Tampa Bay, his first stint as a head coach, they throw Josh Freeman, an first-round pick, into the lineup midway through the season. He beats the Packers 38-28. Everybody's feeling okay about themselves. Freeman loses his next 5. Mm-hmm. So that's great. Penix looked great. The NFL, to steal a phrase that I've heard somewhere, is a do it again league.
Sure.
So can you do it again?
Talking with Josh Kendall from The Athletic, covers the Atlanta Falcons, coming up to D.C. this weekend for the ball game. You can follow him on X at Josh the Athletic. One thing that will really help Penix, and I like Penix a lot, but one thing that will really help him is the lock. I covering the Skins and whatever, the Washington organization, I've seen a lot of quarterback changes over the last decade, and the locker room always knows. Now, whether they say it or not, the guys that are out there playing know when something needs to change. Have they kind of rallied behind the young kid?
Oh, they absolutely have. I think that he is mature to the point of boring. He is not a guy. He is unflappable. He is, flatline emotionally. For the most part, but he has, developed not as a strong relationship with his new teammates would be. That's not right, because he's just now getting a lot of first team reps, but they respect him. They believe in him. They feel like their capacity as a team, offensively and defensively, is much higher with him in the lineup. So you do see that bounce in their step.
Good. And another guy that could really help him is Bijan. How big of a threat is Bijan Sunday to maybe allow Atlanta to control the game on the ground?
Well, that's what you hope for Bijan. You want him, his ceiling, the ceiling that he has shown, and Bijan is great. The ceiling that he has shown so far is to be that kind of back, the guy that allows you to move the chains. When they drafted him, they said this guy is a home run hitter. And to be frank, he hasn't hit a ton of home runs. I think 38 yards is still his longest run in the NFL. He's got a couple of above 30. Yeah, this is not Saquon Barkley. What this is a guy that can turn -2 into +2 and -2 into 7. And that is huge. I mean, that's not unimportant at all. So if they can just keep Bijan Robinson chewing up the clock and maybe break a few 12s and 18s, I think that will be good enough to allow the passing game to do what it needs to do.
Is that something that they have to do to make sure it works? Because, this league today, people go away from the run so damn quick that it troubles me.
Yeah, I don't think that they will go. I don't think that they'll get away from the run really quickly. And I do think that they want to establish the run to keep that front seven off of Penix as best they can. One thing about Penix, he didn't take a sack in his first game. They gave up some pressures, but he didn't take a sack. Gets the ball out of his hands really quick. He's smart. Again, let's see how it translates against a Dan Quinn defense that's going to present more problems than a New York Giants team that was just done. So, but I think that Penix gets the ball out of his hands quickly. I think that he can avoid taking the big sacks. I think that he can avoid making the big turnovers, but the more you can run the ball, the more you can help with all that.
Oh, for sure. For sure. And then in the passing game, Drake London's a high draft pick. Kyle Pitts is a high draft pick, but I think, is Darnell Mooney their best receiver, at least statistically?
That's still Drake, but it's close. In all likelihood, both Drake and Darnell will cross 1,000 yards receiving on Sunday night. Drake needs like 28. Darnell needs like 45. They are good complements to each other. If I'm picking one guy who is their best receiver, for me, it's still Drake London. But they're just different guys, and that's why they work well together. Drake is a big body, win at contact, possession type receiver. Darnell is more of the deep intermediate stuff. Can get those layered throws that you see. You'll see a lot of third down stuff to Darnell Mooney, particularly if it's third and long. If you're the Falcons, if I'm the Falcons and I, for some reason I have to keep one and they're not in that situation, I keep Drake because I do think he is better at what he does. He is more elite at what he does than Darnell is at what he does, but they're both really good.
So what's the defense like in Atlanta?
Well, first half of the year, it was terrible. They have gotten better. They have specifically gotten better, their defensive coordinator, Jimmy Lake, pointed out, against the run, which has allowed their pass rush to get home some. So in the last 4 games, I think that this defense leads the league in EPA per play. that's a dramatic difference in what they were doing in the first half of the year. And a lot of that is, you see this with teams that play a lot of zone, which Raheem Morris and Jimmy Lake do. It takes and run a lot of games to create pass rush. They don't have a dominant pass rusher. So everything's got to work together. And they have done a nice job. You got to give them credit. I haven't always done that. They've done a nice job just gradually getting a little bit better and a little bit better and a little bit better and a little bit better. The biggest worry for them coming into this game, I think, is run fits. They're really happy with their run defense. But it's not going to be tested the way Jaden Daniels will test it, because he opens up another gap in the run game, and because, boy, if you just give him a sliver, his straight line speed is not like anything they've seen in a while.
We're talking with Josh Kendall here from The Athletic, covers the Falcons for The Athletic. You can give him a follow at Josh The Athletic on X. You brought him up in Jaden, and you're obviously covering the Falcons. I know the beat life. Like, you're so immersed into what Atlanta's doing. But just as an outsider looking in or getting ready for the game this weekend, what do you make of what Jaden has put together this year?
I think it's been great. I think it's been delightful. I appreciate the Commanders and Cliff Kingsbury and Dan Quinn for putting him in a position to do the things that he does really well, because he makes the league more fun. We've talked about the NFL being a do-it-again league. That's not just game to game. That's season to season.
Sure.
So am I ready to tell you that Jaden Daniels is going to be the next Lamar Jackson, 2.5, 3-time MVP? No, I think we've got to see that. But it's been fun to watch him be able to do the things that he does so well, even if they're not necessarily traditional. 10 years ago, even maybe 5, but certainly 10 years ago, I feel like the league would have tried to bang him into a mold that they wanted him to be in. And we've gotten away from that, which I think is a good thing. So it's been fun to watch.
Yeah, it really has been. And just kind of as you watch this thing unfold, you brought Dan Quinn up a bunch, and obviously DQ was in Atlanta as the head coach. We all know what happened in that Super Bowl. He's, I think, fired 2 years later. How do Falcons fans feel about Quinn? Because people here, I think, were fairly lukewarm on the hire, but love the dude now.
It's just so difficult to remove 28-3 from their heads, and you sort of get that organizationally.
Yeah.
But if you could, I think that they would remember the Dan Quinn era very favorably. They should, at least. It's one of the best stretches in team history. This is not a team with a ton of history, but they were really good under Dan Quinn for long stretches. And the players in the locker room, there are 5 guys on the 53-man who played for him. To a man, I think, like Dan Quinn, appreciate Dan Quinn, felt like they were playing some good ball at times under Dan Quinn. So I get it that he was, sort of a fallback position in Washington. But what he's got a really good knack for is coming in, making a group of guys believe in themselves and play a little bit harder. And that's really worked for this team. Long term, who knows? Right now, it's fun.
It is.
It's remarkable because, like, as journalists and reporters were kind of trained to be skeptical, and coming off the Rivera era where everything was there's all this talk about unity and building everything together, and it just fell flat every step.
Yep.
It was hard to believe or fully buy into DQ, but the players have. Like, it being in that locker room, you see it every damn day. It's pretty remarkable. Last one from me, Josh. Specific to 28-3, do fans hang that more on DQ, or are they still mad at Kyle too?
They put 100% blame for that on everybody. There's so much. It was such a sting that they've got enough blame to go around. So it just depends on who's in their crosshairs at the time. I think that they blame it on you can blame it on Arthur Blank, you can blame it on DQ, you can blame it on Kyle. Plenty of blame to go around, and they're happy to give it.
Hey, Josh, we really appreciate this, man. This is a great interview. We appreciate your time, bro.
Thanks, y'all. Appreciate it.
Appreciate you, man.
All right, Josh Kendall covers the Falcons for The Athletic. Give him a follow at Josh The Athletic. Smart dude, really good insight right there. You got to slow Bijan down. If he's a grinder, like he's saying,
yeah.
But
the thing about it, he may not be Saquon at this point, but you know what? He has the speed to be a Saquon.
And they have Washington has been pretty good against the run. They have a bad habit of giving up home runs. Like you don't want to groove one down the middle, man.
Hell no.
When we come back, PFT Commenter joins us at 11. We got Jeff's hype song at 11:30. Amelia Draper, NBC4, gives us the weather report for Sunday Night Football at 11:45. Let the beat drop. B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. About 10 minutes. PFT Commenter joining the program. Can't wait to hear from PFT. Obviously a busy dude. Going to be fun. I really enjoyed that interview with Josh Kendall. Smart guy. Covers the Falcons.
Yep.
If you missed any of that, get on the Odyssey
Like your
app.
accent, don't you, Jay?
I did. I enjoyed that.
He's not from Atlanta.
He's from outside Atlanta.
He's from Texas somewhere.
There is a boatload of college football on today. I kind of wanted to run through all our options here. Give me a excitement level scale of 1 to 10 for all these games. Baby.
Okay.
Ready?
So, I got you.
Coming up at high noon, Oklahoma plays Navy.
I got an excitement level for it. I love seeing Navy play the bigger schools because one thing Oklahoma's going to find out, they will not quit till the end.
Yeah. Can you tell me what the names of these bowls are? Either Brian or Jeff. Hit me with Oklahoma versus Navy's bowl game. I'm with you, though. What you got, Landy?
Meineke Car Care.
So are they in Detroit?
Sure.
Okay.
He said, sure.
I think that game will mean so much more for Navy than it does for Oklahoma.
Probably will. And a lot of times you notice what we've seen of late, bigger schools get to these bowl games and they act like they're disappointed and they get their tails whipped.
And nobody plays. And I wonder what the mindset is about now in the expanded playoff. The Meineke Car Care Bowl has always meant the same, but now it might seem even furtherly meaningless in the era of a 12-team playoff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So whoever approaches it like it matters more might. It's a pretty weird line. Oklahoma's a 1-point favorite over Navy.
Yeah.
All right.
It's actually the Armed Forces Bowl.
All right. That was bad information, Landfill. The Armed Forces Bowl makes a lot more sense for Navy than the Meineke Car Care Bowl. So is that San Diego or maybe Dallas or something?
It's at TCU Stadium, apparently.
So that is Fort
Texas
Worth, I believe. All right, B. What's your excitement level? Georgia Tech laying 3 to the Vanderbilt Commodores.
Well, they're both SEC teams, so No. I'm not. I'm thinking about Georgia. I like Georgia Tech because Georgia Tech come out the first game of the year and just embarrass
Florida State in Dublin, Dublin.
But I think Vanderbilt is not the doormat that they used to be.
I agree. That quarterback's got some juice to him.
Yeah.
Where's that game?
Birmingham Bowl.
Birmingham, Alabama, I suppose.
Possibly.
Okay.
Birmingham, Texas.
Birmingham,
I'm
England.
joking.
Brian.
Yes.
A school that recruited you heavy. Texas Tech is a 2.5-point favorite against Arkansas tonight, 7:00 kick. Raven Caldwell will be watching.
I'm looking at a team that likes to throw it around, another team that want to be physical.
Where's that one? I fear this one's going to be in Texas.
Memphis.
The
Liberty Bowl.
Memphis gives Arkansas a big advantage. That's basically a home game for the Hogs.
Definitely.
I kind of like the Hogs getting 2.5 in Memphis on a Friday night because I was walking in Memphis, Landfill. I got two more games for you, B.
Mm-hmm.
Syracuse, great special teams, coached by my boy James Villano, Jimmy B. Syracuse taking on Washington State. Now, I don't know what the hell's going on with
Where's this game at?
Landfill, I need that information.
San Diego.
Ooh, is this the Holiday Bowl?
It is, in fact, the Holiday Bowl.
I love watching the
Washington
Holiday
State
Bowl.
go right down, and Syracuse got a break. Ooh.
Yeah, but B, if you live in Syracuse, you know how excited you are to travel to San Diego?
Yeah, you might be so excited you forget that you're playing a football game.
Washington State must have had a crazy amount of opt-outs or something. Listen to this. Syracuse finished the season 9-3 and had that big win over Miami.
Mm-hmm.
Washington State went 8-4. What do you think the spread should be in this thing?
A 9-3 and 8-4 team?
Yeah.
Probably
close to
a few points, three.
Yeah. You know what it is?
Probably 14.
17.5.
For Washington State?
No, Syracuse.
Syracuse favored by that? I'll take Washington State.
Washington State must have had a hell of a lot of opt-outs.
I'll take Washington
Or maybe
State.
their coach
That's
leave?
a lot of damn points, though.
White Brian, see if Washington State lost their coach. Because this joint opened at 11.5 and now is at 17. All right, and the nightcap tonight, Texas A&M taking on Southern California, the Trojans. 8-4 A&M, 6-6 USC. This one doesn't make a lot of sense either because A&M was a playoff team damn near till the end of the season, and they're only 3.5 point favorites, depending where you're shopping.
Because they're pissed off.
I think a lot of people
They're
opted
pissed off.
out.
And a lot of people are like, well, I'm not playing that game.
That one's at 10:30. Where's that one? It's got to be out west somewhere.
Vegas.
Vegas, the Vegas Bowl.
Hey.
Speaking of Vegas, Mike Beasley is going to join us at 12:30. PFT Commenter joins us next.
This sports update brought to you by Reynolds Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. It has been a magical season for the Navy midshipmen who won the Commander-in-Chief Trophy after a surprising 31-13 romp of a one-loss Army side. Navy is looking for a win today in the Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl that kicks off at noon against 6-6 Oklahoma. A win would be their 10th of the season. The Wizards back in the win column. They beat Charlotte 113-110. Jordan pulls 3 with 8.1 seconds left, pushing Washington to the lead for good in the victory. And the Commanders are back on the practice field today. They get ready to take on the Falcons. Yesterday, De'Ami Brown, Marshawn Lattimore, and Andrew Wiley, they were all hurt against the Eagles. They did not practice, but Jonathan Allen did in full and could make his return. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crump Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
Shot. It is a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday, baby. Scotty's Vodka loved it throughout the DMV. Time to talk to our guy, Mr. PFT Commenter from the world famous Pardon My Take podcast. PFT, what up, man? How are you, buddy?
Hey, good morning, JP. Good morning, B. Mitch. How we doing?
What up, B?
We are great, man. Your Washington Commanders are 10-5 and playing Sunday Night Football with a chance to clinch a playoff spot. You know, we've all been along every step of the way here, but if I had told you back in August, hey man, right after Christmas they're 10-5 and could clinch before the season's over, what would you have thought?
I'd say shut up and take my money. 100%. Like this is a very good spot that we've got ourselves in. I kind of wish that we were going up against Cousins. I'll be honest with you. Like I was looking forward to playing Kirk Cousins. I guess maybe the way that he's been playing kind of had something to do with that. But with Penix, it's like I don't know what we're going to get because he's a great college quarterback. And he looked pretty good last week, but we didn't really see that much from him. So I'd rather take the devil with Kirk over Penix because this guy. I just remember seeing him in the semifinals of college last year, and that guy can put the ball anywhere on the field, like every single blade of grass.
He can let it fly, but I think the thing about him is the inexperience, and I think Dan Quinn and crew have to somehow take advantage of that.
Yeah, heat him up a little bit. Hey, B. Mitch, I got into an argument on today's Part of My Take with Max, our resident Eagles fan. We were talking about Marshawn Lattimore, right? And talking about some of the penalties that he had against A.J. Brown. And I was trying to tell Max that pass interference penalties as a cornerback, yeah, they're bad, but ultimately it's not a great way to grade out how well you played as a defensive back, because ultimately it means that you were in position to make a play if you were close enough to interfere with a guy. Am I being a dummy by saying that, or is that for real?
I don't think you're being a dummy. Richard Sherman basically said a bunch of those interference calls was straight BS. He called it some other stuff. But
the second one was really bad.
He was killing it. He said, and he said, which call want to talk about how physical he is, but as soon as somebody touches him, he wants to cry, and the referees bail him out all the time. So, I think if you're going to let the receivers play physical, you have to let the cornerbacks play the same way.
I agree 100%. But so I don't think that we're going to have Lattimore this weekend, right?
It doesn't look good, man. He hasn't practiced yet, and I mean, it doesn't look good, I would say.
I want to see us just air the ball out early. They got a bad defense. Let's put 14 points on the board in the first quarter. That's what I'm hoping for.
So as an AWL PFT, I have thoroughly enjoyed you and Max after these Commanders-Eagles games. But dude, I almost texted you this. I have a buddy that's from here that moved out to Chicago. Shout out to J-Rock, who has just been telling me how these Bears fans are just melting down. How weird is it for you?
Did you not watch the game last night? They show up one every 2 seconds.
I get it. But how different does everything feel for you now to be living in Chicago and knowing that your organization is no longer like that one? Like they're just doing things right here in Washington. And Washington for 25 years was in the same category as the Jets and the Browns and the Bears, just these teams that it was impossible to win. Now the sky's the limit, man.
Yeah, I got to be honest. It feels good. I got a little bit of guilt out here, though, but I got to get over that guilt. And I think the best way to do that is to fully embrace what happened against the Bears when Jaden threw that Hail Mary. So I think I'm gonna print up a giant poster, high def, of Jaden throwing that Hail Mary and ruining the Bears season, and install it in the Pardon My Take studio. I think that's the only way to move on with this. It's just like confront it head on. Let's make it an even bigger thing than it is. No, but it's weird. I see what the Bears fans are going through, and I recognize all of it. Like it's stuff that we've seen time and time again. If you've been a fan of Washington for any period of time, you recognize all the steps. I mean, hell, they might hire Ron Rivera. Like that's an actual conversation that they're having right now.
Yeah.
Dude, I was saying that a couple years ago. I was like, I'm telling you, watch the Bears 2025. It's the 40-year anniversary of the 85 Bears. Ron gets that job.
That's such a Bears thing to do also, because they try to pretend like they're a very classy organization. They have respect for history here. They say all these buzzwords, but ultimately what they mean is they want to hire somebody who's very safe and very boring, who won't stand up to the ownership group. And it would be like a nice Bears thing to have, a member of the 85 Bears here, former defensive coordinator for the Bears, a classy, strong-willed guy like Ron come back. Like, they don't really care about the product on the field. They just want to exude class. And Ron Rivera is that guy if you want to hire him. One crazy thing I learned about the McCaskey family, this to me is actually insane. On game day, if you're in their suite, you're not allowed to wear anything with a Bears logo on it. You're not allowed to wear anything with the word Bears on it. You just have to dress up in like a suit. They think it's
bizarre
to wear the merchandise of the team that they own.
But what if the fans start telling them, okay, if it's beneath you, it's beneath us?
That's a good point, B. Mitch.
I mean, I'm like, if you can't wear the stuff that you're trying to sell me, hell, I don't want to wear it.
Yeah, no, that's a really good point. I do feel bad for Bears fans here. They've been going through a lot, but ultimately, I'm so glad that they took Caleb Williams and we got Jaden. So thank you to the Bears.
Totally. I mean, we were talking about it, and as the season has gone on, there have been like dumb just content creation attempts when like people wanted to hype up Bo Nix and stuff. If you were to redraft this thing right now, it'd be Jaden at 1 by such a wide margin. I'm not done with Caleb. I think he has so much natural talent that if somebody can, like what Kevin O'Connell has done with Sam Darnold this year, if you get a quarterback with the natural talent of Caleb Williams to the right coach, the right situation, he can still be a player. But right now, he's just so far from it, man.
Yeah, Caleb, I think, is still going to be a great quarterback one day. Don't get me wrong. Like, I think he's very good. Nobody could succeed in the situation that he's in right now.
No.
Yeah.
To me, he had a great touchdown pass last night that got called back. He threw like 30 yards on a rope as he was rolling out to his left. Like, he can still make these throws, but just everything around him is bad, and it's been sad watching him kind of just have to realize what he's gotten himself into in Chicago. Like, it's been a slow realization for him. I think day one of opening his eyes was that the Sunday night football game against Houston, where he just got beat up and sacked. And then, over the season, it's like been slowly revealing the true nature of the job to him. But yeah, I'd have Jaden 1, but I had Jaden 1 even before the draft. He was number 1 on my big board. I have Jaden 1. I think I would put Caleb 2, and then Bo Nix 3. And then, I guess we don't know anything about Penix yet. We do know about Spencer Rattler. I'd put him, and maybe in the last minute of the game, Spencer Rattler might be one of the best quarterbacks out there. But I would have Jaden 1, and I still believe enough in Caleb to put him 2.
Yeah, it's interesting. Talking with our friend PFT Commenter here. Of course, you can hear PFT, watch PFT, the Pardon My Take podcast, macro dosing. He does it all. Specific to Washington, what do you think, if anything, this one means that Dan Quinn gets a shot at Atlanta on Sunday Night Football? It's the first time he's going to face the Falcons, where, for better or worse, for right or wrong, 28-3 is kind of what's remembered most about his run in Atlanta.
Yeah, I just like to remind people that Dan Quinn is a Super Bowl winning head coach, meaning like he was winning the Super Bowl at one point in his career.
I didn't know that term.
So I think we made it up. It's very misleading, but you can get away with it if you speak fast enough. So I think what's going to happen this week is that Dan Quinn cares so much about his guys. Like, he's obviously a coach that his players know that he loves them. Like, you saw it happen even with Dallas, right? Like, Michael Parsons was talking about how he still hears from Dan Quinn, who checks in with him, and just to make sure that he's doing okay after a bad loss. Like, the players love Dan Quinn.
Mm-hmm.
I actually think that the revenge is going to be like the players getting together and be like, we got to do this for Dan. Like, I think that's how much they care about him. So I would expect, it's a playoff push. It's prime time. You don't really need that much of a boost to it.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it might be just a little bit more emotion right off the bat, especially from like Frankie Louvu. That guy is he's a glass case of emotion is what he is. He plays with such a great passion, and I think that if you could get even just like 0.5% more juice out of some of these guys for kickoff, then I think it's going to make a big difference, and I think that they'll do it for Dan.
Well, dude, and
definitely.
One thing that I think you would appreciate, I think the crowds at the games have been awesome. And that's not to say that there haven't been away fans. Some of the stuff that's been going on for years is still there. But the people that are there are loud and fired up. And I think you're right. I think Sunday night will have serious
The players
juice.
are giving them a lot to be loud about.
Yeah.
You'll like this, PFT. So last night, just with Christmas scheduling and stuff, I had a bunch of stuff I had to kind of tape at Commanders Park. And I didn't realize this, but I was taping something, and I'd been talking for 2 minutes, and Frankie Louvu was just standing behind me, walking to his truck, doing the Rocky pose with his hands up in the air. And I was like, how long you been there, dude? They're talking to a bunch of those defensive players yesterday. They are fired up because I think the answer to a rookie quarterback is go get him. And I think they believe they're going to get that opportunity.
Yeah, just heat the guy up. I think you're probably right in that count. I was just looking forward to playing against Kirk Cousins. At the start of the year, I was not looking forward to playing Kirk Cousins because I didn't want him to ruin our season later on. But the way that he's been playing, I was like, please just let Kirk hold on for dear life. Let Kirk throw one touchdown pass in some of these games so he doesn't get benched. But yeah, it was definitely the right call for the Falcons to go to Penix. I think that lefty quarterbacks in general are witches. Mitch, I don't know if you've ever played with one, but it just looks weird.
These are witches?
Witches, yeah.
Yeah, they're witches. It looks in college, a lefty quarterback looks awesome, but in the NFL, if you see a lefty throw the ball, when I watch Tua throw, I'm like, what's going on here? I don't want to get beaten by a lefty, and Penix does scare me a little bit. But really, the thing that does scare me about the Falcons offense that we know is Bijan Robinson.
Yeah.
So, but we did a good job shutting Barkley down in the second half. So maybe we're just going to go back to that and load up the box and see what they can do.
I don't think it's the worst idea, honestly. I think you go get Penix, try to slow down Bijan and let the chips fall, and you lean on your offense. Let Jaden do his thing. I mean,
let him cook.
The plays he's been making, the confidence he's been playing with. But I do think you want to get Washington's run game going again. And B-Rob putting 2 on the ground last week. That is so fluky and outlier-ish compared to his career.
I'm begging for the ball.
Yeah. Well, dude, they gave him the ball late in that game.
Yeah, they went back to him.
Vital juncture. I think that was was crucial. But it was kind of scary to see the 2 fumbles in the first, 17 minutes of the game.
Yeah, does Dan Quinn have a doghouse? I always love talking about, coaches' doghouses because some guys have a huge doghouse where you're not getting out. I don't know if that Dan Quinn has a doghouse.
The way he builds a team is based on trust and belief in one another. And he would eventually you get too far down a bad road. There's always going to be repercussions, but he doesn't strike me. Dude, I mean, after B-Rob fumbled the second time, it was 1st and goal. It was 1st and 10 from like inside their own 5-yard line. And B-Rob was the running back out there. They ended up not handing the ball off, but like they went right back to him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like some guys like Belichick, if you slept in for a team meeting, it doesn't matter that you had 4 touchdowns the previous week. You weren't going to touch the ball for like a month. Some guys have big dog houses. I feel like Dan Quinn, you're right. He's like, I love and trust these guys. And then I saw B-Rob crying on the sidelines after his second fumble.
Oh, he hated that. He hated the fact that he put his team in a bad position.
Yeah, yeah. And so I trust him too. Listen, if Dan trusts you, I trust you. I'm all on board.
Yeah, it's funny. You remember Jonas Gray with the Patriots? He scored 3 touchdowns, then missed a meeting, and Belichick cut him.
Yeah.
Hey. Belichick probably say, I was the reason you got the touchdown, not you.
So, PFT, I was really excited when you were able to join us this week because I wanted to ask you something. Talking with our friend, PFT Commenter. So, earlier this week, I guess kind of to promote that Sunday Night Football was, the Washington organization. The official Sunday Night Football account, which is a huge account, like SNF on NBC. It's got 1.5 million followers, whatever, right? They tweeted out which player deserves the top spot in Commanders history. And obviously, Commanders history is 2 years old. But like, if you're talking about the entire organization, and I'm going to say, just for the sake of argument, we can make it the modern era, like the Super Bowl era, so that we don't all have to try to defend Sammy Baugh's quarterbacking stats, because I'm sure he was great in that era. It was just
I was going to defend him as a punter. He's a great punter.
But like, what would your answer be to that question?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think you have to, as a player, that's a little bit more difficult because I think the answer to the organization is Joe Gibbs.
Yeah,
I think that's got to be it. But as a player, if I had to just take one of the guys off the field, I think I got to go Riggins.
I mean, now Riggins was there they won 1 Super Bowl with Riggo, but by far the most iconic play in team history.
Iconic play. I don't know if he's the best player.
Who would you say, B?
I had to go with the best player overall. It's hard to go against Darryl Green. Played 20 years for your franchise. He's a Hall of Famer. Then off the field, the things he did, and when then he was running fastest man, he was beating everybody that's supposed to be fast in the league. That was supposedly track guys. I think that builds up his hype as well. But little dude from Texas A&I coming here and killed it.
I got to admit, when I get one wrong and I get bested by B-Mitch, it rarely happens. And I could still tackle him in the open field. But yeah,
I don't think you can get close to me in open field.
B-Mitch, were you a house divided when we played the Eagles?
No.
Were you like, I don't know who to root for here?
No. I was sitting right there working for the Commanders. On the sideline, people tell me, man, you want to cheer for us. No, I don't.
I think 2 names to be considered, and one of them is not the best player. I think if it's straight best player, I think you're right, B, in Darryl. But I think you got to consider Art Monk. Riggins got to be considered. But I think, like, PFT, to your point about Gibbs, I think the embodiment of what the best Redskins teams were of that run from 80 to 93, whatever you want to call it, is Jacoby. I mean, just that he was an undrafted guy that played on all those Super Bowls on both sides of the line, moved around all the time, played at an elite level. Not the best, but he's just part of the conversation to me.
Yeah, I would the Hog era with Jacoby and Grimm, those 2 guys in particular.
Yeah.
I think that would be pretty good. I'm pumped to hear Carrie Underwood try to figure out how to weasel the word Commanders into the Sunday Night theme song.
I hadn't thought about that, dude.
It's a little bit more difficult than some of the other lyrics.
She gonna work that out so quick, man.
She gets paid
people
so
helping
much
her.
money, like $1 million a week. I have a lot.
There's people helping her. Believe me, she'll get that done.
This may be a a disagreeable take here, but I still miss Faith Hill doing the song. I think Faith Hill got it done specifically. There's a specific scene.
Very easy on the eyes.
Yo, Faith's legs are 10 out of 10.
I said very easy on the
I
eyes.
miss Faith Hill's legs. I want the world to know.
I have a lot of
Lauren
respect
just heard that.
for the work that Carrie Underwood puts in the squat rack. I think that let's not sleep on her. She looks like she's putting up like Saquon, Jalen Hurts type numbers,
like a hockey player.
Yeah, big fan of her too. I think they all do a great job. I'm excited for what I'm always going to be nervous for primetime games.
Sure.
Just because we've seen a lot in the last 25 years in primetime. It hasn't always been good, but I'm slowly getting more excited for it. I'm slowly starting to think, okay, primetime can be a good thing for us. It's going to take years of reconditioning, but so far I feel less nervous than I would have felt. I feel nervous, but it's a good nerves as opposed to in the past when I'd feel just a week of impending doom and dread going into a primetime game. So listen, we control our own destiny. We might need some help, ironically, from the Bears in week 17. If they can beat the Packers and we can go 2-0, then I think that would give us the 6th seed, right? And I'd rather, I guess on paper, I'd rather play the Rams than I would the Eagles. But in my weird world, I now have flipped and I want the Eagles to the playoffs because I want to see Max suffer. I want the opportunity to take any sort of joy away from Max and the city of Philadelphia. And that's the biggest change this year, I think, is I'm actually starting to see from Eagles fans that they don't like us, that they care enough to not like us. And that's a good feeling.
Yeah, I
Great
agree.
feeling.
I agree with that. Well, dude, here's this other scenario that I try not to get too caught up in the if this happens, that happens, blah, blah, blah. But Jalen Hurts might miss Sunday's game for Philly against Dallas. And then you get to week 18. I think they close with the Giants, which you would think no matter who's quarterbacking they can beat.
Yeah.
But the division doesn't seem like as closed of a door as it did before. Just if Hurts has to miss significant time here.
It's not. It's not closed. I just think that week 17, Nick Sirianni is going to, because this is the kind of guy he is going to give the ball to Saquon 40 times and try to get him the rushing record in the Meadowlands or at MetLife against the Giants, his old team. I feel like that is just set up for Nick to do his, very emotional style of coaching and, maybe sometimes to his own team's detriment, try to get his guy a record there. Now, did he initiate a Zoom call with Zach Ertz? Is that what happened? He sent him an email with a Zoom link, and he was like, "I want you to join this so I can apologize to you."
I don't know why they wouldn't have just FaceTime.
If you're apologizing, you did something wrong. So I'm going to put everything in Nick's lap.
Yeah, I feel bad for Big Dom at this point. I like Big Dom, but Big Dom, he's got his hands full with Nick. It's like every week it's something new with that guy. And I can't imagine that Zach Ertz was the one that initiated that entire disagreement. I'm gonna believe that it was Sirianni mouthing off. But yeah, I just want to say it for the record, Big Dom is the only part of the Eagles that I actually like.
I like Dom. Dom, my dude.
I love that guy.
Dom's been there since B played
Yeah,
there.
that's my guy. Yeah.
PFT, thank you, brother. Happy holidays, happy New Year, and let's hope next time we talk, the Commanders are gearing up for a playoff game.
Let's get it.
Oh, I can't wait. I hope it happens. I hope it happens this week. And yeah, hail.
Hail.
All right, brother.
Thanks, PFT. Appreciate your time, bud.
Bye, guys.
Bye, man.
That's our guy, PFT Commenter. We got a lot going on here. A big conversation is what the weather's going to be like for Sunday night's game. Amelia Draper joins us at 11:45 to figure it out.
Happy holidays, everyone. Well, Jordan Poole's late three helps lift the Wizards over the Charlotte Hornets.
Into Jordan Poole, edge of the circle. Step back three. Poole, it's there! It's there! Oh, Jordan Poole, you're a hero. 112-110. The Wizards now take the lead with 8.1 seconds left.
Dave Johnson on the call, heard on the Team 980 as Washington's defense was solid down the stretch in a 113-110 Wizards win over Charlotte. The Seahawks stay alive in a Thursday night football game to forget as they hand the Bears a 10th straight defeat in the lowest scoring NFL game of the season, Seattle 6, Chicago 3. And Navy 30 minutes away from kickoff, taking on Oklahoma in the Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl from Fort Worth, Texas. The Mids are looking for their 10th win of the season. From the Krupp Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
Stevie just walked by. What's up with Stevie? Is she bringing food? Any blueberry pie, perhaps? I'm on a big pie kick. My wife made me chocolate pie on Christmas Eve. It was banging.
Chocolate pie?
I love chocolate pudding pie, man. It's my redneck side coming out.
All
right,
never had that.
In about
I would say you gotta bring that in one day, JP. I never had that either.
Really? It's
Never
banging.
even heard of it.
Okay, it's just chocolate pudding in pie with Cool Whip. It's simple and banging. Now, Jeff, I'll be honest. The odds of me ever bringing that in are pretty slim. But should Lauren want to make one and me not eat it the night before?
In other words, Jeff, don't hold your breath,
we won't
bro.
count on it.
Don't hold your breath.
Do we want to talk about what we're not counting on at 11:30 on the show sheet? Because I was trying to be cool.
I mean, we can.
But we're not counting though.
Look at the show sheet.
Jeff Stone?
Yeah.
It's supposed to be here.
Yeah, but my guy's not here. He told me he'll be back
yesterday,
but he come back today. He's coming back from his Colorado right now.
Oh, so
I couldn't record.
Oh, so why we have it on the sheet then?
Because Landfill put it on before we had talked.
Oh.
But JP just had to bring it on air.
I did not. As a matter of fact, I did not.
Yes, you
and
did.
then you said you
Yes, you
can't
did.
count on me
Nah.
for anything. So I just had to point out to Brian what was on the show sheet for 11:30.
You know what, JP?
How about you freestyle for us?
JP, if you was in like the room with all my cousins, we would jump you.
Why you got to jump me? Take me one-on-one.
No, we
You won't even race me.
Because you would be the cousin that just told everything on everybody. We had to beat you up.
I mean this. I like Jeff's really trying to shift the focus of him not having his song for Sunday Night Football and a chance to clinch the playoffs to be my fault.
Nah, it ain't nobody's fault.
Landfill. Does it make you a little bit nervous that the biggest game of the season to clinch the playoffs,
we don't have a song?
we don't have a song?
Ooh. Can we have it just, can you release it on B. Mitch and Philly on Instagram or something like tonight or tomorrow?
We can.
We got to have it before Sunday, Jeff.
Yeah, we can. That's
it's
not
your
a problem. It's just not for the show right now.
And it's a late, I mean, you got till 8 o'clock Sunday night.
That's a good point.
Landfill doesn't make you nervous.
it happen.
I mean, it definitely makes me a little nervous.
A little bit of pause.
A little bit of pause.
White Brian.
You know why?
Any pause?
A little bit.
It shouldn't matter. You know, want me to tell you why?
Why?
Because our boys gonna go out there and handle their business, regardless if there's a song or not. I have faith in that. Not no superstition. I got faith that Jaden gonna go out there, light them up. Louvu gonna go out there, put Penix out. Like we here. No more superstition.
The way he said, regardless if there's a song or not, B,
We're
how
not getting that
confident? How confident are you that there's going to be a B. Mitch and Finley Instagram
It will
post
not
with
be
Jeff's
one.
new
That's what I'm
song?
thinking. I don't think we're gonna see one this week.
I get that feeling.
We gonna see it. You know what? We gonna see a song like we gonna see that pie, B. Mitch.
Well, I mean,
But
I have everything I say I'm gonna do.
Yo,
I'm just
I
saying.
never said I was bringing the pie and then said somebody went to Colorado. Like, I'm not.
I mean,
I'm telling you, I'm not
I
bringing
told
pie.
you what happened before we got on air. You just was mad because we knew you wasn't gonna bring the pie, so you bought this on air.
Can we go to the judge on this?
That's what it
Landini?
was.
Does the pie thing compare at all?
You bought this on air because we said you wouldn't bring the pie in. The chances are slim to none. Then you got all irrational. It was like, well, speaking of counting on,
I'm
that's
always
what we're not
irrational.
counting on.
I didn't get irrational. I stay irrational. Landfill, please render a verdict.
JP would have 100% brought this up anyway.
Yeah, guys.
He said I would have brought it up regardless.
100%.
Yo, Mike Q, yeah, I like what White Brian's doing in the stream right now. White Brian checking in says Mike Q said we need the song, Jeff. People are mad. All right, we also haven't checked in with the stream.
It's Christmas, bro. Like, it's nothing I can do. The boy went out of town for Christmas. I don't have nobody else that's gonna sit in the studio and mix my stuff.
Christmas isn't for almost an entire year.
Landfill, I hope all your food is cold this weekend and your microwave shuts down.
Yo, Jeff's bringing the Bleep You Thursday
Damn.
energy on a Vodka Rebel Friday.
Jeff, you killed him, huh?
White Brian claims, yeah, I like Jeff. You could just freestyle. Landfill could lay a track down for you.
We already established I'm not a freestyler. I'm a writer.
Well,
Yeah.
you wrote it already. You can just
Should
rap
we
it.
see? Oh, there's a track for you. Should we see if Wildcard Scotty is available to call in and freestyle
No.
a Commander's rap song? All right. White Brian says he's going to keep track of this. The first person to say good morning today, I got it as Chef Dre Boog. So,
Dre Boog.
Good morning, Dre Boog. We'll see if White Brian actually keeps track of this. I'm very interested. What I'm really interested in is it going to rain Sunday night during this game and post game when I got to be on that field for an hour. Amelia Draper, NBC4
Brian,
meteorologist.
has your wife asked you why they call you White Brian?
Not yet.
I would hope she knows. Nobody go anywhere. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Big question for this weekend's game is what the weather is going to be like.
I need to know that. And I know what I'm wearing, Jay.
Yeah, man. It's how we make our decisions, you know?
Yeah.
Because our time and our clothes got to coordinate.
Got to coordinate.
Amelia Draper, NBC4 meteorologist, joins us now. Amelia, thank you for making time. I know you're busy. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you, JP?
We are good. We are good.
Great.
Now, B. Mitch and I have to be like outdoors pretty much a lot of Sunday evening and after
JP
the game.
a little more than I.
It's what are we looking at for Sunday?
Okay, so would be shocked if it doesn't rain the entire game, even a few hours before the game, and there's going to be the chance for some heavy rain. Also, the winds are going to be a little bit breezy, like 10 to 20 miles an hour. But here's the thing: the temperatures aren't going to be that bad. We're around 60 degrees, but 60 degrees outdoors with rain, for hours on end, that can get a little bit uncomfortable.
So we're talking 50 degrees and rain basically all day, all night?
Not even a little bit warmer. So like near 60 degrees, but rain not all day. I think, as the players are getting to Northwest Stadium, could be dry around the midday, early afternoon hours, but it's really like once the game starts to get underway, once tailgating starts to, happen, that's when the rain moves in. And then for the game, there's a 90 to 100% chance that it's going to be raining.
Wow.
Oh, dude, that stinks.
Yeah.
So I need to find me something that's kind of waterproof.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is when you put like the plastic bread bags over your shoes, because that's the only thing that keeps the water out.
Oh, man. So when say this game ends around 11:30 and we're going to be live on NBC4 for a while,
right?
Like it's just raining the whole time?
It still looks like it will be raining. The rain comes to an end around like midnight, 1 a.m. So maybe, when you're finally leaving the stadium, the rain will be over, but it's definitely looking like a rainy game from start to finish. And again, some heavy rain likely too.
Oh, boy.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I
sorry.
don't know from a football perspective who that helps or hurts, be honestly.
I don't know.
Yeah. I wonder about Penix.
It don't help me and you.
It
Yeah,
does
right?
not help us.
I don't know what's worse from a fan perspective. Is it like snow in Buffalo loves it, or horrible from a
I'll take the snow.
fan perspective?
I'd rather have snow than rain. I know that. We're talking with our friend Amelia Draper, meteorologist at NBC4, telling us just that it's going to rain all night for this big primetime Sunday night football game. Amelia, I know you grew up a big Skins fan. How much have you enjoyed this season and watching Jaden Daniels?
Oh my gosh. Well, it's been enjoyable. But it's also an emotional roller coaster in our house, because the game a few weeks ago where you thought it was a shoe-in, and then it's like, oh my gosh, why are we not just already like winning? And then, we had that Hail Mary earlier in the season. So, I always enjoy watching the games. I'm like, kind of taking it backseat though to my husband, who's a massive football fan and also grew up here. So it's like a level of enjoyment, but also a level of intensity that honestly I've never felt. But it's so exciting. It's like we look forward to every single game. In fact, we put our holiday decorations away this morning. So it's like we're all ready to go on Sunday. We don't have anything on our plate. We can just enjoy the game and, hopefully get that win against the Falcons.
Yeah, it'd be wild if they clinch the playoffs before the season's even out.
Right.
Is there any chance this rain just passes over us?
Yeah, give us.
That's a great question. I really don't think that there is any chance. Like on Saturday, there's a chance for rain, and honestly, I could see that kind of wavering.
That's a great
and
question.
Not.
Now let me just break your feelings now.
Yeah, that's a great question. No. I don't know what sports betting I do on this game, but I would definitely bet on rain.
All right. Is there any chance it like gets freezing rain or sleet or any of that awful stuff?
Not really. Like tonight when the rain moves in, maybe we have that here. But by Sunday, the temperatures are just so warm that we're not worried about that at all. This is just a rainy football game. Again, it's not like 35 degrees and raining.
Right.
At least it's 60 degrees and raining, but it's still looking like just a rainy game from start to finish.
That sucks. All right, on a personal level, did you just say it's supposed to rain tonight?
Yes, rain's going to move in later tonight, like around midnight, and
right.
then we have rain throughout the day tomorrow. So that's the other thing. I don't know how this would factor in, but the field could be not soaking, but it will already be wet from Saturday's rain, and then you head into Sunday, and then you add in some wind. So it'll be interesting to see if the weather is a factor or not.
I think, I mean, if it's raining for weather to be a factor in these games, usually it has to be significant weather. If it's just a
Right.
little bit of anything, but when it rains heavy like this, it starts to impact the pass game. And I don't know enough about Penix, but I think maybe Jaden uses his legs even more. It's just, I don't know. We got to kind of look at it because I was waiting to hear from you definitively. And then just on a Brian and I are both off on Tuesday.
Okay.
Tuesday, it looks like it's going to rain. Can that go away at least?
That system's not as like locked in as Sunday is. Basically, things can change Saturday and Tuesday, but Sunday it's going to rain for the game. I would be shocked. There's like 80 to 100% chance that we're going to have some rain for the game on Sunday.
That sucks.
But the more you ask me, the more nervous I'm getting now. That I'm going to be like that. That meteorologist, she said it's 100% chance. No, but honestly, looking at
don't worry.
everything,
If it don't rain, I'm going straight to the golf course.
There you go.
Last one, and this is more big picture. Just as winter has finally arrived and it's consistently cold now, do you still think we're going to get a couple big snowstorms or a pretty light winter?
I think that we're going to have a pretty light winter. I think we could get maybe one, snowstorm where we all, get to kind of change our schedule for it, whether it's, you work or you don't have to go to work. Like looking at how warm it's been, that doesn't bode well for a good snowy winter to follow. But you know what? At least it's been cold enough where like the ski resorts in our area can open before Christmas. That's been unheard of. So we've gotten the cold, whether we get the snow. I'm my good friend Doug, who loves the snow and always hopes for the snow. I'm a little bit more skeptical that we'll see much in the way of snow this year.
Yeah, Cameron is always trying to hype the snow, and I am not. I'd rather live in San Diego or Phoenix or something, but I live here.
Right,
so.
right.
Amelia, thank you. I really appreciate you making time for us and
sure thing. Thank you guys.
Being the bearer of bad news.
I know. That's what I'm here to do at times. Just tell the truth.
All right. Everybody can follow Amelia on
you.
Instagram at Amelia Draper, Draper. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
See you later. Enjoy the game. Amelia Draper, she's a legit born and raised Skins fan. Her husband, I think, is burgundy and gold all the way. I think they have a little boy. They're raising him the right way. Unfortunately, she can't do anything about a cold, rainy night at Northwest Stadium. Nobody go anywhere.
I got
Well, happy holidays, everyone. They're just getting underway in the Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl in Fort Worth, Texas, where 9-3 Navy, winners of the Commander-in-Chief Trophy for a first time since 2019. They're taking on 6-6 Oklahoma. It's the first time Navy faces an SEC opponent in 13 years, and the Mints are looking for a double-digit win season for just a sixth time in program history. Now, tomorrow will be our local bowl game, the Go Bowling Military Bowl, matching up rivals in 6-6 NC State and 7-5 East Carolina. That will be played at Navy Marine Corps Memorial Stadium in Annapolis. Kickoff set for 5:45 p.m. tomorrow. The Wizards beat the Hornets 113-110 last night. Jordan Poole's late three, the key in a 25-point effort for the guard. The Wizards will host the New York Knicks tomorrow from Capital One Arena, a 7 o'clock tip-off. You can listen to the game on the Team 980. Is this the weekend we see the return of Alex Ovechkin on the ice for the Washington Capitals? The Caps are in Toronto Saturday at 7. They then fly to Detroit to take on the Red Wings Sunday at 5. Listen to both games right here on The Fan. And Jonathan Allen practiced in full yesterday for the Commanders. He may be on the field for Washington against Atlanta Sunday night. From the Crop Midcap 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
Don't you worry, child. B. Mitchell Finley, high noon in the District of Columbia. As this Navy game is about to kick off, just wanted to shout out our boy Pete Medhurst. Thinking of you, bud.
Yep,
I'm sure you're watching the mids and fired up for it. Go midshipman. All right, that's how we operate here. Go Navy. B, we got our captains for Sunday. The Commanders like to announce the captains week after week after week.
Just reposted that.
Jaden Daniels, Nick Ballore, and Frankie Louvu. All well deserving.
Yep.
I'm curious, B, what do you make of doing the captains week by week like they do it?
Cool.
Were you ever on a team that did that?
Yes. Like most of the teams, early on, that's what they did. Every week, the captains were made based off of what you either did in the game before that week of practice. What Andy Reid did, he would pick, I think it was 3 or 2 per group, offense, defense, special teams, and then he'll pick a person each group for the game, the actual game. So, like myself, Troy Vincent, Deuce, Donovan, David Akers, and Hugh Douglas were the captains, and then they'll pick somebody else for that week.
Okay, that's cool. I think the captain stuff in pro football is a little overblown anyway. Like, you don't make it to that level. Dan Quinn had an awesome quote earlier this week when he was asked if he needs his veteran players to really zero in on this game and be leaders. He's like, no. At this point, the veterans can be leaders, but some of the rookies are leaders too. Like Mikey Samerstill is a leader because he just has it naturally. And we're not asking anybody to be something they're not. We're not asking anybody to speak. Like, at this point, you got to let your team grow to a point where they can just go out and be themselves and try to kick somebody's ass.
Totally. And I think the ultimate thing is we sit here and we always want to say who the captains are. A lot of us on the outside. But you never know who is that motivator inside that locker room. We learned earlier about Mikey. We see him drafted, and the players started letting us know about Mikey. Then you pay attention to him, and you say, "Oh, okay, I see what's going on." As I've said before, you don't have to be a certain age to be a captain. It just have to be who you are, And a leader is a person that the people they're going to see somebody giving their all the time. They'll start to follow you. That's how you become a leader, not because of what you say and what you think. It's about what you do on a consistent basis.
So, speaking of a consistent basis, we just got this quote from Michael Penix out of Atlanta. I really like Penix. I loved watching him play at Washington. I hope he's bad this week, but in general, that's a young man I'm rooting for.
Mm-hmm.
He said, "I'm not going to lie. I'm going to be nervous running out of that tunnel. But whenever I get on the field, it's a whole different mentality, a flip switch. I'm ready to go."
And that's how it should be. I was nervous at every football game I played, from the first one I played when I was a little league guy to the last one I played in the NFL. But once that ball is kicked off and you touch it, that nervousness goes.
Well, dude, it was one of the things I always applauded about Jaden is I just feel like Jaden was always honest, and he's like, "Yeah, man, I get nervous before every game. I get butterflies in my stomach."
Mm-hmm.
And it was one of those things that always stood out to me with Caleb. How he's like, "Nah, I haven't been nervous since 8th grade." And maybe that's real and that's just who he is. But like, it's normal to kind of have some anxious moments before a big thing in your life.
Bro, Ali mentioned he had gotten nervous. Patty LaBelle says she got nervous. If those two people were nervous, why the hell would nobody else be? You can lie to yourself and say you're not. But you drop back and you throw that first incomplete pass, has something to do with a little nervousness. Or you sail a ball sometimes, something to do with nervousness. But it's okay. But the thing of it, we as a society make natural thoughts and natural feelings become something negative. You're nervous, cool.
Yeah.
And then it's over with. I told you this, like I was nervous till I caught the first punt. They kick off the ball, I catch it, I may go to the house. But I'm still nervous I haven't caught the first punt because every punt is different. Kickoffs were all the same. You didn't much worry about that. But that damn punt would make you change your mind.
I bet, man. So going into this game, trying to do some predictions here, right? It sounds like Dan Quinn's starting to talk now over in Ashburn. He says Arrow is trending up for John Allen being able to play. Allen told me yesterday, "I'm expecting to, but I'll be ready whenever I go."
Mm-hmm.
Like, Allen doesn't want to say, "Yo, let me play," but it sure seems like Allen's going to play.
He might not want to tell us that, but he probably told them that behind closed doors.
Right. It doesn't seem like Lattimore is going to play. And they're not going to give you an answer. Maybe it helps that you get a little bit more time, that it's a Sunday night game. Lattimore and De'Ami Brown, to me, as hamstring guys for speed guys, it just seems a little tricky. But you get Allen back could really help. We just had Amelia Draper give us the weather for Sunday night, and the weather sounds like it's going to suck. At what point is that a factor? I mean, hell, we saw it in the Bears game last night. It was raining pretty hard most of that game.
You know when the weather becomes a factor? When you playing in the bad weather and the other team playing in great weather. And that's not possible, right?
Right.
So it's not a fact. They're not going to make excuse. You can't make excuse. It's going to come to who adjusts the best and overcomes it.
Would you rather they be facing Kirk than Penix?
I'd rather them face whoever they're going to face, because if you're facing Kirk, he had more savvy, more experience, may still be able to do some things to you. You're playing Penix, who has a better arm, stronger arm, but he doesn't have all that experience. And I would hope that the experience of Dan Quinn and Joe Witt Jr. comes out in their game plan against him.
I'm kind of with you. I think the way Kirk was playing was so bad, just that last 6-week stretch or whatever. I mean, for him to turn the ball over like that and just not be able to hit open guys is very contrary to kind of what he does.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think it would have been cool if Washington got a crack at that. But I really like who Penix can be over the course of time.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not terrified of a rookie quarterback making his first ever road start in the rain in primetime. Like, I like to think that the Washington defense can get to Penix early, often, They've proven to have some ability of pressuring the quarterback, and I think it's the time to go get him.
Yeah. Listen, man, I've always been the mindset, if you're going to become the best, you have to beat everybody. So I don't care if it's Penix or anybody else. And I'm sure that's the way that team feels. But get out on the field, make him be what you want him to be.
That's up to Dan Quinn. Dan Quinn speaking to the media now in Ashburn.
Our field goal, let's go answer. I like how defensive responded after a turnover. Let's go get the ball back. And so I felt that connection strong. There's a lot of stuff that we're digging in on. And really when we came back after the bye, like this is the start of the second half of things we want to improve. We're digging in hard. By no means are we where we want to be yet. But each week the emphasis for the game may be a little different, but our ability to level up and try to improve on some things. Some of that's individually, as a player's individual skill work. Some of it's as a collective unit, might be, trying to take the ball away defensively. I thought the tackling, defensively really improved. Obviously the run game's not where I'd love it to be yet offensively. So those are things that you keep attacking and you keep going after, and it gives you some emphasis for the week as well.
And then I know obviously your guys' focus is going to be on the Falcons no matter what happens, but how curious
there's a guy that's come to a lot of press conferences right there.
How curious are you going to be to the result of the Panthers-Buccaneers game?
Going into it, honestly, I'm not getting into the what if stuff. There's so many things for us to improve on and get after it with. So I don't have my head in the sand about things, but I also know our emphasis has got to be on these areas that we want to really dig in and go for. And that's really the standard that I'm going for.
Hey, Coach, so what have you seen so far from Nick Bellore? I know he was a free agent signing kind of later in camp. So what have you seen?
Yeah, and I didn't know Nick prior to him. I've coached against him, but Larry had worked with him before. And he was the one knocking on my door, hey, how about this guy? And so getting him here, he made an impact almost immediately. And I said he had a good blend of humor and toughness. So he has the experience and can keep it loose, but he also has a real toughness and development side to him. If you'd see him and Reeves, talk to Jordan McGee, on the sideline, look for this is going to happen. Those are the types of players that what I call a glue guy that is behind the scenes really dominating in his role. And so that's why I wanted to, recognize him today for this game, because he really has brought a lot into him. He can really run. I love our cover groups, kickoff especially. But he as in all day, man, he's down for it. And I love the support that he gives to the other guys too.
And Coach, you got the game ball or one of the game balls on Sunday.
I did. That was very unexpected. I'm usually the one that has to do the talking afterwards. So I got tongue tied. And was certainly very appreciative of Adam and Terry to do that, because he said, oh, wait a minute. And I wasn't ready for that.
You spent a handful of years in Atlanta. Is that something you're thinking about this week? Is it something extra?
No, I've done the work on that before. I had a chance to coach against him when I was an assistant in Dallas. So honestly, just a lot of gratitude for Arthur, took a chance onto me, but nothing past that. It's just let's absolutely go battle for it. But nothing other than the gratitude for Arthur and give me a shot at it.
And then just back to Jonathan Allen, a couple months after we thought season was lost, you might have a chance to play.
Too. Yeah.
Does that just say something maybe about the work that he put in to get himself back into playing shape after that? That's a serious injury.
Yes, and knowing that there would be markers that you have to hit along the way. And you guys know this, anytime there's a surgery, there's steps that you have to hit, in a comeback. And so for him, boom, hit it. Wasn't even a question of it. And so you could tell, the amount of work that he put in. That injury is a little bit frustrating because the first part is just the healing of it. When you have a tendon injury, it's not, okay, start working it right away. There's a healing aspect. But then for him, just to immediately, all right, now we're pressing, boom, and all the conditioning and all that. So, yeah, with a lot of regard for him of the work that he and the medical staff put in together to give him this shot. This would have been the first marker window. And so would even hit that to go. But then going through the practice and readiness to do it, it's hard to say that he hadn't hit all the marks leading up to it. And so we're going to meet up tonight. But he's really done a good job, preparing himself to be ready to go.
Has he made it to
Yes, I know. That's what was so unusual because I would have thought, it would change, but then you just said, man, that guy's built different.
Hey, Coach.
Hi.
I talked to the players yesterday about the emotions that they had to get up last week for a big divisional game against the Philadelphia Eagles and the emotions of what that took. And then coming into a game like the Atlanta, knowing what's at stake and everything, how to get up again for a game like that. What is the message from you this week as far as making sure that they're at that same level?
Good news, Don, I would say, man, this has been a season of close games and really tight ones to go. And so our team, we've got a lot more under the hood. And to say everybody's up at the same, level, for every single game, that's hard. But the people they do lean on are right there in the room with them. And so they're the ones that kind of give the uplifting, for one another. And knowing that you're going to go work as hard as you can for the guy right next to you, it carries a little extra weight. And you're not just doing it, just for yourself to get ready, but it's for the guy next to you and doing that. And I do love that about our team, the way they support one another and push it for one another. And but we have been in a lot of close games. They've been battle hardened, having the late bye, all of those things mattered as we're getting into the second half. But we do try to stay true to our process. So like Monday was the time to clear it out, and then we, reset the whole thing. Go ahead. You want to follow up, Donna?
Yes. And what have you seen from the players this week? Because I was just talking to the defensive players and the offensive players, basically the line players. They said that December ball is one in the trenches of the game. What have you seen there this week?
We have talked about that a lot as December and January, as the calendar turns, the importance of that on the big guys on both sides of the line of scrimmage. And so we've really made a big push on that over the last few weeks. And so we're not where I think we're going to be, but those are the things that you dig in a lot of practice. You make special periods and emphasis for that. And we've done that.
The last two, John and Sam. With the Falcons, the run game with Beasley, when we get outside, they seem to do a good job of creating cutback lanes.
Yep.
What's a challenge for a linebacker to attack versus flow with that? And how do you defend?
It takes a lot of trust because you really have to depend on your teammate doing his job of forcing it back inside. If you're uncertain, is he going to take care of the edge? So you're going to hear this term, setting the edge, because of their ability to bounce and cut back. And so if you get, in between as a linebacker or a safety, those are the ones that they can make you pay. And their running backs are strong. They make good cuts. The lines, experience one to come back. So, it's an important aspect of what we do.
Do you see benefits, physical or mental, in games or around the facility of having that late by or being refreshed maybe at a time like later in the year when you wouldn't be otherwise?
Yeah, I would say coming back from it, that you could see the team was, honestly just excited to be back together when we started our preparation for New Orleans. We're probably able to practice a little more full speed looks, as the calendar has turned, because, we've done a good job of, being ready to do that. And so they're not long practices, but we're able to hit them at full speed. And I think that's an important piece to it. The timing, the accuracy of throwing, of catching, the routes. If you don't work at that skill, full speed, those are things you could see decline. And so we try to make a big deal about working our fundamentals and our skills. If those can continue, even if just by a little bit, Sam, to improve and improve, then if you do that collectively, everybody's skill gets better. And so we work really hard at that. Good. All right. Sure.
Totally get you're not thinking about anything else.
B. Mitch and Finley, we are back. That was Dan Quinn, Commanders head coach, talking. Zero surprise that he is just super locked in on.
There you go.
And that's just how that dude operates. Is all he's going to worry about is the Falcons game.
That's it.
And he's not incorrect for that. I understand there are other ways for them to get into the playoffs, but for the team, if I'm in charge, which I'm not, but if I was, it'd be all about Atlanta, and we're not worried about. I do almost wonder if Tampa wins or if Tampa loses earlier and they're in, what kind of impact that makes. That'd be a good problem to have. When we come back, our boy Mike Beasley, MGM National Harbor, joins the program.
This update presented by Gridiron IT. Tested, trusted talent, gridironit.com. Washington Commanders against the Atlanta Falcons Sunday at 8:20 p.m. John Keim reporting from ESPN that Marshawn Lattimore's status for Sunday is still up in the air. Quinn says that it is the same hamstring he had injured before. John Allen also a question mark, but Quinn says he's very encouraged about where Allen is in his recovery, so a good chance he'll play against the Falcons. The Armed Forces Bowl is underway. Oklahoma leads Navy 7-0 in the first quarter. Wizards beat the Hornets 113-110. Jordan Poole a three-pointer with 8 seconds left. Federal Integrators, are you looking to beef up that roster? Gridiron IT, the leading provider of IT talent across the country, can help. You know the game, they know the players. Choose Gridiron IT as your trusted partner and build your winning team together. Tested, trusted talent, gridironit.com. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Shout out to Stevie. We love you, Stevie. Sorry we got our dates incorrect. We're working on it. Also, what's up with Wendy? I haven't seen Wendy all week. Wendy just taking the damn week off? Shout out to Wendy. Must be nice. Must be nice working in promotions, not in the salt mines, creating content or whatever the hell you say we do. I'm a disc jockey, Landfill. I think that's the term. Can we start calling me DJ JP? What you think about that, Jeffrey? Brian.
DJ all ears.
Brian, apparently we are disc jockeys.
Ooh.
You and I.
Okay.
Okay, B's in. Another disc jockey, or some sort of jockey, our friend Mr. Mike Beasley, MGM National Harbor. Bees, how do you do, brother? Been too long.
Gentlemen, how are you today? I'm doing fantastic.
What up, man?
Fantastic. Can you hear me okay? I'm on my speaker in my car, so I just want to make sure you got me.
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah, we got you, Bees. Thank you, buddy. Dude, there's a lot for us to discuss.
What a wonderful holiday. I had one of the best turkeys I've ever had.
Oh,
I
yeah?
can't believe
Where'd
I
you get
made
it?
it so good. It's almost like B. Mitch made it.
So were you over there Christmas morning getting the turkey?
No, I was over there on Christmas Day. I pestered his family on Christmas Day. I like to do when I pester someone, I like to do it professionally.
Didn't I say Christmas morning?
He wasn't there Christmas morning.
Christmas morning is Christmas Day.
But he came later on that day.
Okay.
Yeah, I came at like 2:00.
He didn't come during the drink fest.
Oh, all right. Once things kind of slowed down a little.
Yeah, I took it easy, right?
Yeah.
So, Bees, I'm glad you had a nice holiday. I'm glad B cooked you a turkey. What have you made of this NFL season as we get down the stretch here? There are clearly some teams that have separated themselves.
Boy, they really have. You know, and I tell you, for some reason, I just can't get behind this Baltimore team, and they proved me wrong so much. Lamar Jackson is just everything that you get out of him by being the MVP the last couple of years. I mean, he's just such a good ball player. I just think he's going to fall down one time, and he never does, and I get beat by him every single game. So congrats to the Raven fans. Congrats to him. He's a spectacular person out there on the football field. So good for him. Everything else, was it a surprise where the Commanders are? Kind of, maybe. I mean, I think their schedule is still kind of a light schedule, but they still put up the numbers they needed to. You know, they get a break when the Chicago game. They catch kind of a break by when Jalen Hurts goes down, but it's still a good team. And I think this Jaden Daniels is by far for real. And I said this before. I was a Drake May guy. I was completely wrong. But I'm wrong, so that's okay. So congrats to Jaden Daniels. Congrats to the Commanders in general. So it's just a good ball club. I think it comes from the top. You know, the leadership down. I think they've shown a different aspect of what these folks out here in this area haven't seen in years. I mean, I think the last time we had a little decent run was with John Gruden, and he's just a hard ass. So that's the reason I think he got had a little success, but not much. But all in all, I think it's a great season. Who's going to win it all? I don't know. I think a lot of people still want to see Detroit do it.
Hold on, I wanted to ask you something specifically, Bees. So
yeah, go ahead.
We have, to me, I think the Ravens, the Chiefs, obviously, and the Bills have separated themselves in the AFC.
Mm-hmm.
But the Chiefs, because they got the 1 seed, they're 15-1, they're going to get the bye. All that's locked up. You're going to get more than likely unless one of them loses in a big time upset, you're going to get Ravens Bills in the divisional round, and I believe that'll be in Buffalo. Maybe that could still change, but as of now, it would be in Buffalo. What would that line be?
It's got to be Buffalo minus probably 3.5, 4. 3.5, 4. I think your total is going to be about 47, contingent on weather. I do like playing these games, the early games in the playoffs on the unders. Always a big fan of the unders, especially when it comes to the playoffs. It seems like teams just really buckle down, or they have enough time to really. I can't make sense of it, right? You would think that they're always playing their hardest, always playing 100%. Your defense is always giving everything they have, but somehow or another they seem to buckle down even that much more when it comes to the playoffs. And I can't put in, I can't understand it, I guess, is the main thing.
It's just I think playoffs come down to less mistakes. You know that the mistake will cost you a game, and this time you're going home.
Yeah, but B-Mitch, you've been there. How is that separated from them? I guess there's too
I don't know if
many
it's
games and you
separated.
kind of have letdowns, or
I don't know if it's separated more than the fact that that's the time when you have certain guys talking about how much they study. All of a sudden, the guys that don't are not the extra putting in the extra time guys, they begin to do that in the playoffs, and you begin to see things get even closer. The success rate is a little tougher to go against somebody because everybody's on point then.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, I get it. I wasn't really impressed with the last 3 games that we've seen in the NFL. I mean, the 6-3, what a barn burner that was. Yay.
That was awful, dude. A lot of these games, the Christmas Day games were all just blowouts.
Yeah, and you wonder if that short timeline, it's just not enough time to prepare. If your team's not really doing good. I mean, Houston, I thought, needed the game. I got beat like a drum on Christmas Day. So
you and I like the dogs, man.
I know. And the home dogs and the home dogs stunt Steelers, I'm not impressed with now. I wasn't impressed when they came down here and played the Commanders. I've never been I like Russell Wilson as a quarterback, but I just don't think he can ever get it done. And I think we've seen it. So it was disappointing. I will say that, I do like the fact that the Rams are on a 4-game winner. I think they're kind of a nice underdog if you want to take them to win it all in the NFC. That's kind of one of the teams I'm looking at. I didn't want Seattle win because I wanted to, have Washington, kind of clinch the berth, which I think if Seattle lost last night, I think Washington clinched it automatically. But so that's correct, right?
No, I think it's now Tampa. If Tampa loses, damn, Bees. I just looked up at the television. Who'd you like, Navy versus Oklahoma?
Well, I'll tell you what I did do. That point spread opened up at plus 9.5 for Navy. Went down to a pick'em game because Oklahoma is playing nothing but freshmen, wideouts. I mean, their whole team. I think they had like 28 to 29 guys on the roster,
right,
or something like that. But it was. So I took Navy, and I guarantee it's going to be like 14-0 Oklahoma if I'm guessing.
Right, is that right now?
14-0 Oklahoma. I took Navy too.
and I'm not even watching the game. I'm driving to work. And I'm thinking, I already know what's going to come out of this game. That's just nothing good is going to come out of it.
You got to learn to bet against what you think, Bees.
Yeah, right now is a great time to fade Mike Beasley. I had a good run there for a while, but she ain't running right now. I can tell you that.
Dude,
I feel like Fred Flintstone trying to run around in a car right now. That's how bad it is. Arcade, beaten down. Let's go, Barney.
What do you talking about our friend Mike Beasley, MGM National Harbor? What do you like in the Commanders game Sunday night? Eagles game. I'm sorry, Falcons.
So I think the Commanders really give it to him. My only fear is that if Brian Robinson or Bijan Robinson gets moving the ball, I don't want the ball control to get out of hand. If we can control the ball at all, I think the Commanders win by 14. I think they're a better team. I'm not really sold on Michael Penix yet. He is not as mobile as a quarterback as some of these other mobile quarterbacks that hurt us. I think what really is a test for the Commanders. And when you have a mobile quarterback and a very solid running back as a Hurts and who's their running back over there? Henry.
Saquon.
Yeah, Saquon Barkley. Yeah, and when you get that combination, I just think it's tough because you got two guys that can really move around and kind of expand out the field a little bit. So I think if they can keep Penix in the box, and I think if they can control Bijan Robinson at the start of the game, I think they beat this team handily.
It's gonna be interesting to watch. I think how does Vegas, like in all your years working in the gaming business, all of a sudden this weather's starting to look pretty bad for Sunday night. A lot of rain, some wind. It's not that cold, but a lot of rain. We had Amelia Draper on from NBC4 earlier, just giving us unfortunately the bearer of bad news that the weather looks like junk for this game. How does Vegas?
Let me tell you.
How do you guys account for that?
Well, so they have people that actually look into that very, very deep into what the weather's going to be. They probably actually have someone that actually does nothing but follow the weather for all these different stadiums.
Really?
And they have to adjust correctly. Absolutely, they do. And when they've got guys that out there, especially nowadays with all the analytics that they use and the tools that they do, there's some people that kind of rotate their lines themselves. Different books will do it. And I was talking to one of my guys that's over at Resorts World, who works in the book over there. And they look at all the different lines, and then they also have their guys, their analytics team, go ahead and see what they look at. There's also, and you go to different areas of different, and it's not as prevalent as it was before because everything's so mobile, but you used to be up, if you lived like in Nevada, Reno, and the 49ers, you could probably give them a 2 to 3 point push every time. They're going to be 2 to 3 points more favored because so many people are going to bet them because of the following their team. So, and that takes you back 20, 30 years. I think it's not as common now because you have to stay competitive because everyone's pretty wise on if you catch a number, and it's very important to get the right number. I mean, 3.5 and 4 was really a big difference.
Oh yeah.
So you follow that. And the same thing when it comes to the weather. I have people that take a look at it, and I'll tell you why the weather is going to be bad is because I planned on going to my first Commanders game, and it looked like it was going to be 60 degrees, maybe 45 as a low. And once I committed to going to the game, now a storm is going to move in. So that's just that's part of my Christmas holiday.
So it's the bees' bad luck.
So if everyone wants me not to go to the game, you got a chance for sunshine. If not, bring your umbrellas or your ponchos.
All right, so Bees is coming to the Commanders game.
Uh-oh.
What is your tailgate plan, sir?
I'm going with my other guy, my Vegas boy, Pete, and we will probably get out there. I want to say probably about 6:30, I'd say. Get there early for change. I love the fact that it's a night game, kind of follows suit to our gaming hours at the casino since we're 24/7.
Yeah.
And we'll get there probably 6:30, and we'll get after a little bit. So,
all right, we may have to come visit I assume, I am guessing you and Pete, the what do we call it? His brother's the mob boss. So Pete's just one of the Vegas boys. I am assuming you two are not sitting in the nosebleeds where you're going to get rained on.
I doubt it.
Call that a hunch.
I can promise you one thing. As bad as I'm running right now, I will not be in the rain. So that's one thing I can promise you.
Okay.
That's only pure luck that I have. And it's amazing how I do so bad with bowl games. I do so bad with the big games, yet I think I have a successful season when it comes to picking games. I mean, I looked at my record. We have this one contest I'm in where you rate your plays, and I think I'm like 38-26 or something like that. So it's not that I pick losers all the time, but it sure does feel like it over the last 2 or 3 days.
All right, well, give me some winners for the weekend, dude.
Well, first of all, I can't believe that Syracuse. Here's another college game that went sideways, which is that Syracuse game.
Yeah.
That number opened up at 6.5, and now it's like 17
crazy.
and a half.
Right.
And you have Oklahoma 14-0. They'll probably give it to them. It might be 42-0 with a freshman. They probably got cows and herds and stuff out there. Always been the kind of a Sooner fan anyhow. But when it comes to what do you want? What losers do you want? So I do like the Chargers. I do like the Chargers -4 against New England. I've always liked Justin Herbert. I always thought that was a quarterback we should have got instead of Haskins back then. But going from there, New Orleans, Las Vegas. What a boring game that's going to be. 6-3, 9-3. What are we looking at there?
Dude,
It's not gonna be good.
We gotta. I just realized what time it is, Bees. I got to break. Your Raiders stink, buddy.
Thank you. Well, they stunk when they came from Oakland, so you can't blame it all on us.
That's true.
But
I'm gonna come find you guys on Sunday and say hello.
All right, man. Happy holidays, guys. Always a pleasure, and we will chat soon.
All right.
All right, Bees.
Take care,
brother.
Bees. Appreciate you, buddy.
See you guys.
It's our friend Mike Beasley, MGM National Harbor. Can't find many winners right now, but he's gotten very hot before. Let's hope the Commanders get hot with him in the building Sunday night. 1:00, we open these phones. Turn down for what, Jeff? B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. It is a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday, baby. Scotty's Vodka is Maryland made, amazingly smooth and loved throughout the DMV.
Yeah.
I meant to bring this up earlier. Yo, a little bit more than a month till we have that 1067 The Fan versus 980 night at Tally Ho Theater. Is that what's it called this year? We had the big party last year at the Bethesda joint. This year we're doing it in Leesburg. That's gonna be a fun ass night. The last time was fun.
In Leesburg this time?
This time I think it's Leesburg.
I'm not reading.
It's in Tally Ho Theater, Leesburg, Virginia, January 31st. Okay, so it's not 980. It's us, Grant and Danny, and the Junks. Now, the last one was a home game for me. It was in Bethesda. It was like 5 minutes from my house. Leesburg is not 5 minutes from my house. 1067 The Fan live. Thank you, Landfill. It'll be a fun night. Last year, we all kind of got after it, but that when I Irish exit in Bethesda, like I know where I'm going.
Mm-hmm.
When I Irish exit in Leesburg, I think I'm an hour away from home.
Good.
Right.
Now you can't do it.
Landfill, will you give me a ride home?
Hell no.
No, I will give you a ride to Roy Rogers.
I do love Roy Rogers.
There are two in Leesburg.
Yo, Leesburg is winning. They got two Roy Rogers?
They're opening up a third, like real close.
Damn, they still have the Gold Rush chicken sandwich?
They certainly do.
I wouldn't kill for one of those right now, but I would maim for one of those right now. White Brian, I know we're new to this. We've just met recently. Would you give me a ride home from Leesburg?
Yeah.
Oh, bang! It's a Christmas miracle.
You're going to have to leave earlier than you want to leave.
Brian doesn't strike me as a dude that rages. Brian seems pretty buttoned up. He's the best dressed dude that's ever worked at a radio station. He dresses like an accountant.
Nah, he don't do that all the time. It's just today.
You see him dancing earlier?
He getting comfortable.
He'll have on a t-shirt by the end of next week.
I mean, that is by far the classiest outfit anyone's ever worn at a radio station. And not that it's particularly dressy, just everybody dresses like bums here.
I don't.
You dress well most of the time. You're the one
I dress well all the time.
Today, you're kind of chilling.
Yeah, but it's not bummy.
You're correct. Not
a
bummy.
flannel, homie.
I'm quasi-bummy today. I got a collar on, though.
Yeah.
Jeff, are you going to 1067 The Fan live?
Unfortunately, I'll be there.
Damn, why you say unfortunate?
Because that place is an hour and 30 minutes from my house.
No, it's not.
That's it.
Yo, you claim Greg's house is only an hour and 40 minutes.
I know where you live.
Hey, bro. Google Maps, according to Google Maps right now, without no tolls from my house.
Now, because there's traffic out there right now. When you're going down that night, there ain't gonna be no damn traffic. You be all right.
Yo, traffic's been chill this
There's
week.
always traffic in Virginia.
But
Bro, I've not traveled to
There
Virginia
is
and not
always
hit
traffic
traffic.
in Virginia.
Like,
the problem is
Yo,
definitely
right now from the office, it's 49 minutes.
from the office. I said from my house.
You don't live
40 minutes
40
from here?
minutes away from here, dude.
Bro. From my house, without no toll road or no express lanes.
You're trying to go the cheap route and save the $6 or whatever?
No, you know why I never like.
There's
why I
no
hate,
toll right there going that way now.
See, the thing is, I'd be cool driving through. I'd be like, yeah, I'll just pay them when they come in the mail. But then I forget that they came in the mail, and then they double, and then triple.
There we go.
I just got
Just
Delaware
get you
off
a
my
damn,
back.
what you call it?
I have one now, but still, so I went 30 minutes away.
If
I'll be there though.
See, the thing is,
I'm fired up.
this is the thing. You and everybody that live in Maryland and DC act like I never drive to y'all places.
B, you played in DC for how long? You're used to that drive.
No,
like that
it's
is like
not
a 5-minute ride
and-
for you.
It's not an hour 30 minutes to your house from that place. I would like to go ride with you one day. We go do it.
Hold on,
But
let's ask.
I'm not going to ride all over the damn country now.
Hey, Professor Landini, you live not that far from Leesburg. You're in Sterling. Sterling to
Hang on.
Leesburg, 20 minutes-ish, maybe 30. I don't know. Depends on traffic. Can everyone expect to see you get photos,
no.
sign autographs?
It's crazy, but I actually do have plans that night.
Really?
Yeah. Wild.
With his bed.
What do you have going on that night?
Like a nap.
It's the craziest thing. This grocery store has this policy That's the only night of the year that they let me buy vegetables. So I got to hit it up.
That's next level even for you, man.
It's wild.
Okay. Well,
I don't know why maybe they could change the policies, but it's all of them too. It's every grocery store, Aldi, Lidl, Wegmans, Safeway, Giant, Food Lion, all of them.
That's crazy, dog.
Crazy.
Jeff, weirdly, if you recall, always comes up with free vegetables. All summer, Jeff's walking around with an eggplant hanging out of his pocket. Jeff, maybe you could get Landfill some vegetables, and then he can come to the party.
Yeah, we're gonna get.
Well, since you going and not going to the event, I'm going to buy vegetables with you that night.
Whoa, B Mitch is getting vegetables?
Yeah.
B, you're on the marquee, bro. I think you
I
got to
really
show
don't
up.
care. I'm tired of being on the marquee when I don't get paid for it. I get on marquee when I get paid for it.
I am excited to go to Leesburg. And somebody sent me a note about like a cool bar we could go to before. I might try to keep my S together this night. I'm going to be honest with you. That's just far away from me. Although White Brian's saying he's going to give me a ride. Brian, the event starts at 7. I'd like to leave no later than 7:55.
We can make that happen.
Wait.
Oh, hold on. That's on a Friday too. Hey, I might party out Leesburg.
No.
No,
You're not
what?
letting him mess up your night.
What do you think Brian wants to do?
You get your damn Uber home. We're going to hang out.
You going to keep Brian out?
Yeah, Brian, you hanging out with us. We outside.
The two Brians on the loose in Leesburg, baby.
Hell yeah.
All right. So I need a new ride home. If you'd like to drive me home from Leesburg, please feel free to call in 800-636-1067. 800
Good luck with that.
800-636-1067. Seriously, it is time for Ask B Mitch Anything. Phone lines are open. Let's do it.
Commanders and the Falcons, that'll be Sunday on national television at 8:20 p.m. No update yet on Marshawn Lattimore's status for Sunday, according to head coach Dan Quinn. Same with John Allen, though Quinn said he's very encouraged about where he is in his recovery. This according to John Keim on his X account. Eagles coach Nick Sirianni said that Kenny Pickett will get the start Sunday against the Dallas Cowboys as Jalen Hurts continues to recover from his concussion. Hurts left the game against the Commanders midway through the first quarter after his head collided with the turf as he was hit by linebacker Frankie Louvu after a 13-yard run. Armed Forces Bowl is underway. Not a good start for Navy. Oklahoma leads at 14-0. Later on, Georgia Tech against Vanderbilt, Texas Tech against Arkansas, Syracuse against Washington State, Texas A&M against USC. Tulane running back Mekhi Hughes has entered the NCAA transfer portal. Hughes has 3,022 yards from scrimmage since 2023. Great night for the Washington Wizards. They beat the Charlotte Hornets again for the second time in a week, 113-110. Jordan Poole, a three-pointer with 8.1 seconds left. How'd it feel to hit that game winner?
Rewarding. Team effort, first and foremost. We battled all night. We found ways to continue just to make the right plays, especially down the stretch. Found ways to close out the game.
Poole had 25 and Bilal Coulibaly 20. The Wizards host the New York Knicks Saturday. Byron Kerp on The Fan.
Shout out to Heavy Metal Chris, just walking around saying what's up to people.
What's up, B. Mitch? Where the food at?
Heavy Metal Chris is a good dude.
Where the food at?
What up, Christoph? Titus Jones has an idea for me. I can't even say this with a straight face. He said, Commander Tequila will give you a ride home from Leesburg. I can't imagine a dude I'm getting in the car with less from Leesburg.
Bro.
All right, we open the phone lines.
Now that was funny.
Now, listen, I don't want to do this, but I'm going to do it. C-Dub 1906, very loyal listener. We appreciate him, right? Yesterday, I clowned him because his phone autocorrected Odyssey to Odyssey, like Homer, like the Odyssey. And he said, man, I'm a fan of yours, but, like, that was an unfair way to clown me. And his Ask B. Mitch Anything question is, this is an incredibly stupid can of worms I'm about to open. Can B. Mitch give you a little brother punch in the arm? Not a hard punch, but just like, oh, shut up.
I'm going
kid.
to do it like I do my little brothers.
Nah, yo.
I don't have a little brother. So.
This has
do
to be
it. Do it.
This has to be very reasonable. Now, White Brian, you should be trying to get this on the street.
The knuckle. Jeff, yeah, this used to do it. Jeff,
the knuckle. The knuckle.
You get the punch him, Jeff.
Nah,
Why
he too
does
hard.
Jeff punch me?
All right.
He asked
I
B.
hit with my left hand.
No.
Yo,
headbutt him.
it's like a 4 out of 10 punch.
No.
Not for you, a 2 out of 10 punch.
No, 8 out of 10.
No,
punch
not
on,
8 out of
on the
Yo,
arm.
Jeff,
on the
he's
arm.
a professional athlete. He could kill
No.
me.
I
That
was.
don't mean he could
I've been
punch.
retired for 20-something years now.
Look, just because you're a professional athlete don't mean you can punch.
You don't think B can punch?
Nope.
Let
You're
him
an
punch you in your jaw.
Yeah, let him punch you.
No, the question was,
If you're so confident he can't punch, let him punch you.
You shouldn't have played with our listener like that. Now you need
All
to
right,
take
all right.
the punch.
Nice
Hey,
and
yo,
easy.
get this on the.
That was perfect.
was soft.
He took it easy on me, and I'm cool with it. All right, our guy. You know what? What the hell? Let's get weird. Commander Tequila's leading us off. Hello, Commander.
Will you give
Hey, guys.
JP a ride home?
Yes, most definitely. I don't drink and drive. I don't drink.
You drink,
when
then
you're
you
going away
drive.
home. I drink at home. I drink at home.
I believe.
So, yeah,
I
most
certainly
definitely.
believe that part.
All right.
You know, I drink at home. So
All right.
yeah. But when is this being at? This Friday or next week?
The
I want to
event,
go.
the event is in
Yeah.
January.
Or in January? Okay. Yeah, most definitely. No, most definitely. I just got to buy a ticket. I got to buy it right now.
All right, let me see.
Do it?
Is it on here?
All right. Thank you, Commander.
I don't
See you Sunday, dude. Did you have a question?
I see you Sunday.
He said, when is the event?
The event is January 31st in Leesburg. There's
Yeah.
more information at 1067thefan.com.
Yeah, there you go.
I don't know if that's accurate, but I'm guessing it's accurate. All right, let's try to get a question for Brian. Ben is in Bethesda. What up, Benny?
Hey, I might know someone driving from Leesburg to Bethesda, but
Ooh,
I got a question I got a question for Brian.
Yeah.
So, obviously I was a big fan of you as a player, and I love your guys' show, B-Mitch and Finley, but I don't really know your transition. Like, what year did you stop playing football, and did you try any other businesses or, like, jobs besides going straight to media? And then kind of, like, just your evolution from into your playing career to where you're at now in a quick minute. So,
Well,
thanks, guys.
I was doing media while I was playing football. And when I retired in 2003, I immediately started doing radio. Then I started TV. Then I went full TV, back to radio and TV again. And now I do this radio show and another one. And do I do other businesses? Yes, I do a lot of different things.
There you have it. Thanks for the call, man. Yeah, I mean, in the media world, you got to do a lot of things.
I think Ali and Greg might be brothers. From
Spelling?
another mother. He just say Lanham, Maryland. LANUM.
Toothpick is on the line. What up, Pick?
What up, JP? What up, B-Mitch?
What up, brother?
All right, listen, I got a question for B-Mitch, but it's also going to go to JP and Lansfield. All right?
All right.
So, season 2 of Squid Games just came out. B-Mitch, I know you're competitive. How many games would you compete? And for JP and Lansfield, since JP's such an awesome athlete, who would win a game of marbles between JP and Lansfield? Don't forget, the loser gets shot.
I am not playing Squid Games. And JP and Landfield playing marbles. JP gonna win. Landfield not gonna much participate.
The loser, you have to participate. The loser gets shot.
Well, hell, he just gonna get shot.
I'll be honest. Landfill's younger than I am. I've never played marbles. I played marbles. Marbles, I think, aged out. Like, nobody I know has ever played marbles. Is that like where you
know me?
Throw jacks down and bounce them?
Shooting marbles.
Thank you, Pick.
Yes. Yep.
Landfill, you ever played marbles?
Tupic just trying to get somebody shot.
Yeah, that was wild.
He's going to lose or get shot. Well, hell, they're not going to play the game if the loser gets shot.
Yeah. Jeff, have you ever played marbles? I don't think anybody played marbles in the last 40 years.
Jeff, like, what is marbles?
No, I know what marbles is. It's just, dude, I've probably seen that on TV probably like once, but it was like
Leave it to Beaver.
Yeah, I was saying it was like Arthur or something.
I played it. Hell, it was life before you bastards came on the earth. Yeah, we played.
What you use? Marbles or rocks?
Marbles, fool.
Jeff, you had some choice words for Co from the Foe. Now, if anybody missed yesterday's program, Co from the Foe,
Jeff was going off on Co.
Co decided to yell at us for yelling at Nick Sirianni. Nick Sirianni's a boob, dude. He's a passionate person. That
He is
loses
not
his
that
cool.
good.
Right. Now, Jeff yelled at him privately. Now, Jeff, I'm going to give you a chance to yell at him on air. Hello, Co. Jeff wants to talk to you.
Hey, me and Cole already had our brother-to-brother talk.
already talked about it.
We'll do this internet stuff, JP.
That go to my question with B-Mitch. B-Mitch, I don't know if you heard this segment yesterday, but B-Mitch, back when you played, did coaches ever talk about or to the players during or after the game? Opposing players.
Talk trash to us?
Talk trash to them, talk about them, whatever.
For the most part, no. No, for the most part, not at all.
Not at all. Well, I heard clips with Dad going Ryan's, but Rex Ryan talk about his brother cut a person. I didn't heard Mike Tomlin talk to other guys. I mean, but you was a field you never heard.
I never heard. Listen, I can tell you the story. I had a coach come talk trash to me in the pregame, and I choke slammed his ass.
Okay,
and that's supposed to happen. But see, Nick Sirianni is always, the thing about it is they want players to always be stand up. Well, you can't tell me to be stand up if you can't be.
Yeah, exactly. I agree. Now, I ain't saying what the consequences was, but I know for a fact that in between them lines, everybody is men. He was talking trash.
Normally,
And that's just
but
how I
normally
feel.
when it's just a little correction or a high five or whatever, coaches and players handle it like men,
Right.
not like little like Nick Sirianni could talk a lot of trash because he got my homie standing next to him, Big Dom. If he was standing by himself, he wouldn't say one damn word.
Okay, well,
Thank you, Coach.
you know more personally on a personal level. All right, fella.
Yeah.
Let's go to Russ and Bowie. What up, Russ?
Hey, what's up, Finley? What's up, B-Mitch?
What's up,
How
brother?
you doing, man?
Hey, first and foremost, man, I love you guys more than words can tell you. I respect what y'all do. B, I've been a diehard Redskin fan my entire life. I still have a hard time calling him a Commander because I believe when you bleed burgundy and gold, you'll forever bleed burgundy and gold. My question for you, B, I mean, obviously, because I think Finley just found a ride, I was going to offer him a ride. I'm clean and sober, born again, firm believer in my Lord and Savior Jesus. But B-Mitch, I mean, why haven't they hired you as a coach?
Oh, I don't want to coach.
He
You don't
likes
wanna
playing
coach?
golf too
No,
much.
man, I don't like coaching. That's dedication right there, brother. I mean, they're over there
That is.
6, 7 in the morning till late at night. I don't have that desire.
Hey, thanks for the ride
But I
offer,
love-
Russ.
Yeah.
No, I mean, absolutely. I would definitely give you a ride. I mean, you're a stand-up dude. You are a player, so you know what it takes, and you just hold people accountable. I love the fact that you're a straight shooter. You always call it for what it is. You, 8 to the 9 Santana, as well as London. Man, I love you guys for life, man. I thank you for your dedication to this organization, and I can see the glory days are soon coming back.
Thanks,
All right,
buddy.
man. Appreciate you.
That was a hell of a call.
Coaching takes a lot, bro.
What's the number? High 6 figures, or has it got to get to 7?
No, it gotta be 7 figures. I'm gonna do a coach. If I'm gonna be away from my family that long, I need a little more than that.
Landfill, breaking news on the Fan. There's an NFL owner on hold. I think we should take this. He gets to cut the line, and I'm sorry. Hello, Jera. How are you? Oh,
Jera, what's up,
Jera
brother?
must not have swallowed his Blue Chew yet. Jera, you there? I'm going to throw Jera on hold. Jeff, see if you can sort that out. Let's go to our boy Los in Severna Park. What up, Los?
Hey man, if Reverend if the Reverend gives you a ride, you come out of that car looking like a father, you know, a man of the cloth, big fella. But hey, Merry belated Christmas to you guys and all that.
Same
Navy
to you,
just scored a touchdown. Navy just scored a touchdown, so they're only down by 7 against Oklahoma. But my question to you, B. Mitch, what is the best and the most expensive Christmas gift that you have ever received to this day?
Ooh. Best, expensive.
I think best and expensive don't have to be.
The best. I bought myself a car. 1991. Yeah, I bought myself a Christmas present.
What'd you get?
That's what I got me a M3. Red M3. Had about 18 speakers in that thing. Yeah. That was
Man of taste. What about you? What about you, JP?
For me, you know what I just got? What Lauren got me, it was a sous vide. I'm kind of excited to try that. The cooking thing. The best presents for me were when I was a kid. I got a new bike one year. I got a Sega Genesis one year. My favorite present, I've ever gotten though wasn't Christmas. It was my birthday. I've shown you the picture. When I got that black Redskins starter jacket, I was like 10.
But actually,
that was my favorite gift.
The chain I was going to use as my brass knuckle against you. That was a Christmas present from my wife and my kids.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, guys. I'll see you guys Sunday, all right? We're going to be tailgating to the break of dawn.
Thanks, buddy. Take care.
Man.
Well done, Los.
So back to my friend Ali. He spelled Lanham the first time Lanum. This time he spelled it Landum. I say, nope, I haven't said it the right spelling yet. I'm going to just let him keep trying.
What's great is that he's just going to keep trying rather than just Google it. Like, the answer to everything is at your fingertips, Ali.
It's not very, he's not doing very well right now.
Let's try again. Hello, Jera. How do you do?
I'm doing fine, Finley, and sorry about that. The little malfunction on the phone. I want to wish all y'all a very happy New Year. But listen, B. Mitch, you talking about your grandkids earlier, right?
Yep.
Hey, what was it, a little girl and a little boy?
Yep.
And the youngest, right? That's the little boy.
Yeah, CC and Bryce.
Bryce is your grandson?
Yep.
I'm going to ask you a couple questions, but you got to be honest. First time Bryce saw you and saw that head, he must have freaked out. That poor child must have said, "Oh, my God."
He said, "Grandpa."
He said, "That's not the man in the moon. That is a man that is the moon."
Yeah, he said, "G. Mitch."
Yeah, G. Mitch, what's
That's
up?
it. And the other question I have, you talking about him trying to walk and walking with a walker. How many times you try to get your car keys? So I'm waiting for him to just take your car and drive around like you did as a kid.
Oh, he got it. He got it. As soon as he turned 11, he can drive.
No, I don't think he's going to wait till 11. I think he's just going to take your keys now.
Oh,
Hey, you all have a great
He's going to be
New
a big boy, I tell you that.
Is he really?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Chip off the old block.
All right, brother.
How tall is? Deshaun's got to be he's
about 6'1" or 2.
Okay, but broad-shouldered, big guy.
Yeah.
All right, let's knock the rest of these calls out. Kevin is in Centerville. What up, Kev?
Hey, what's up? Happy holidays, y'all.
Same
You too,
brother.
buddy.
Hey, so like JP, before the last commercial break, you put out the offer out there to listeners and everything. It made me wonder, didn't JFK have like some sort of like connection with a ride service, or whatever? I mean, like, you putting it out there is great, and you've had some good listeners and everything, but the way you said that makes me think of like a Stephen King novel, like Misery or something, where you get like a fan that like literally will take you back home and disappear you for a while. And then you'll be like hobbled, just like that James Caan in the movie.
I'd prefer for that not to happen. Kev.
Yeah, I agree. But have you really seen your P1 listeners? The people that show up at these things aren't always right in the brain. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're very crazy.
The one in Bethesda was dope. Everybody was cool.
Yeah.
I just got hammered and had to get out of there.
I get it, man. But
listen, the crisis is averted, Kevin.
You trust your listeners
Hold
like
on.
that.
Let me ask you this, because I don't know this dude that well. Should I trust our listeners or White Brian? Dude I've met for a week that just got lost walking back from the kitchen again.
I think you might not want to trust Brian the Bulldog. Brian was sitting here to get you because he know you do stupid stuff.
Yeah, I wonder if Brian's like an undercover covert op to make sure I stay on the straight and narrow. Is that what's going on here? I don't know, Kev. You got me thinking about a lot of stuff, man. Landfill's about to start playing the X-Files music. Thank you. All right, Drew is on the line from the Eastern Shore. Drew, go ahead, bud.
Hey, guys. First, happy holidays, happy New Year. And I have to say thank you. I've been prepping and shopping all day, and I've had the radio on listening to the show. And it's just been a blast as we get ready for Sunday. But I do have a serious question for B-Mitch, two-parter B-Mitch. Okay. So I just finished all my prep. I still got some work to do, but it caused me to wonder, do you have your tutu ready, and are you going to put it on after we win on Sunday? And if so, where are you going to be wearing that so we can see it for real?
I'm going to figure this out myself, and I ain't telling y'all a damn thing. That's basically what's happening.
I think
it'll be
the tutu reveal should be on the show.
No, it's gonna be something. It's gonna be on film somewhere, but it won't be where you're gonna be standing around giving me those
What
damn
about on the
heckling.
field, the Beltway, when you do your show with Mitch? I think he should be streamed live right then, JP.
Nah, that's all right.
because he's doing his show. They're competing. No, it won't be there.
We'll figure this thing
I
out.
think it should be here on Monday.
Nah.
It's got to be here because it's a promise made here.
First of all, I made the promise. I ain't tell y'all y'all had no choices in it.
Landfill? Can we get a ruling?
Landfill don't get no. I don't give a damn
He's
what
the-
you say.
he's the
Landfill
professor.
ain't the professor. He's your professor. He ain't my professor.
That was one of my favorite lines. You don't drop it as often anymore. I don't give a damn what you say. Last call. Thank you, Drew. Lawrence is in D.C. Larry, what up?
Here you go. What's up, Jay? What's up, B-Man?
What up, man?
Yo, so, B-Man, I'm going to give you a little bit of background. My mama's from Lafayette, so, we know about you. I was born and raised in D.C. But my question is, Luke McCaffrey.
Yes.
Both of y'all have kind of similar backgrounds. Both of you were playing quarterback, came into the league, and now on special teams. How do you feel about him? Do you feel like, because he did amazing on special teams last week, do you feel like that's his MO right there, or do you feel like he's going to go back to a slot wide receiver?
I think Luke is going to be able to help you on special teams and at the receiving position. I just think that everyone was jumping the gun so soon. He's only been playing wide receiver for a matter of about 2 years tops. And that's
Right,
including
right.
college and now. So he has to learn how to play it in the league. And once he get that down, the dude has athleticism. So I expect him to be damn good.
Yeah, he was snapping. Yeah.
Oh, he can pick him up, put him down now.
Thank you, Lawrence. Have a great day, man.
He
Enjoy the game.
He comes from a family of athletes. I can tell you that.
Ballers.
Yeah, y'all Sunday, man.
All right, bro.
Safe drive.
Be cool, man.
See you, bud. Nobody go anywhere. Let's talk about this Commanders-Falcons matchup when we return.
This update is brought to you by Reynolds Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Dan Quinn says it's hard to think that cornerback Marshawn Lattimore will be back ready for Sunday, but he did have positive news on Jonathan Allen.
He had a really good week. That's the thing that I was looking forward. Would he be able to hit all the markers in practice? Contact, going, run game, pass game. So it was good to see him. I had a great sense yesterday that the arrow was trending up, and then saw that again.
Armed Forces Bowl continues closer to halftime. Oklahoma leads Navy 14-7. Tulane running back Mekhi Hughes will enter the NCAA transfer portal. Wizards down the Hornets again, 113-110. Jordan Poole, a three-pointer with 8.1 seconds left to win it. They host the Knicks Saturday. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. Byron Curb on the Fan.
B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. It is the Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday.
Yeah,
Enjoy
it
it responsibly. Scotty's Vodka is Maryland made, amazingly smooth and loved throughout the DMV.
Especially in the V.
Pause, dog.
Virginia, dude. DMV, DC, Maryland, Virginia. Why is he always
Jeff, he's out here
stuck
talking about in the
thing?
V. Yo, the fans
stuck in the
merch shop
pause
is
thing.
also open for holiday shopping. Go to 1067thefanshop.com. There's a lot of dope shirts on there. If you still got to get somebody a present or something. When you were a player, Brian, because listen, there are ways that Washington's game is done. Like there's a chance by the time we get to Sunday night football that the Commanders are already in the playoffs. I thought Dan Quinn was honest when he's like, yeah, I'm aware of all of it, but I'm just focused on Atlanta.
Yeah.
As a player, would that be different?
No. As a player, I'm focusing on Atlanta. If someone tells me who one thing, whatever, I'm not going to go into the game lax. That's when you're going to get your ass hurt. I'm still going to the game trying to show out, be who you are. Because the way I always felt about it, once I knew we were in the playoffs, then you got to hit another gear. Because like I said before, preseason, regular season, playoffs, Super Bowl, all three of them have a different level. And it constantly goes up. So why relax instead of going out there trying to attack it?
Do you think it helps, hurts, makes no impact that Washington is playing primetime?
I don't think it makes a deal at all because the importance of the game is what matters. We as fans and all that, we get caught up in the primetime, this, that, and the other competition. You're playing against a team that's trying to stop you from going where you want to go. That's all it needs. And once you get that, let's go for it.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. I think it'll be somewhere between. I think it's exciting for fans. I think it'll be dope to see this light show. I hate that it's going to be raining because I think this crowd would be pretty damn epic and the rain will actually impact that. But, can't control Mother Nature. That's just the way this thing goes.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
How big of a deal do you think this Lattimore trade? So he missed a bunch of games when they traded for him.
Mm-hmm.
Now it sure seems like he ain't playing Sunday. At what point do you start to judge the trade differently with the missed time?
I just think they know what he's capable of. And if he doesn't happen to play as well on as many games this year, what if he comes back next year and play them? I think that's the ultimate thing. You still want that level of talent in your building. And I don't think they made a mistake, by doing it. They knew he was banged up and they still wanted him. You know what I mean? So I don't believe that Peters or Quinn is going to want a guy who's injured if he's not good. And we saw he was on the field, they didn't even throw the ball his way.
He's definitely good.
Mhm.
It's just a matter of if he can stay consistently on the field. And that's kind of the one thing that has been a factor for him throughout his career is he's missed time, man, and missed it regularly. And you sure hope they can sort this out. Dude, De'Ami Brown also looks like he might be out in this thing. Let's see. Did they put the official injury report out yet?
They signed another receiver or something yesterday, didn't they?
Yeah, but that's more of a depth thing. I mean, you do have Terry McLaurin dealing with that ankle,
It's a
but
depth thing, but we found out depth things end up on the field in this day and age.
if De'Ami can't go, or
You got Zacchaeus, you got Crowder, Terry, Luke. Who else?
Osborne?
Yeah, KJ should be getting ready by the time now. So that's 5.
I mean, they're gonna have 5.
And you hope
they're gonna have people out there.
But if Terry has an ankle, they may have another person up. You never know.
Yeah, it's Terry's gonna be up, but he's playing through something. That's what that guy has done throughout his career. I just it's gonna be really interesting to kind of watch it all unfold, I think. And I don't know. You're at some point you're losing bodies all over the place. You'd like to have Lattimore most, I would say. But without him, are you nervous about BSJ being out there?
I'm nervous or not, he's gonna have to be out there. So, and I mean, but then again, we've seen games when Lattimore wasn't up and BSJ was out there, and if he did something, they went away from him. So you have Noah, you have Mike Davis. So other guys will have to be ready to play. And I would say this: if you've been in that situation, BSJ have to learn to move your feet and stop just grabbing. Because when you panic and grab, you're gonna get a flag thrown on you. Move your feet, look, and put your hands up. Then you'll be on the field more often.
Totally. And he's going into a contract year. Like, whether it's here or somewhere else, you want to at least throw a couple good games of film out there, show that you can evolve as a player. You know what I mean?
Definitely.
I think it's tough if you don't have Lattimore. I do think Ertz will be much better this week if you don't have De'Ami. I think he can be more of a threat. And it was interesting. I was actually listening to Hoffman and Logan last night, and Atlanta's rush defense has been better, but they haven't faced a rushing attack like Washington. And I feel like Jaden, with his legs, has been super effective over the last, maybe since the bye week, and just getting healthy and kind of getting everything going. Do you think they get the run game back on track against Atlanta? Because I honestly kind of do.
I think they're going to try. And I will say this. B-Rob, as being around him and talking to him a little bit, is a type of guy where he's highly pissed off at what happened last week. He's going to bring everything he can bring to the table. And I think people have to realize when running backs have good games, you know who takes a lot of pride in that? The offensive lineman.
Sure.
When they don't have good games, they also take a lot of heat for it. I believe the O-line going to be ready to go. So I think this is a game where they're going to try to establish the run. Atlanta's going to try and stop it. But I don't think Atlanta is used to what number 5 is.
No, I don't know that a lot of the league is, honestly. And I think that makes a huge difference, man.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting to watch it all unfold. And I am really excited for this game. I hate that the weather's going to be miserable, but I'll just keep saying that and then tell myself not to say it.
We played against Atlanta in 1991. We scored 51 points. It was in the rain.
That's a good point.
If you could play football, you can play football no matter what. Put the right cleats on. Slow down your pace a little bit when you get ready to cut. If you're good, you're good. You can still put points on the board.
This team ain't that team, but you're right. I hear you. Landfill, as somebody that generally worries, how do you feel about the Commanders playing this game in prime time? Sunday Night Football, bright lights.
If you'd asked me last year or really at any point before this season, I hated when they played primetime games because we were just going to get embarrassed in front of, 20, 25 million people. But since they got Jaden Daniels, they seem to have a competent coaching staff. I like it. We get to see our team. They're the only game on. Everybody's talking about it. And pretty much any kind of football media is going to be talking about your team. And they're usually going to be saying positive things. So I'm a big fan.
It's kind of to your point yesterday when Kingsbury was talking. I think it was Bram. Somebody apologized. They're like, sorry to ask you another one about Jaden. And Kingsbury's like, man, keep him coming. I'll talk about that dude all day. and it's Jaden Daniels in a lot of ways has kind of changed things for Washington and for fans where you're not as freaked out about the spotlight because this dude deserves the national spotlight.
Like in previous seasons, we'd play a primetime game and everybody would just end up clowning on us because that dude was stirring the Gatorade with the cups. But now what happens is we play a primetime game and people are like, oh man, Terry McLaurin's really good. Look, Jaden Daniels, he just threw 4 touchdowns. How many sacks did they have? This is fantastic. Playoff team, baby.
I forgot about my man stirring the Gatorade.
I remember that.
I don't think that was a primetime game though, was it?
I thought it was a Thursday night game.
I'm going to pull it up.
Wasn't that also the game where they misspelled London Fletcher's name?
Oof, that was tough. I mean,
they forgot to see.
No,
I forget exactly how they misspelled it, but they misspelled it.
No, it was Flechter. Like they had the.
They forgot to see.
No, they had the C before the T. Fletcher, right?
I thought one of them was missing.
Yes, but not like. I mean, I'll pull the picture up. I think they spelled it Flecther or something. Like it's supposed to be TC. I think they went CT. Landfill, is that right? Yeah, whatever. It doesn't matter. London's our guy. It was a dumb mistake by somebody dumb that doesn't work there anymore. We got to make some bets. Nobody go anywhere. Maybe I'm going through withdrawals. Maybe. B-Mitch and Finley, 1067, the fan. I hit my bet yesterday. I took Toledo in the Meineke Car Care Bowl.
What were they favored by?
Ooh, they were getting points, and they won it outright in like 5 overtime.
Yo.
6
Can we hit the
overtime.
sounder? Sheesh.
Well, I can't just talk about something, Jeff?
God.
I'm the disc jockey here. Jeremy Shockey. Disc jockeys jock me. You want to hit the sounder, Jeff? I was letting the weekend play.
Yes, I want to hit a sounder. It ain't no way to wrap up the weekend without it.
Let White Brian decide. He's very nervous. Brian, are you still nervous every time I talk to you on the radio?
Not as much.
Okay, we're getting there.
We're getting there.
Or do you think someday you'll be able to
Why are you nervous, Brian?
find your way to and from the kitchen?
I think I'll figure it out eventually.
If you haven't figured that out yet, you're not gonna figure it out.
It's
You
not
just keep
that-
walking. You just keep walking by this first turn and say, have you ever thought about? Let me see what's over there. I'm sure I won't get lost. You ever tried that?
No.
When you leave out, do you go that way that you normally come, or you come right here?
I'm taking the shortcut now.
When you leave out,
The shortcut, there's no shortcut. That's just the way.
Not the long way.
Brian, how do you get to work? How do you get to this building? Do you drive or public transit? Do you take a scooter?
The metro.
You take the metro.
Yeah.
How many times have you gotten lost from the Navy Yard metro stop to this building?
I've managed to find it every time.
No.
How many times have you taken the Department of Transportation exit? Be honest.
So far, I've gotten off at the right exit every time.
All right.
Proud of you. Now, it's exactly 2 blocks, and it's one street. Have you messed that portion of the walk up yet?
No, but I had to use GPS the first couple times.
Shout out to White Brian, new
Brian,
addition to the
Brian.
program.
It's okay to keep some things to yourself.
Now, for God's sakes, let's let Jeff hear the sounder.
Ah.
I love this. D. Shea just chimed in the stream chat. He said, "White Brian sounds white." Yo, can we get White Brian on screen just so everybody knows what he looks like? Here, Brian,
Go ahead,
smile,
Brian.
dude. Look, that's a well-dressed dude right there for a radio. Look, Landfill's covering up over there, and White Brian's wearing a sweater with a collared shirt underneath it. All right, I won yesterday. I think I won the week, frankly.
No, you didn't.
Okay. Before I was so rudely interrupted by my information being leaked out by a journalist. The only people who hit their bets last night is JP.
Bang.
And
No.
White Brian.
I thought Toby took the Wizards.
Toby not on the show. He don't count.
Damn, Toby just took an L. But tonight I bounced back.
My bad. Rice Cube is not on the show. That's his nickname now.
What's that
Rice
what they
Cube.
call him? They call him Rice Cube. or
Rice
something.
Cube.
I don't
There's
know.
another one they call him
that.
too.
Oh, Manny Snacky.
Yeah, Manny Snacky.
Manny Snacky. But
let me tell you,
I legit don't know if we're supposed to say Rice Cube. Man.
this stream is serious, dog.
White Brian, do you do the stream for Grant and Danny now too?
No, just you guys.
Just us. Okay. Because something tells me the streams, the chats would be different between our program.
I
and
think
their program.
I think Dum Dum does the stream for Grand Denny.
Oh,
Dum Dum
congratulations,
Yeah,
Big Stallion. All right,
that'd be
let's
great
make
to have
some
a
picks.
dumb ass horse. You go.
all right, I want to make my pick first.
I know
Y'all-
who it is.
Y'all already
we
know
don't
who I'm
pick on the
going.
weekend. We
Shout out to all my fans that's gonna be at Northwest Stadium. My boy Scarens, Terrence, McLaren, Drew. Shout out everybody. We turning up this weekend. We supporting our boys. We gonna go break these dirty birds' wings, clean them up, skin them, put them on B Mitch Smoker, and we having some Falcons on Sunday night around 12 o'clock a.m.
Okay. Jeff's taking the Skins.
Monday morning, 12 a.m. My bad.
We don't normally play on
Well,
on the
just
weekend.
make a pick for the Commanders game.
Commanders.
Brian's taking the Commanders. White Brian?
Bengals -3.5.
Bengals -3.
He just say hell with this game.
Landini? The professor?
I'm taking the Commanders.
Oh!
All right. I wish you would zag today.
I ain't zagging.
If you zag, we gonna drag.
I think the Commanders win, and I think they win comfortably. I think they win by 6-ish. I think they cover. I like Washington in this game. I like Washington to clinch the playoffs. And I more and more, I said it months ago. I'm not going to stop saying it. No fading Jaden. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to Josh Kendall from joining us from Atlanta. Thank you to PFT Commenter joining us from Chicago. Thank you to Amelia Draper joining us from Northwest Washington. Thank you to Mike Beasley joining us from Lord knows where. Bees sounded like he was on a rocket ship, didn't he?
Yep, he did.
Thank you to everybody that called in. Thank you to Jeff. Thank you to Landini. Thank you to White Brian. Brian and I will be out at that game Sunday, rain or shine. Say what's up if you're there. Grant and Toby coming your way next.
Say what's up to me. JP will buy you a beer.
Nah, dog. A beer.
A beer.
I will buy everyone a beer. You split it.
No.
Right?
That's not how it works, bro.
I'm buying everybody beers in Leesburg. Is that ticket open bar?
I will pay for the lawyer for the people to get you.
Is the Leesburg ticket open bar? Do
No.
we know that answer?
Hell no.
If it is open bar, I'll buy you a drink there.
You still saying you'll buy a drink.
If you made it this far, White Brian will give you a ride home.
Good Friday afternoon. Welcome into Grant and Danny. You are listening live to The Fan. Danny is out today. Toby Altizer is in alongside, and we are taking you all the way up to 6:30 this evening. Of course, you can listen to the show all over the place on the Odyssey app. You can watch us live in high definition on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page. We'll get you ready for another weekend of NFL football, and more importantly, the Commanders and the Falcons on Sunday. Washington trying to clinch a playoff spot. Tobes, how was the holiday?
Oh, it was good. It's been a minute, GP. It's good to have your voice back on the airwaves. And yeah, it was a good holiday. It was good. Really just spent time by myself, had a nice steak on Christmas Day, and enjoyed some days off just chilling at home.
Love it. Yeah, Christmas with the kids it's back to the magic of your childhood. So it was a lot of fun. We were at the in-laws' house pretty much all night on Christmas night into yesterday, and then back home, and they immediately started playing with all their toys. The big hit, which I did not see coming, by the way, the thing that they liked the most so far, it seemed like, at least in terms of minutes spent playing with a toy, is a little mini air hockey table that has been like on our kitchen table. There's been great consternation. It has led to many a fight. It keeps score electronically, so there's no like finagling the scoreboard. Sure. And at 10, it just kind of shuts off. The air stops blowing. But I think there have been hours spent already on that mini air hockey table, which Santa must have known. I mean, when they go to Chuck E. Cheese, they spend some time on the air hockey paddles. But yeah, it's been a smashola at the Paulson household.
That sounds like fun. I love some air hockey. I loved playing it growing up. So good for your kids. I love it.
Air hockey, pool, ping pong, skee ball, all of those games where you can get like the B-list versions of it in your basement or whatever. Where are you best? What's your game?
My game. So when I worked there was a camp in Wisconsin that had this old school foosball table.
Oh, foosball off the board.
That was my go-to. Like foosball.
Did you do spinners?
No spinners. But it has to be like old school because there were little things in the corner so the ball couldn't get stuck in the corner. You know, like it was always continuous play. I love some foosball. If we're going stuff like you were saying, I think probably air hockey.
Yeah. You know what? Let's protect you from yourself a little bit. Let's give you an extra several days, get you to the holiday. We'll come back. You're going to be in Toronto where he always plays great against a marquee matchup in the conference against the Leafs. Get him back on the ice for that game and then get you going for your stretch run. So I think they handled it really well. Ovi obviously busted his butt in the rehab, but you knew he was going to come back pretty quickly when you saw him like, I don't know if it was 3 or 4 days after the injury, he was already at a Wizards game walking around in a boot.
Yeah.
And then another 5 or 6 days after that, he was like skating very gracefully, but also not putting a lot of weight on his, boots on the ice. You knew he was not going to be a lengthy recovery.
I mean, he went out and skated trying to see if he could come back in that game, right? Like he didn't look good, but he was trying to get back in that game. So credit to the Caps for being smart. I mean, if this were playoff time, he probably comes back a couple of weeks ago, like you were saying. Maybe he gets back out there before Christmas, but there's no need to rush. The Caps, surprisingly, kind of found a little bit of a rhythm. They're playing decently well. They lost a couple of games, but I mean, the fact that they've been playing well, you've seen guys step up. I was watching the Altcast the other night. You called a pro goal, and Protas was the first one to find the net. So, those sorts of guys stepping up and fill in the hole while he was gone. You hope that they can continue that role as they kind of go back to their normal lines and guys fill their normal spots when Ovi comes back. If that's the case, I mean, the Caps are already one of the best teams in the league, add Ovi back in. Like, if he can come back in any sort of form like he was before he got hurt, look out.
Yeah, other than the Winnipeg Jets, essentially, they're probably the best team in hockey right now. And they've done it now for several weeks without Ovechkin. So to slot him back in and to get all of their lines lined up the way they want to, I mean, this is a legitimate playoff club, and this is a team that would have a chance, assuming they can stay healthy, get into the playoffs, playing the kind of hockey they have these last few weeks. I mean, they're a real contender for the first time since they were Cup winners back in 2018, which is exciting to have a team in the playoffs. The Commanders will be there as well, it looks like. We'll get to them in 1 minute. But transitioning over to the NFL, I've not been on the air since Christmas Day, so I just wanted to say, I actually thought the Netflix presentation of football was really good. And I don't know what the response has been. You've been in on a couple different shows. You could tell me how people felt about it. But I've been kind of in my own little bubble, basically doing my own thing at home with the fam. But 65 million viewers tuned in on Christmas Day to 2 Netflix games. Nothing live has been streamed quite to this magnitude yet. And I thought it was seamless. We had multiple screens going, one in the kitchen where we're cooking, another around the big screen where everyone's sitting around watching. I will say one of the screens ended up being a little bit behind the other. I'm not really sure why, specific to our viewing experience. But it was 2 areas of the house, so it didn't really matter. I just thought overall, it went about as well as it could. I know there were so many complaints for that big fight between the YouTuber and Mike Tyson.
And valid complaints, because it literally just stopped or wouldn't play. That was never the case, at least from my end.
Actually, a good thing, because no one should have been watching that, obviously. So it not playing was actually what all of those people deserve. The only thing that would have been better is if it would have just somehow in the arena frozen everybody there forever.
Well, I think at one point, Antonio Brown on his Twitter was getting more viewers of that fight than on Netflix.
That makes perfect sense, too. The fact that he's somehow involved, again, put everybody in a spaceship. Wherever they end up, I hope it's a great place. That having been said, though, I think we did really well.
Yeah.
Everyone was complaining and worried and saying, oh, it's going to be buffering. I don't know what each person's experience was like, but I didn't have 1 second of an issue watching NFL games. I thought the score bug looked awesome. I thought the Eagle Party with Ian and Noah, the broadcast teams, they spent crazy amounts of money on their pre and post game shows. I never even saw the comedians or what their role was, so I must not have been watching
Very
at the right
brief.
moment.
I mean, you'd be shocked that Burt Kreischer took his shirt off.
Oh, weird.
So he was kind of hanging out with some fans pregame, and I think Nate Bargatze had something come out on Christmas Eve, so they had him on, and he talked briefly about it. But I actually thought they did a good job. We were talking about joking 22 different media personalities, on-air personalities. I thought they did a good job balancing it. I think they had a nice desk pregame where they were talking with the McCourties and Laura Rutledge. I thought Kay Adams did a good job with RG3 and Mina Kimes and that crew.
Did they have different panels pre and post for each game, or was it the same crew doing it the whole day?
I think it was pretty much the pregame was Laura Rutledge and the McCourties and maybe someone else on there. And then
for both games?
No, they were on site in Pittsburgh.
Gotcha.
So they kind of, once that game was over, they were done. And then it was Kay Adams and RG3 and Drew Brees.
Manti Te'o. That's what I saw.
So I thought they did a good job, though, of mixing it in where each person got their say. They had their clear role. Because for that many people on only 2 games, it didn't seem like each person was going to get their say, but they did. So I thought they did a good job. The only issue I have with Netflix, and I think, in the modern world of sports betting, it's hard with streaming when you're behind, right? Like if I want to live bet the Chiefs and I'm looking at, ESPN trying to figure out, I'm 2 plays, 3 plays behind.
Great point.
On the stream. So that's the only issue. If they could fix something like that. And I think coming down the line, this is a real trial run of potentially being a part of the next NFL's package. So, if they can fix that, though, I thought everything else was great.
So I did not live bet that game, which is rare for me, but I did not have that issue. But you're totally right. I had a couple of bets pregame that I would check, every now and then, as if they're going to change, by the way. Right. I don't know why I stare at my bets. I'm like, let's see. Well, still looking good or still looking terrible. I will say the parlays I like to keep track of as they go.
Did you have better luck on Christmas with your parlays?
I did, actually.
Okay, good.
Yeah, we did okay on Christmas.
Is it because the Lions did not play and you didn't have one of their running backs screw you?
The Lions running backs love to screw me. Toby's gotten an angry text or 2 about that. But I thought that was awesome. And as good as that presentation was, it wasn't like the games were great. Thursday Night Football, man, last night.
Oh.
We should have all gotten a prize for watching that game. That should be a new rule. When there's not a touchdown scored and the offense is that ugly, I didn't think it was good defense.
No.
I mean, it was fine defense statistically. They played at a high level. But to me, when you have a 6-3 game like that, it tells you like, oh man, these defenses were dominating. You think of like old school AFC North, Steelers, Ravens type stuff. I didn't think that's what this was. To me, this was really, really gross offense. And it was just a grind of a watch for the Seahawks to get a win. They didn't really deserve that much last night against a worse Bears team. And we always say on this show, Danny and I, some games somebody wins, but there are also games where like somebody lost or just got to be the team that finished first. That's what yesterday felt like to me. That was bad.
I mean, when you score 6 points and win, you don't deserve to win. Just frankly, I mean, like it was ugly in the entire game. Neither offense had anything going. The one exciting play gets called back, right? Caleb Williams rolling out to his left with a seed of a throw into the end zone that would have been the only touchdown of the game, gets called back for a hold. Thomas Brown feels like he's in over his head. He's calling timeouts when he shouldn't. He can't make his mind up on 4th down at the end of the game. Like, there were so many bad things.
I don't know that he was a legitimate candidate to be their head coach. I thought yesterday was pretty disqualifying.
100%.
For him at this point, certainly in that job, which isn't to say that he won't get another one. But with Caleb Williams as a 1-1 pick at quarterback, that is going to be a hotly competitive gig. I mean, people are going to want that. The performance they had on primetime national television yesterday, and from his standpoint as a coach, I think is a disqualifier.
Well, and I feel bad for him because this is a guy that was really sought after, you remember, a couple coaching cycles ago, not maybe as a head coach, but as someone that could get that bump up to be an offensive coordinator and play caller. He gets that opportunity in Carolina. We saw how that went last year. Now he gets an opportunity in Chicago. That's not going well either. You know, this is a guy that's endorsed by McVay. And generally when McVay endorses you around the league, that's gold. It hasn't really worked out for him.
So I think he's gotten 2 terrible opportunities.
100%.
But it is what it is. I mean, if those are your chances and you say yes, and why wouldn't you? In this case, to be an interim head coach is a no-brainer. And they go this way, it will change how people view you. It's just natural. And that is totally what's happening. To your point, I mean, McVay loves him. I've said this on the show before, but there are 2 people Sean McVay's ever reached out to me about, as if to say, like, you're going to love this guy. He should be a coach. Washington should interview him, kind of thing. One is Thomas Brown. The other is Raheem Morris before he got the Falcons job when the Commanders were interviewing him. But there are a lot of people around the league, not just McVay, who think highly of him. But I think 2 things can be true. Caleb Williams right now is not playing well enough and is broken and is holding onto the ball and seeing ghosts. And also, and it's weird to say this because I said before the year, I thought he had the best situation for any rookie quarterback ever in terms of insulation, talent around him, weaponry, receivers. I did not properly account for the coaching part of the scenario. I think he has a terrible situation and has since the moment they took over this year. Shane Waldron hung him out to dry, did a bad job. I still think, even right now, like, here's how I know that the plan yesterday for Caleb Williams was horrendous from Brown and company. He was 1 for 9 with an interception on throws beyond 7 yards yesterday. 1 for 9. The fact that there are only 9 throws out of almost 30 beyond 7 yards is in and of itself a tell that that offense is broken. Some of that is on the quarterback, not all of it. And then 1 for 9, unless you're just missing wide open receivers, is unacceptable. Like, we watch Jaden Daniels, who's electric and unbelievable and talented here, and he's a great player, but he's mostly throwing to guys that are open beyond 7 yards. That doesn't happen with the Bears nearly enough.
Well, and the tough part is this is a guy that coming out, a lot of what you're describing is issues that he had coming out as a prospect. You needed to fix a lot of this stuff. Inaccuracy, some of that stuff. He needs to play in structure. The problem is you can say, well, he's still living off of street ball, which he does, but have they done anything to help him play in structure? Is the structure of the offense good at all? That, you know, it's something, you're right. Like, the weapons that he had around him, I don't know that a rookie quarterback has had coming into the league probably ever. I think the 2 things that we discounted were the O-line is still terrible and the coaching doesn't help them at all. And we should have learned from last year watching an offensive coordinator not do his quarterback any benefits, that it's still incredibly important that you have a play caller and an offensive coordinator that's going to draw up stuff that plays to that guy's strengths. And Waldron didn't do a good job doing that. Whoever is calling the plays now, Thomas Brown or whoever, is not doing a good job of drawing that stuff up because, you know, where's the simple slant? Where's a simple curl? Where's a simple hitch? Where are any of these things that you see Jaden complete, 4 and 5 of in the first quarter so Cliff can get him going, and then he starts hitting the field shots and making plays in the intermediate stuff. I mean, there's stuff like getting on the same page. You're in week 17, and I get they're both rookies, but there's one last night where it's like a 20-yard in, and you've got Rome Odunze who's open. Odunze sits. Caleb Williams wants it to go. I think he still overshoots him, but you're 17 weeks in. You're not on the same page yet?
With a guy that you've been best buddies with since draft night. And you've been throwing with all offseason,
Exactly.
going up to week 1, who had 1 catch last night. Since the Hail Mary loss in Washington, when the Bears with seconds left are already celebrating the win, remember you got a DB trolling the crowd in Landover. They are 0-10, and they've been outscored by 109 points. Just a complete collapse. Coaches have been fired. The season's gone off the rails. Caleb Williams has been sacked 47 times in those 10 games. A 80 sack pace over 17 games. I wonder if there was a redraft right now where he would go.
Yeah.
Because I think he has shown enough spectacular moments and plays where I think the average person that actually studies the league would look at him and go, if you get the right quarterback coordinator relationship, he's going to be just fine. If you hire the right coach and the right play caller for him, this is going to work out really well. And they'll view him not only as someone who struggled some, but as a victim a little bit this year. But I still think you would, based on Jaden Daniels having such an incredible season, I think you would see most people take him over him. I think Drake May would go over him, according to most evaluators. May, quietly, because the Patriots are horrendous, has been remarkable. He's the youngest starting quarterback in the NFL, and he's been top 8 in the league in accuracy and top 3 in play creation at this point on the season. I mean, he's doing a lot of good things. He looks like playing in a terrible offense with bad players around him. He could be a really unique talent. So I think he might go 3rd, actually, in a redraft.
I might still take him 2nd because I was super high on him. Jaden would be number 1 for me, and then I might go Caleb Williams. It's close between him and May, but I'm curious how people around the league are going to view him because there's 2 guys that I can think of off the top of my head that were early first-round picks, and they couldn't have different views around the league. Zach Wilson was a number 2 pick, and everyone's out on him. Sam Darnold was a top 5 pick. What was he, 3rd?
I think he was 2nd.
2nd.
Yeah.
He was picked early, and he sucked nonstop. And everyone said, I think if you got him the right play caller, that he could figure it out. They kept saying it, right? Even when he was horrible. No one's saying that about Zach Wilson. How do people view Caleb Williams? You know, it's only been a rookie year, so we're not giving up on him. But if things continue to go in this sort of manner, are people going to view him on the Zach Wilson like, it was nice, it was fun, we're done? Or is it going to be the Sam Darnold, put him in the right spot, and he could still excel?
See, I don't think anyone should. Maybe, look, people are going to jump on you when they can, because now everything's this fan base infighting.
Yeah.
So like Commanders fans or Broncos fans or Patriots fans are going to pounce on Caleb Williams, just like they will, you know, when Jaden Daniels had his bad primetime game against the Eagles, the Bears fans will come out of the woodwork. That's silly. You know, that happens. But I don't think any reasonable person who watches a lot of ball is going to look at Caleb Williams this year and think he's a bust or can't play. Like, there's too many deposits. My normal way of viewing young quarterbacks, and Daniels has broken that a little bit this year because there haven't been a lot of, you know, the negatives. But generally, I want a couple of positives with all the negatives. That's what we used to want out of a rookie. I think Caleb Williams is a good example of that, frankly, where you just go, yeah, I know you threw a couple of bad picks. And by the way, he went 2 months without throwing an interception. But I know you hold on to the ball too long. You take these sacks, and that's always been my issue with him, and it's what I don't like about his game very much. But look at this play. Look at the thing you created here. Look at this throw you made from one hash to the other numbers that very few guys can make. That's arm talent. And I think most people that watch him see enough of that for sure. Something we can get into a little bit later. I want to get to the Commanders and the Falcons next, though, because we got some notes coming out of Ashburn today, including what looks like it's going to be a game that Marshawn Lattimore does not play in. How much does that change this weekend against Atlanta? And how confident are we that the Commanders get the win they need to clinch if they don't get some help from Tampa Bay earlier on the Sunday slate? They will have to win to get in against the Falcons in primetime. How sure are we that they beat Atlanta? That's next on Grant and Danny. Toby's in today. You're listening to The Fan. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Danny is out today. Toby Altizer is in. Darius and Ryan alongside on the production. We're taking you up to 6:30 this evening on this Friday. And then next week, Danny will be back, I think, midweek. We'll be back at full strength for a couple days heading into the new year. Question about Sunday's game is, how confident are you that the Commanders beat the Falcons on Sunday Night Football? This is an Atlanta team that beat the Giants handily, but that's the worst team in the NFL maybe right now after their quarterback change. Their offense looked different. They never moved Kirk Cousins out of the pocket. They must not have thought that he could bootleg. They bootlegged him on 2% of snaps this season. Michael Penix in his first game with the team bootlegged on 24% of snaps for Atlanta. So you defend now more of the field because you've got a quarterback who's not in the same place all the time. The mark that he's throwing from is going to move in both directions as a southpaw. Makes it a lot more complicated defensively. And then we got this news, Toby, today from Ashburn, where it does not sound like Marshawn Lattimore is going to be able to play. He did not practice today. He has not practiced at all this week. Ben Standig followed up with Dan Quinn and asked, is this the same injury that he suffered earlier in the year? And Quinn didn't expound upon his answer, but said yes. That hamstring injury earlier in the year kept him out several weeks. Now, it might not be to the same extent, might not be the same grade hamstring injury. So hopefully he can be back, whether that's next week or certainly into the playoffs. But he's dealing with the same hamstring, now barking. They're almost certainly getting in. So it would be stunning to me if he played after not practicing. The way Dan Quinn spoke today, it almost seemed like a formality that he's not going to be on the field.
Yeah, I mean, to me at this point with Lattimore, I'd almost look at it as if he gets back on the field this year as a luxury. And whether that's, week 18 against Dallas or even a playoff game, when you're re-injuring something like that for a guy, at any point it could get worse, right? Like it's one of those, it's why hamstring injuries with these speed guys are so tough, because you can give them all the rest and you almost have to give them an extra week or two, and then it could still pop up. So it's disappointing to see that he's on the injury report again. At this point for me, you can't guarantee that a season's done, but anything you get from him the rest of the year to me is gravy, because when you re-injure that thing again, it feels like you're done.
If he doesn't go on Sunday, he will have played in 2 games since getting here and sat for 6 games with the hamstring over 2 different injuries, essentially, at that point, because he got back healthy and he's now hurt again. I've said all along I loved the trade, and I still do, because I think on the cheap, you got a cornerback 1. It costs less to go get Lattimore than it will cost in the free agent market.
Correct.
To go get a comparable player this offseason. And there are 2 years left on that deal. I'm not quite yet at I don't trust him going into next year. I think this is an issue of a lot of times with a hamstring like this, you need a lot of time. You talk to Santana Moss about this as an example. I have in the past about his early career hamstring stuff. And it might be a scenario where he needs a good bulk of the offseason to really get all the way back to 100%. And then I hope he can do some things differently with soft tissue injuries. And maybe like Santana, you need different trainers. You need to kind of go about your career differently moving forward. But they didn't necessarily trade for him for the rest of this season, but they also didn't trade for him in season just to have him for those 2 years. So I think both are true. It is a huge disappointment if he can't play in your biggest game of the year. When he wasn't playing early on, what did we say? He'll be back for the stretch run. All you need is to make sure as you're trying to lock down your playoff spot. And someone might say, it's fine. They're going to make the playoffs anyway. Yeah, but they still have a chance to get to the 6th seed with wins. They still have a chance to win the division and be a 2 seed and get a home playoff game if they win out and the Eagles lose out. So there's a lot on the line still where you need your best players, and he's one of them, on the grass.
Yeah, I don't think you can make a full evaluation on this trade until we see what happens next year and the following year with it. So to your point, you can't say this is a loss. You can't say this is a mistake or anything until we see how he looks the next 2 years. Because if he's a shutdown guy and you get him on the cheap in a trade where you're also not paying him as much as you would in free agency if you were to go get somebody, then yeah, at that point, you can make the evaluation. But you also don't trade for a dude in the middle of the season for the following 2 years. You trade for them to help you out this season. And so it's disappointing this year that you saw the difference he can make. In the Saints game, they didn't even look his direction. In the Eagles game, say what you want about how it went with A.J. Brown. They didn't have to change their defense. They just left him on A.J. Brown. So if you go back and look, Yes, A.J. Brown had his. There were only 3 dudes in that game that caught passes, Grant. Only 3. That was him, Devontae Smith, and he only went for 57 yards or so. And then Kenny Gainwell caught 1. So they were able to, large part, and I just know some of that's Hurts, but they were in large part able to hold that passing game in check because you just left him on A.J. Brown.
Well, to your point, yes, the results were not great. They have not had a corner that they can put on A.J. Brown or anyone for that matter and say, you just deal with him. Whether it goes good or bad, whether
Correct.
it goes well or it doesn't. And it didn't for the most part, giving up as much as it did, plus the 3 PI penalties. Although I think a couple of those were ticky-tack, and I haven't really even been on since that game. But at least one, if not 2 of those, probably shouldn't have been called. But that's another point for another day. But regardless, they've not had a guy of his caliber to do that. So it just tells you they're in a different pantheon. And you're going to get got sometimes as a corner when you're running around with a Hall of Famer.
Correct.
And next time, maybe he gets a pick or breaks up 3 passes and he has his day because A.J. Brown's going against an elite corner as well. But to your point, I think not having him changes the eye line a little bit for the defense. We're going to get more into this in the 4 o'clock hour. Just, how different they look if it's more Benjamin St-Juste and Michael Davis. Because, by the way, when Dan Quinn was asked about this today, and how telling is this? Okay, so if Lattimore can't go, is BSJ the starter again? And he basically said, yeah, we've been working 2 guys in over there in practice.
Not great.
It's been St-Juste and Michael Davis. Davis, who was paid almost nothing to come over as a DB, play on special teams and be like a 4th or 5th corner.
And by the way, played like almost nothing.
I mean, he was benched pretty quickly. So for St-Juste not to just automatically be the next man up, whew,
yeah,
it's been a long fall from grace for him this year.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough for Benjamin St-Juste. I mean, I know that it's tough to come in off the bench, but I felt like last week on that 4th down, he had a real chance to redeem himself. If you just make a tackle there, he's unable to do it. So, I'm sure he's going to be back out there. He's going to play a significant role, but man, does it really change what you looked at the defense with Lattimore, and then it's going back to what you had before where you just didn't feel like you trusted anybody outside.
So here's the question. We should open up the phones for the first time today on Grant and Danny on this. 800-636-1067 on the MGM National Harbor listener lines. What's your level of confidence? We can go 1 to 10 here that the Commanders get the win they need Sunday night against the Falcons in what is one of the most anticipated home games in years. As far as primetime home games, you might be able to go back to 2012 at the end of the year when they punched their ticket to the playoffs with a division-clinching win against the Dallas Cowboys. People are going to be loud. There's going to be great energy. It's not a divisional game. There's some Falcons fans, I'm sure, in the area that'll be there, but it's not one of those teams that overtakes the stadium. So there's going to be tons of burgundy and gold. I know the weather's not great. It sounds like it's going to be really comfortable, maybe even 60 degrees or upper 50s at kickoff, which in late December into the new year is amazing, except that it's going to be raining probably throughout the game.
Not fun.
But it's going to be a great atmosphere, I think, and people are going to be very loud. You got Atlanta starting a rookie quarterback who's going to be playing just the 2nd time in his career as a starter in Michael Penix. Defensively, they have not been good for most of the year, but they're playing a lot better over the last few weeks. They actually turned the Giants over 3 times and had 2 pick sixes against New York. 1 to 10 level of confidence that Washington beats Atlanta and why? That's the question at 800-636-1067.
I'll go with a 7 here because I'm not overly confident. I'm not going to go out there and guarantee a win, but I feel like they are going to win. I feel confident that they're going to go out there and play well. I'm not scared of Atlanta's defense. I think this offense is going to be able to do what it wants. They need to get the run game going, by the way. It's really struggled the last 6 games, and last week it was non-existent aside from Jaden. If they can get the run game going, that confidence level would probably go up a little bit, but I still feel confident they'll be able to just be efficient and put up 30-plus points. And the reason that I would say it's a 7 is because I don't know that Michael Penix can match that. He's a rookie quarterback making his 2nd start. If this were Kirk Cousins, maybe the confidence level is a little bit higher because of how they've been playing. There's some unknown with Penix. You watch him last week, and they didn't ask him to do a whole lot, but he can make every throw in the book. He doesn't have to really step into anything to throw. He's got a rocket arm, so anything they need him to do, he can do. And so is it something where in his 2nd start, he just lights the world on fire and uses those weapons really well? Maybe. But I think if you can get pressure early and you can contain that running game, I think you really feel good about your shot. So it's not something where I feel overly confident because on paper, I would still say they have the better roster. But the way they've played this year, I think Washington's the better team. So if they go out there, handle their business, play well, I think they win this one. And so that I would say 7 out of 10.
So I'm going to go 6 out of 10. I'm not as confident as you, but I think they win. And my read on this is I think they match up well, and I feel good about them in every phase, but I don't feel great about anything.
Sure. Yep.
Like offensively, when Washington has the ball, I think they will be able to throw the ball on the Falcons pretty effectively. To your point about the running game, I can't feel great about their offense until they start running the ball better. It's been pretty ugly here of late. And I'm not even talking about B-Rob putting the ball on the ground 2 times in the last game. I'm saying they haven't, against the Saints, one of the worst run defenses in the league, against the Cowboys, one of the worst run defenses in the league. They haven't been able to run the ball in those games. And then last week, as you said, it was Jaden Daniels or bust kind of running the football. The reason I feel really good, though, about them offensively is that when Washington's got the ball, Daniels will have time. He'll be able to extend and create, which is when they're at their best. The Falcons are terrible at generating pressure. They have been all year. They've gotten a little bit better at getting to the quarterback the last couple of weeks, but they've gone from like horrific to just regular, not that good. They get pressure 29% of the time, third lowest in the NFL. They've been bottom 3 in that category 3 of the last 4 years. They can't generate pressure. They've tried to do things like go out and trade for Matthew Judon, and then he doesn't really deliver. They had a chance, obviously, early this year to draft a pass rusher. They elected to take Penix, who's already now become their starting quarterback before the end of his rookie season. They are dead last in the NFL at sacking the quarterback in terms of how often they do it, about 4.5% of plays. Worst in the NFL. Somewhere they've been, as I said, 2 of the last 3 years before this one. So I just don't see them getting to Jaden Daniels. And where teams have had some success against Washington, Tobe, is when they rush the quarterback and they force Daniels into either leaving the pocket to run or making the quick decision. Remember the bad interception, the second pick of his game against the Eagles, pass rush up the middle, rolls to his right, throws late across the middle, kind of a rookie mistake. I just don't see the Falcons forcing him into many of those. So that's where I feel best. I also like the matchup from the standpoint that Jaden Daniels against zone, the teams that are kind of like, hey, if you take what we give you for 5, 7, 8, 9 yards at a time, he has eaten those teams up. He's completed 75% of passes against zone coverage, third best in the NFL this year. And the Falcons are a zone team. They play zone about 78% of the time. So I could see this being a Cliff Kingsbury, Jaden Daniels clinic in short passing, quick game type stuff. Now, he's also thrown 7 picks against zone, and he only has 1 against man, which is indicative of maybe getting fooled or missing across the middle of the field or whatever. So maybe they turn him over once or something like that. I could see that. But I also think there's a couple of touchdowns. There's 250 yards. There's just more success through the air. So that's kind of the breakdown of Washington's offense. We can get into their defense in a minute, and we'll take some calls on this as well. 800-636-1067 is the number. What is your level of confidence, and where does it come from? You're saying what, 7 out of 10 they win?
7 out of 10.
And your biggest reason for confidence is?
The offense, Jaden Daniels, going against another rookie quarterback.
What do you guys think? Grant and Danny on the Fan. Falcons coming to town for Sunday Night Football. Depending on what happens in the 1 o'clock window, it could be a clinch to get in situation, a win to get in, I should say. A clinch game for Washington. Now, they might not need the game to get into the playoffs, but they're still seeding on the line. They're trying to climb to the 6th seed. They have an outside chance to get into the 2 seed. We'll go through all of the permutations for playoff seeding at the top of the hour in about 10 minutes. Welcome back. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Danny is out. Toby Altizer is in. We're taking your calls, though, on your level of confidence, 1 to 10, that Washington handles its business, beats the Falcons in prime time on Sunday Night Football. Toby went with 7. I went with 6. But then I gave a bunch of reasons why I'm extremely confident their offense plays pretty well. We did not get to the defense, though.
Ooh.
And I'm a little nervous about Washington's defense in this game without Marshawn Lattimore. I don't think the Falcons are primed to have a monster game in Penix's second start, but it's just not as good a matchup. And I think Bijan Robinson's a problem. The Falcons are the single best zone running outside zone team in the NFL. It's clinical when they line up and they run outside, which they do, by the way, 70% of the time, more than anybody else. And they don't get hit in the backfield almost ever. They have the 3rd best rate in the NFL at getting to the line of scrimmage before contact. They're really good at blocking it up. Washington, I think, is going to struggle with the outside zone. I think Bijan Robinson's going to run for 100 yards in this game. And as I said, by benching Cousins, even though they did it before the Giants game, which was going to be one of their easiest games of the year, they would have won a 2nd straight game with Cousins at quarterback because they beat the Raiders as well. But they strategically got Penix a soft landing spot, which was smart. Let him get going in a game where you had 2 pick sixes and your defense dominated Drew Lock. This will really be Penix's first test. And without Lattimore, I don't know how much of a test it is. If it's Drake London, say, on BSJ or Michael Davis, and Sandra still on Darnell Mooney, who's a little bit more of a vertical threat down the field, I think there's going to be a couple plays for the Falcons there. I think they run the ball. I think they score over 20 points in this game. And that's where my concern would be is what if Bijan Robinson rips off a couple of those Barkley-like runs where he goes for 41 or 51 or something? And next thing you know, we just saw a running back have a 110-yard quarter in Landover. I don't think Penix will be great, but I think he's better than Kenny Pickett, right? He's not going to miss throws. I just think they're going to finish better, maybe. That's where my nerves come from. I'm still a 6 out of 10, but I don't love this matchup defensively as much as I feel good about Washington's offense against Atlanta's defense.
I think if you bring the game plan that you installed once Pickett was in the game, where you are going to sell out to stop the run and you're going to bring some pressure and play a little more zone behind it, I think that might be the game plan and just see how it goes. Early on, I want someone to hit Penix, whether it's Luvu, whether someone needs to let him know, because he is more mobile than Kirk at this point, but Kirk can't move. Like, Penix isn't a super mobile quarterback. He's not going to get out and run. He's a pocket passer. So if you can get some pressure early and just speed some stuff up, it's his first real test, like you said. So, I think he can beat you. I think down the line, he's going to be a good quarterback. I don't know that I trust that he can do that yet. If he goes out and does it, I'd be surprised. But
also, why not see him make a couple mistakes? Like, I hope they mix some coverages and show him some things maybe they haven't done the last couple of weeks on film, because we're talking about the infancy of his time on the field now.
Yeah.
This is essentially like week 2 for him in the NFL.
Well, and I think they run some different stuff. And this is a scheme that's much more aggressive than what this team has done in the past in terms of, the aggressive style where they're going to force the issue. And so I think if you can go out and do that and just force him to do what you want him to do, get the ball out quick and not allow him to go down the field to some of these guys, I think that's how you can have some success.
Let's go to Ryan in Warrenton on Grant and Danny. What's your level of confidence the Commanders deliver the goods on Sunday Night Football?
I'm right there with Toby. I'm a 7 out of 10, and it's really solely because of the past and everything that us beaten down redheaded stepchildren have felt. But I also agree with Toby again that it's a rookie quarterback coming into our home on a poopy weather day. Sorry, some Harleys just went flying past me. But you trying to let this guy beat us. We don't have much tape on Penix. Bijan's going to be a problem, but we saw what we did against Barkley last week. Once we focus on that one particular thing.
Well, they did an awesome job stopping him. Here's the problem, though, because after the 109-yard first quarter, from the rest of the game, his last like 22 carries, he had 40-some yards. It was basically 2 yards a pop. They were great. But if they just catch the football a couple times, the Eagles still, I mean, you're talking about 40 points that they would have scored. And I know early on was half of it, but it's still 3 touchdowns. It's still enough to get over the hump. It's not like we should work back from that result and say, well, that plan was perfect because they won. They won largely because Saquon Barkley can't hold on to that ball when Wagner made a great play, or Devontae Smith drops a ball in the middle of the field, and also a couple of times where Kenny Pickett made a really bad decision. Kenny Pickett throws a terrible interception to Frankie Louvu. Is Penix going to do that? It's possible. It's his second game, but I'm not convinced of that. He's got a bigger arm than Kenny Pickett. You got to defend more of the grass because of that. 800-636-1067. I want to hear more thoughts on your level of confidence for the Commanders against the Falcons. And Toby, we got to get into playoff permutations because everyone's looking at this like Washington's trying to clinch the 7th seed, and that's definitely a thing. But they could still pretty easily get the 6th seed. It's still possible that they could win the division and have a home playoff game in Landover for what would be like the 4th time ever. I don't think it's going to happen, but it's possible. So we'll get into all of that next. Grant and Danny without Danny on the Fan. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Toby Altizer alongside today. Washington is building a foundation of success on and off the field this season. It's time for you to plan for your future as well. The sponsor of our show will help. That's the law firm, Condori and Murad. They're going to update your last will and testament, set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today. Go to kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you. You'll get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. The boys got creative today. Our normal DC sandwich shop that's a few blocks away was closed. I'm sure a holiday-related thing. So we all panicked and didn't know what to do. And after a couple of hours, we put our heads together. And we're going to go to another sandwich shop that's a few blocks further away. That is how you went off the field on a Friday.
I love it. I love it. By the way, I just pulled a GP, talk with the mic off, you know.
You got to remember to turn that mic on. You might. Do we name that after me or Danny? I don't know. We both do it a bunch. Danny's been on a heater of late.
You guys lead the league in that, by the way.
Yeah.
You're more likely to do it during an interview.
Okay.
Whereas, because you usually will like cough during an interview and forget, or you'll talk back to me or Ryan and forget to turn your mic back on. Danny's more likely to do it at the beginning of a segment where you're opening the segment,
right?
And then you throw to him, and he's like, "I should probably turn my mic on."
These guys have it down to a
So
science.
I pulled a Danny, right? Because that's the beginning of the segment. So
Yes.
filling in for Danny, pulling a Danny.
You should be pulling Danny's today. Stay tuned for Toby's Barkley, which is coming up.
It's not very good.
Yeah, let's see your best Barkley. What do you got?
Chuck, I got nothing. I got nothing. Honestly, I got nothing. I'm not good at impressions.
Want to get to the permutations of the playoff seeding on Sunday? We will do that in just a bit. But let's bang out these calls. The question for you guys is, what's your level of confidence that the Commanders beat the Falcons, who will be sending Michael Penix to Maryland to take on the Commanders for his second career start? Kenny's in Beltsville. What's up, Kenny?
Hey, Grant, how y'all doing?
We're chilling, man. Appreciate you calling in. Hope you had a great Christmas.
Oh, yeah, I did. I'm a 7 out of 10 because I think it's going to be a nasty, rainy game out there. And I think what's going to happen is it's going to be smash mouth football where we're just going to hand the ball off to B-Rob and rely on the running game. And the best way to beat Bijan Robinson and the offense is to keep him off the field.
True. Here's my problem with that. What you just said is literally my worry, which is that it's a driving rain and that it becomes smash mouth slugfest football. I think that evens the playing field a little bit for the underdog Falcons. I bet you Atlanta would rather play in a rain game than Washington. What I feel best about for the Commanders offense is Jaden Daniels playing some hero ball and making plays with his feet and being dynamic and prolific as a rusher, which a lot of times means making people miss and using elusiveness in the open field. He's not a downhill runner. That's Brian Robinson. You said we'll just give the ball to B-Rob. B-Rob averaged 2.4 yards per carry against the Eagles and fumbled twice. The week before that, he averaged 3.1 yards per carry on 21 carries against New Orleans. You're talking about 3 of the last 4 weeks, really, where Washington could not run the ball with Brian Robinson effectively. So if it's a rain game, Toby, I'm not convinced that that is beneficial to the Commanders. I would have said a month ago or 2 months ago, bring it on. Let's do this thing. This is an all-weather offense. But they are trending a little bit more toward short passing game is their running game in recent weeks.
Yeah, I think to your point, even going back more than just last 3 or 4, I think last 5 of 6, really only the Tennessee game when you take in the losing streak and then beating New Orleans, Tennessee in there, and then this past week, really all you've got is that Tennessee game where you ran the ball effectively. Like you said, if this is 2 months ago, if we're talking around the time frame of the Bears game and you said you're going to have to ground and pound, sign me up. But the way that they've run the football recently has not been great. The only pushback I'd have is if you're fearful a little bit, thinking of Bijan and then thinking of what you just faced this past week with Saquon. Saquon takes good runs and turns them into great runs by taking them to the house. And I thought it was interesting. Someone was on with B. Mitch and Finley earlier, a Falcons beat writer, and said that he wasn't a home run hitter, talking about Bijan, saying he might take a -2 yard run into a +4, which is obviously incredibly valuable, but it kind of bears out when you look at what he's done this season. Last week, his long run was 14 yards. Against Vegas, his long run was 29. 13, 15, 9, 37, which was his longest of the year. But for the most part, he hasn't hit, his longest run of the year is 37. He hasn't hit a 50-yard bomb. He hasn't done like Saquon last week, 68. So he's efficient, 4.6 yards per carry. He's a heck of a back. He's one of the best in the league. But if you can just continue to make it so that they're plodding along and then get them one time behind the line of scrimmage and kind of the modern NFL, right, where you put them behind the sticks and you make them have to come up with something on third down and long and come up with a stop there, I think that's how you can do it versus when you think of Bijan in your head, you think of a guy that's incredibly explosive, gets the outside, cut up, he's gone for 60. That just hasn't been the case this year.
Yeah, he's Ichiro. He's not Adam Dunn.
Yes.
He's going to hit 320, but it's a lot of singles and doubles, basically. But my concern is not necessarily 59 to the house. My concern is 1st and 10, and he rips off 18. And then, 2 plays later on 2nd and 3, he rips off 14 more. And on the next drive, it's 29. Like, he's got runs 28, 26, 37, 29, some of his longs of the season. Those are still massive chunks.
Yeah, absolutely.
It doesn't have to be a home run. I mean, those are huge plays. Like in the passing game, that's a quarter of a football field. We look at that as an explosive. 20 plus, you count those up after the game as your kind of game-changing moments. And I think there could be 2 or 3 of those 20 plusers. That's where I'm concerned. I think they win because I think they get to Penix and hit him a few times. I think they turn him over at least once or twice. And I just think at home, they've played really, really well for the most part this year. The Cowboys game notwithstanding, they have mostly played a great brand of football at home. And I trust Jaden Daniels in a big spotlight game. Prime time, we've seen him play twice. The second game against the Eagles was kind of a disaster, but he clearly was not right. He was not 100%, whatever we're saying was going on with that rib. He played his worst game. Both of those things are true. He wasn't healthy, and he played badly. No excuses, but that's what happened. And earlier in the year when he was right against Cincinnati on Monday Night Football, awesome. This past week against the same Eagles defense, the number 1 defense in the league that he played his worst game of the year against, he comes out and has a career game with 5 touchdowns, and Washington hangs just about 40 on him.
Yeah, I just feel like with the Falcons, if you're going to win this game, you need the explosives, and I'm just not worried that they're going to give up those explosives. Like, if you're looking at what Washington has done, if they're going to just try to match efficiency with efficiency, Washington's been one of the most efficient offenses in the league. Now, they're going to need to get some of that running game back to really get back to what they fully were in terms of efficiency. But I think if Atlanta wants to win this one, they're going to have to break off a 40-yard run. Look at last week. When you look at
Why
some of these,
can't they hit a home run to Darnell Mooney?
well,
why
and they
couldn't-
might.
Yeah.
They absolutely might. But you look at what happened last week to Philadelphia when they took out some of the explosives, and you can include an explosive where A.J. Brown gets a 30-yard pass interference because it's almost the same sort of thing. Like when you take out some of that, once Jalen Hurts left the game, they weren't able to get much going. I know that that's a backup quarterback and whatnot. You want to factor all that in, but Penix making his first real test of a start in essentially a playoff game for the Falcons against the Washington defense that's probably going to play aggressive. I just don't know that they're going to be able to have the explosive play show up enough. They'll probably give up a big pass play. They'll probably give up a big run play because this defense still isn't great, especially now losing Lattimore. But if Washington puts up 31, are you confident enough that they're going to be able to go out there and hit enough explosives to score 35?
No, I think if the Commanders score 31 points, they win the football game.
Exactly.
And I think that something like that's very possible. In fact, the Falcons, while they've played a lot better defensively recently, have been a bad defensive team for much of the year. And I think the conversation now, the discourse around them is they're a lot better defensively. And to that, I would say, how sure are we? They played the Giants and gave up 7 points and had 2 pick sixes. You, me, and 9 of our friends could look pretty good defensively against the Giants.
You think Darius could have had a pick 6 last week?
Darius would have had 4 pressures from the interior. He would have collapsed that damn pocket. I'll tell you that right now. Darius would have hit Locke in his mouth about 3 or 4 times. Skinny Ryan might have had the pick 6.
Yeah, it's true.
Very possibly. Because I ain't picking it off and running it back. I might do the Travis Kelce. I'll pick it off and I'll turn around and look for someone to throw it to. I'll throw it to you and then you could throw it to Ryan and let him run the rest of the way. But they played the Vikings a couple weeks ago. They gave up 42 points. They played the Broncos. That's not even a high-octane offense. But on a night where their defense played Bo Nix, they gave up 38 points. Just a few weeks ago. The times where they've looked really good were against the Raiders with Desmond Ridder, the Giants with Drew Lock, and they did a good job against the Chargers in a game where Justin Herbert got hurt. I think it's kind of been good fortune, matchup, who you're playing, when you're playing them, more than, man, this defense is fixed. They're a lot better. Let's go to Brandon in Ohio, who's listening on the Odyssey app. Grant and Danny on the fan. What's up, Brandon?
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing?
What's going on, dude?
Thanks for checking us out.
Oh, no problem, man. I think I'm going to give us an 8 out of 10. We got JD5 who's going to get it done one way or the other, but we also got St. Juice on the other end of the ball. who's an easy target. I don't think Brian Robinson is going to make the same mistakes this game. I think he's going to actually play with some aggression and try to correct them.
He's definitely going to, I think, give everything he's got. He does it every week. By the way, he's not a fumbler.
No.
He lost 2 fumbles this past week. It was his first 2 lost fumbles of the year. I don't worry about him fumbling again this week. I worry about the ineffectiveness of their running game in general, which I don't think is his fault. It's just over the last few weeks, they have not run the ball well.
And I don't know what the heck happened because, again, going back to the 3-game losing streak, everyone points to the running game and Jaden Daniels and those things, whether he was hurt or not. I go back to 3 dudes on the interior of that O-line. Really, over the last 6 games, have just not played well enough, specifically in the run game. Because I thought last week in pass protection, they were fine, but there was no push in the run game at all last week. And you think back to...
I will say, in just last week, I mean, that's a tough defensive front.
100%.
Number 1 in the league. That's Jordan Davis. Those are big boys. I mean, they're very good.
But the thing is, think about a team that they ran the ball well against. Tennessee. Does Jeffrey Simmons and T'Vondre Sweat not play the run well? Like, they have a good defense, and those dudes are big dudes and can play really well inside, and yet they dominated those guys. So I don't know what's going on. If they can get back to maybe not dominating like they did against Tennessee, but playing more like what we saw earlier in the season, because, you know, I've talked about this with Linnell a couple of times over the last couple of weeks. You think about what this Washington offense is built off of. We talked about explosiveness versus efficiency. Washington's not incredibly explosive in terms of what you're thinking of with a, you know, Kansas City Chiefs when they had Tyreek Hill. They're not that sort of team, but they are going to get 4 and 5 yard chunks. And the problem is when those 4 and 5 yard chunks are now all on Jaden's shoulders like they were last week, or it's either a 5-yard scramble, a 5-yard hitch route, none of it is coming through 5 yards on the ground from Brian Robinson. It just becomes incredibly tough. It can be done. Like Cliff Kingsbury was asked yesterday, is it sustainable to win with no run game? He said, well, you know, as long as 5 is healthy, yes. But you don't want to live that way, right? Like, you can do it.
And his other point was eventually you're going to have to be able to.
Exactly.
And that's always kind of been my point about the running game. First of all, it depends on your team philosophy. It depends on your personnel. Every team's a little bit different. And what do you want to build? But even the pass first teams, there's going to be a time on 3rd and 2 where you got to be able to go run the football and get it. Can you be that tough physical team when you have to be, even as a finesse pass first type offense? When you think about over the years, the Colts with Peyton Manning, they had still Edgerrin James, or, you know, it was a little less so as it went on to the running backs after him. But I think about like the New Orleans Saints with Drew Brees, you know, when Pierre Thomas was catching balls out of the backfield, posts like Deuce McAllister. Can you still sledgehammer your way to a couple of yards? And I think that was kind of Cliff's point. We don't have to be able to run the ball to win because Daniels is our running game, because Daniels can make some plays with his feet. But at some point, we're going to have to, and we got to figure that out. I'm just looking at their PFF grades as a run blocking team. Their lowest run blocking grade of the season, it will not surprise you, was this past week against the Eagles.
Yes.
49.9. The week before against the Saints was almost as bad, 53.2. That was there are only 1 or 2 other games all year.
Well, and by the way, just as a caveat, not excuse, but Biotish all of a sudden last second is out in that one, remember?
In the Saints game. But I kind of threw that out because no Biotish. I said, oh, well, they didn't run the ball, but they didn't have their center. He was back this past week.
Correct.
He was healthy. That wasn't an injury. That was an illness, and they still couldn't run it. I know the Eagles are not going to allow many teams to run it. But as you said, this is now the Eagles game, the Saints game, the Cowboys game, where they actually, by the way, had a really good run blocking grade and didn't have a lot of running success. And it's more often than not over a 6-week span. That's a third of a season where it has been a problem. Let's go to Luke in Wilmington listening on the Odyssey app. What's up, Luke? How are you?
Wow. What's up?
What's going on, Luke?
What's going on?
Man, I'm working. I'm in a house right now running some wire. And I'm a long-time listener. And I realize I'm sitting on hold here. I'm like, damn, dude, my heart is pounding. Like, what do I
Have you
say?
called before?
No, man, this is my first.
Oh, it's a first time call.
So far, so good. You're doing everything well. This is the part you bring your A game.
Sick, bro.
So what's your take here? This is hilarious, by the way.
Yeah, I know. But my take is, I honestly, to be honest with you, I'm really nervous going to get up against Atlanta. So I just feel like it's kind of like a trap game, you know. Defense, I feel like we have our moments where we're really strong. But I feel like I don't know. I just question the secondary a lot, and
Well, without
I don't
Lattimore,
know,
especially. And
Well,
thanks for the call,
yeah.
buddy. We appreciate you.
I think we all question the secondary.
Yeah.
So
If
you're
no
not alone
Marshawn
there.
Lattimore means Mikey Sanders still is the corner you trust. And they're not going to have him, I don't think, play Drake London exclusively like they tried to
No.
do with Lattimore. They'll put him on half of the field, and then they will have St. Just and Michael Davis on the other half of the field. So that means occasionally they're all going to deal with Drake London. Drake London is really, really good at what he does. He is physical. He boxes guys out with his body. He's got a big catch radius. He's got elite hands and traits in terms of contested catches. I think he sets you up well with his routes, but he is not an explosive X, really. He is more of a Z. He is it's going to be inbreakers. Like, I could see them paper cutting Washington's defense to death with, like, if they get the run game going on outside zone, and now you get some of those boots and you get those pop passes where, Frankie Louvu and Bobby Wagner are coming with the grain to go stop the outside zone. And then Penix curls back around and he's hitting Drake London on that 14, 17-yard dig, that square in. But the one I worry about a little bit, I know he hasn't done anything in a while. Early in the year when Kirk Cousins was cooking, Cousins obviously started struggling big time, was turning the ball over a bunch, and they benched him as the season went on. But if you go back earlier in the year, they were putting up some big numbers. He had a 500-yard, 4-touchdown game as an example against Tampa Bay. Darnell Mooney has had some monster games, had 140 yards just a few weeks ago against Minnesota. He's mostly been uninvolved for the last month and a half, but he is a vertical threat. And whether that's on Sanders still or like a double move on St. Just, he's the guy I worry about hitting a home run. I think with Drake London, it's a lot of doubles and singles.
Yeah, and the easiest way I can describe this, Darius will appreciate this, is the Falcons have a bunch of 80-plus overall dudes. No 90 overall dudes in Madden, right? They're all 80s. So they're good players. In some cases, they're really, really good players. There's no great players. And so there's a volume of them because Kyle Pitts has been kind of a disappointment, but at any point you feel like he could still go off.
I've watched the Falcons a lot this year. Kyle Pitts stinks.
He just,
I mean, he is
you
not
just have
a good
a
football
feeling,
player.
though, that at some point he could. But Kyle Pitts is still a freak physically, regardless of whether he can catch it or not.
He is an untrustworthy loser of a football player. Like,
But
I sound like a jerk, and maybe I'm going too hard, but like, I don't think you can in line as a blocker. It's not great.
No.
Bad things happen when you throw him the ball too often. He had a moment he got lucky earlier in the year where he dropped the ball on the goal line and shouldn't have been a touchdown, and it was. He just does that kind of stuff. Like, I am out.
But like you got, Drake London, like you say, he's a really good player. He's not elite, right? Like I think that Sanders still, if he's on his A game, can cover him or, they can contain him. Darnell Mooney can get deep. It's not like he's Tyreek Hill, though. Kyle Pitts, if he has a game. Bijan Robinson, like I was laying out, he's a heck of a running back, but he's not Saquon Barkley.
I'll tell you who you sleep on, too, in the running game is Algier.
Algier, to me, I love Algier.
Beast.
I love Algier.
They do the Bijan outside thing all day long where you got to sprint out there to hand him the football, right? And then Algier just comes downhill at you and runs you over.
If you could combine Bijan's ability just as a freak athlete with Algier's ability to just run the football as a pure runner, understanding lanes and everything, you'd have one of the best backs in the league, if not the best back in the league. But I think that tandem right there, I think the big thing for Sunday for Washington's defense, specifically with this outside zone, is don't over pursue and play gap integrity. Because as soon as you open up one of these huge holes, those dudes are going to exploit it.
Grant and Danny on the Fan, Toby in today. Next, I want to get into how Washington climbs to the 6th seed, and is it a legitimate possibility that they could get to the top of the division in the 2 seed now that Jalen Hurts is going to miss this weekend against the Cowboys? We'll go through all of the permutations for the postseason next on the Fan. I'm getting fired up, Toby, because I'm hearing from a lot of people that are going to the game on Sunday. I think despite the rain, it's going to be an excellent atmosphere for important late season football for the Commanders and the Falcons. I know my guy Toby will be there.
Oh, yeah.
Lower Bowl Altizer, although even though it's semi-pleasant temperature, are you prepared for the rain?
I'll bring a poncho. I was at the Bills game last year. It was on and off, so I'll be prepared. I'll tell you what, Nikki Javala pointed out a good point. You know, they put in the new lights that go, you can do whatever, turn them off.
They've been waiting for a night game.
You get a night game.
A really good pregame light show.
Oh, yes.
There's going to be a sick pregame light show, and they're going to do the thing they do in game, too, I think, where the whole place goes black, and then everyone's like, oh, no, the lights are out or whatever. And then they're going to pop them back on. They have not had a night game yet, and ownership's been saying, wait till we get a night game so you guys can see what we can do.
It's going to be awesome. As awesome as it can be at that stadium, it's going to be awesome.
Yeah, that's a good qualifier. The little things that you can do to put lipstick on this pig, they have bought a lot of lipstick, and they have been rubbing it all over the pig's lips.
Yeah, it's going to be as good as it can get, but it still should be a lot of fun.
Looking at the
rain.
standings here for the NFL and NFC playoff pictures. So let's run through this. Right now, this moment, most likely scenario is that Washington's the 7 seed. The way they clinch before they play is if the Tampa Bay Bucks lose at 1 o'clock to the Carolina Panthers. The Panthers, by the way, have been frisky. They're 3-4 in their last 7, with among the 4 losses, a near win against Kansas City, taking the aforementioned Bucks to overtime in a loss. Should have won that game. And then they almost beat the Eagles, which doesn't really count. I get that. Horseshoes and hand grenades, whatever the saying is. But if our guy who eats raccoon, Xavier Leggett, hangs onto a football at the 2-yard line, they beat Philadelphia.
I can't believe he brought that into the locker room the other day. Would you have tried it if he brought it in when you were on the beat?
Definitely not. It looked disgusting.
It looked like extra stringy, super dry pulled pork.
Exactly what I was thinking. Like, darker, though. Pulled pork is white, yellow. There's a color. It looks like a pork. This looked like beef. This was a dark brown, stringy, almost like cut up Slim Jim.
I saw one of the Carolina beat people down there had tweeted about it, saying she had tried it, and they're like, describe
Were they just
it.
Putting their fingers into the bowl and pulling
I think he
it out?
pulled out a little bit and put it on a plate, and people were picking at it. But he's like, she was asked to describe it, and she's like, I can't. So apparently it's unique. I don't know that I'll ever try it, but credit to them.
Unless I'm tricked, which I hope I'm never tricked. My guy Christian in New Orleans always has me eating some weird food that I didn't know I was eating.
I don't think raccoon's going to be served up gourmet.
I don't believe that's the case. Hopefully Brennan's doesn't get any ideas. But unless I'm tricked, I can comfortably say I will die without ever eating a trash panda.
Yeah, I agree. I 100% agree on that.
So Carolina, Tampa, 1 o'clock. Let's say the Bucks hold on and win. Washington's then playing for the clinch at home at night for the first time since 2012, which is awesome.
It's great. It's going to be so much fun.
Beat the Falcons 11-5. You're in the playoffs. Place goes crazy. They're passing
By the
out
way,
T-shirts and hats on the field, and they're partying in the locker room.
would be the most wins in a season in my lifetime.
Yes, it would. Mine since I was in diapers. A little caveat, I guess, that there's now 17 weeks, but they would have done it.
They would have done it in 16.
So you can't hold that against them.
No.
It's an 11-5 season, which is amazing. So you got that. Now, they can still get to the 6th seed. Let's walk people through that.
So if you have if Green Bay loses, right, to Minnesota, you can clinch like we talked about there. But if Green Bay plays Minnesota on Sunday in the 425 window, so this could all play out too, that you could have already clinched your spot if Tampa loses. At 425, if Green Bay loses to Minnesota and then Washington wins, they leapfrog Green Bay, and you're now the 6th seed, which would currently face the Rams.
So it should be noted that Tampa losing to Carolina is unlikely. Even though it's very possible, like you give it a 30, 40% chance, whatever, unlikely. The Packers are supposed to lose to the Vikings. That should happen.
Yeah.
I think Green Bay's really, really good. They're a pain in the butt to play. They're physical. They run the football. But they're playing as an 11-win team, a 13-win team, and they're playing a team higher ranked than them in the standings that actually has a chance, tied for the 1 seed in the whole conference, to end up getting a bye still. So that game is not a easy one to predict. It's also in Minnesota, which is all the more reason why the Packers may lose as underdogs. So if that happens like it should, the Commanders are a win over the Falcons away from controlling their own destiny to be the 6th seed with just a Week 18 win against the Dallas Cowboys.
And by the way, if you're Minnesota, you have everything to play for because you play Detroit in Week 18, which could decide the division. But you can give yourself maybe a little bit of buffer if you're able. I'm not quite sure how the records work out in the division and whatnot, but that Week 18 game probably ends up deciding the division there. But you want to win this one against Green Bay. And then if you look ahead to Week 18 for what Green Bay has, they've got Chicago, which they should be able to beat Chicago. Washington's going to have Dallas on the road, which I think Dallas has been frisky recently, but they're going to be without CeeDee Lamb. So a lot of some of these permutations for that 6 seed are going to come down to what happens this week. And if you just had to go on paper in terms of probabilities, the all likelihood is Tampa wins. So you have to clinch in Sunday Night Football. Minnesota wins in the 4 o'clock window. And then if Washington can beat the Falcons, you find yourself at the 6 seed going into Week 18, where you're not going to have to go on the road to Philadelphia in the first week of the playoffs.
Would be unbelievable. This, to me, is the path to them potentially ending their playoff drought that dates back to 2005. That is a 19-year non-playoff win run.
Real quick on that too.
They could end if they could get a playoff win this year. And to get to the 6 seed, to play at a 3 seed like the Rams, gives them a real chance to, that I think you don't necessarily have as the 7 seed against, say, Minnesota or Philly or Detroit or whatever.
You don't want to get ahead of yourself here, but the NFL reseeds, right? You're going to play the lowest seed if you're the 1 seed. If you end up as a 6 seed, and it's realistic that the Packers could go on the road to Philly and win, if they were to win, then you don't have to face the Lions in the divisional round, if that were to be the case. So getting up to that 6 seed, because if you stayed at the 7 seed right now and say you go up to Philly and win, right, and you beat them 2 or 3 in the series, but you win the playoff game, then your next game's going to Detroit. You still don't feel good about that. If you were able to get up to the 6 seed and then the Packers win, you could avoid playing a Detroit or a Philadelphia all the way until an NFC championship game, if you could get that far. So, it doesn't just benefit you in that first matchup, it benefits you even going forward.
It's huge. No doubt. I mean, it would be massive for them to get up to the 6. But even beyond looking at the second round and any of the permutations thereafter, it's the difference of playing one of the best teams in football and a pretty good Rams team.
Yes.
Like, that's what we're talking about. The Rams are aggressively fine. They're 9-6. They're very beatable. Matt Stafford could throw 2 picks in any game. Their O-line is up and down. It's just, to me, it's a different world of having to go to Detroit or to Philly, where you would be probably in a playoff game on the road, like a 5.5, 6 point dog or more, maybe 6.5, something like that, depending on the matchup, versus the Rams, where it might be 2.5 points. I mean, you're playing in an environment where they don't really have a home field advantage in room temperature, essentially at SoFi Stadium on carpet. Whereas in Philly, you might be playing in snow outdoors. It's going to be gross. You just don't know. You're going back to a place where you had your worst offensive game of the year, where Daniels played his worst game. Yes, you beat the Eagles, but it was after the Hurts injury, who will certainly be back. And that might even be, as arduous as what I just laid out is, like a better situation than if you're having to play the Lions at this point.
Yeah, and I think it goes from being where, like you said, 5.5 point dog going on the road to really a coin flip of going on the road to a Los Angeles Rams, where you feel like you've got a shot. You feel like your roster, the way that you're playing, maybe they're still better in terms of on paper because they've got guys like Cooper Kupp and whatnot. You feel like you still have a shot to go in there and win this thing. Not that you wouldn't with Philadelphia. And by the way, if I had to choose, I would love to face Minnesota. That's not going to be the case. If you were going to be at the 7 seed and then be the 2 seed, that's probably not going to happen at this point. But I don't
because of Darnold.
Just because you don't want to face the Lions or the Eagles, right? If you had to choose between them.
So I agree with that if Detroit's healthy. I mean, they are so banged up right now. They're without 15 players on defense.
It's bad.
I think that the best possible situation for Washington's offense is the Lions.
Sure.
Playing the Vikings and Brian Flores and one of the best pass rushing units in the league, that would worry me way more. Now, are the Vikings an easier team to try to beat than maybe the Lions in the playoffs? Possibly. But I still think Minnesota might be the 1 seed and get the bye anyway.
Yeah, and that's
I would pick them to beat the Lions next week.
I think that'd be interesting to see. But if I had to choose, I would say the Vikings. But the point is, like, I also don't hate going to Philadelphia, Grant. I know it's a division foe, but you're familiar with them. And although the books are probably going to give you a 5.5, 6 point, the spread, it feels more coin flip to me just because of the familiarity.
I mean, they just beat Philly. weird circumstances, clearly. I'm not sitting here saying they'd beat them 7 out of 10 times.
But you also put 36 up when you had 5 turnovers.
Exactly.
What if you take away some of those turnovers, you put up 40 points, right? Like, it's not like they lost big-time dudes on defense throughout the course of the game. It kind of is what it is. And so you change a couple things around, even if they have Hurts, maybe they put up 45 and still beat you. I still feel like going to Philly is more coin flip than big-time underdog.
Well, it's easy travel, right up 95. And I'm always going to choose familiarity of an opponent in the division. To your point, that you've played 3 times, a stadium I've already played in this season. I was just in that locker room. I just went out on that field a little over a month ago at this point. I'm always going to choose that. But we should at least acknowledge really quickly the chance of still winning the division and having a home playoff game, which is very unlikely but possible. Here's what has to happen. Washington winning out, which if they beat Atlanta, they're probably going to. There's only then the Week 18 game against the Cowboys standing in your way. The Eagles will not certainly, but likely have Jalen Hurts this weekend. They are preparing to start Kenny Pickett, we have been told by all the reporters in Philadelphia. Schefter had this first thing this morning I saw as well. So they're playing the Cowboys, who are 7-8, could be a 500 team with a win. It's not like they've been cratering and caving in like everyone thought they were going to.
Been playing better than some they did earlier in the season.
Absolutely. Mike McCarthy's doing a hell of a job. So Kenny Pickett led Philly. If they lose to the Cowboys next week, Washington beats Dallas, the Eagles would have to lose to the Giants, which I cannot see.
Tough.
I can't see that happening. But if somehow in Week 18 they lost to New York, the Commanders would win the NFC East at that point.
That'd be so wild. It'd be an incredible scenario. I don't see it happening. You can wish a little bit. I could see them losing to Dallas on Sunday, by the way, because of the fact that Pickett will have a full, like Pickett. Some people are like talking down on Pickett. I didn't think he played horribly, especially for a guy that wasn't getting reps. And I think you put him in there every single snap in a game and have him get all the reps during practice in a week. I think he can get the job done for Philly. He's better. But at the same point, Dallas has been playing really well. So if they lose to Dallas, I mean, the Giants before have screwed themselves out of a draft pick by winning in the final game of the season against the divisional foe. We've done it here, right? We've seen that happen. So I don't know. Maybe they get a little frisky and win something on the way out for some of those guys in New York.
Most likely the 7 seed, 6 seed, very possible. Need help from the Vikings this weekend. By the way, Adam Schefter just tweeted that the Packers have ruled out linebacker Quay Walker, safety Evan Williams, O-lineman Andre Dillard, and cornerback Jair Alexander.
I don't know what the heck is going on with Jair Alexander, by the way. He has
Weird.
been healthy. I don't quite get it. I don't know if he is healthy. I don't know if he's. I actually don't know. But
I don't think he'll be in Green Bay next year.
No.
But all of those guys out. There's no reason the Vikings shouldn't beat the Packers. And now you beat the Falcons. You are in the driver's seat for the 6th seed and a very favorable playoff matchup.
Also, a couple of guys missing for Tampa Bay, which we talked about the importance of the clinching there. No K. Dotton, no Antoine Winfield. Guys like that being out. I mean, they're still the better football team, but like you talked about, Carolina took them down to the brink the other night or a couple weeks ago.
Everything's coming up Washington.
Yeah,
so
crazy.
Handle your business, boys.
Yes.
Under the lights at Northwest Stadium. It's time to win off the field next on a Friday in lieu of a double play right here at 3:45. You can line up the calls. How are you winning off the field? What little things gone right in your day? 800-636-1067 is the number on Grant and Danny. Then what? After that, what happens? Time to figure out how you are winning off the field. An off-field win is something very few people would care about, but puts a smile on your face, something that doesn't really matter. We don't do this because we're overly prideful, or for myself, or for Toby, for Danny, who's not here. We don't do it for Ryan or Darius. We do it for the Goose, Bruce Allen, who once said these words.
We're winning off the field, but we got to start winning on the field.
If you got 1-800-636-1067, I would imagine most of our listeners are winning off the field today because I would say the vast majority of them probably aren't at work.
Yeah, it's a big-time win. Big-time win.
Took me no time to get here. It's one of those shows where you're like, how many people are in their cars today doing anything? Like, it's the Friday after Christmas going into the holiday weekend and then New Year's Eve week. And this feels like one of those where you're like, probably not coming in today, boss. And they're like, yeah, no problem. Spend some time with the fam. You go do that. That's how a lot of people are probably winning off the field. What are you looking at, Toby?
Yeah, so I have worked the last 2 days. I filled in with B. Mitch and Finley yesterday, hanging out with JP over in Ashburn at Commanders Park, then out here today. And I have gotten lunch provided the last 2 days. Therefore, I am
Winning off the field.
Yesterday, you said you ate some delicious mac and cheese.
Some incredible mac and cheese from the Commander Chef. So they bring over some stuff, I guess, on Thursdays, which I believe I'm in Thursday again next week. So if I have to work over there every Thursday with JP,
the old double
totally
dip.
down. Totally down. But they make it was like a spicy mac and cheese with some chicken on top. I wish I would have grabbed the whole plate of that stuff. It was fantastic. So whatever you do it some more and send some my way because it was great.
Your boy, I'm gonna be losing off the field initially because I will say this was the first time in history when we've ordered subs as a show that there were no regular plain chips in the market for me to pair. I don't like a sub without chips. I don't want to have to get Doritos with a sub. It doesn't pair very well with a roast beef sub.
What type of chips we talking? We just talking regular?
It's got to be kettle cooked, crunchy, original chips.
Oh, so not like salt and vinegar or anything?
No, we're looking for like a sea salt, original, delicious potato chip. But it's got to be crunchy. It's got to be kettle cooked.
Yes.
I would accept Lay's in this situation, this catastrophe that I find myself in today, where there's no regular chips. But yeah, they got 18,000 snacks over there. It's all full to the gills, so they brought it all out recently. Well, what, we're getting rid of original chips around here? I didn't get that memo. Didn't get that Friday update from the boss.
It's disappointing. I've had this discussion multiple times on multiple shows, and I've gotten roasted every single time. We've talked about it in the break room. I'm not much of a snacker, so I just need the main. But if I were going to go with chips, I think I'd go with some good salt and vinegar. It always goes good with a sub.
My least favorite chip in existence. Salt and vinegar.
No way, man.
I hate them.
It's good with a sub. Now, it's really good with like that Mike style sub, right? Where you got the oil and the vinegar and stuff.
The Mike's way, yeah.
Yeah, those are A+ with those.
I'll never eat a salt and vinegar chip. It's just not for me. Out. The old school chip I think of, like if I'm going off the grid that I never eat, that I would be like sour cream and onion.
Those are incredible too.
I love those. But yeah, I pretty much, it's kettle cooked like Cape Cod, just delicious regular chips. I'll do Doritos until the cows come home. I'm a chip and dip guy, as you know. But never.
How about kettle cooked jalapeno chips?
Nothing jalapeno. Those were over there, by the way. Kettle cooked jalapeno and barbecue or something like that.
So those are good. Kettle cooked jalapeno are good. Gives you a little bit of heat, a little bit of flavor.
Me. They might be good for someone. Sounds like Toby's excited they're over there.
Man, Grant.
They're not for me. But here's how I am winning off the field. For many people, the Christmas holiday is come and gone. It's December 25th. You open your gifts. You watch your kids open your gifts. You move along. It's now the 27th. Not for this guy. Because we did Christmas at the house with the kids. Santa came the 25th. We went that day to the wife's in-laws and aunt and uncle's house. We did that side of the family. Tomorrow, the Paulsons are coming to my house. I don't have to drive. I don't have to, go 2 hours to Richmond to my sister's house. I don't have to do anything. I'm staying at my house. We are hosting. Everyone's coming to us for another Christmas celebration.
Big time win.
Therefore, I am
Winning off the field.
I just saw a tweet here that someone sent me from Shooter McGavin. I can't tell this account. This definitely isn't the real Shooter McGavin, like actor. I think it's someone who pretends to be Shooter
Sure.
McGavin from Happy Gilmore, which, by the way, I just saw the teaser trailer for the new Happy Gilmore coming out. Happy Gilmore 2. Looks like it's a 10.
I've never seen Happy Gilmore 1.
That is a problem. That is a hole in your game. It's not something I'm surprised by because I'm surrounded by people at this station who don't see movies. Ryan particularly hates movies. Darius just as much.
Ryan has. We were talking about this last couple of days. He has terrible taste in movies.
I will say, as much as Darius and Ryan add to the show, and it's an immense amount, and I love the work ethic and what they put in and how much they've helped the show. You want to talk about a really bad quality. The lack of movie shtick that gets done around here with me and Danny compared to over the years, it's you can't bring up a movie unless there's an Avenger in it to Darius. And with Ryan, you can't even do Avenger shtick. So he's got.
You know what you can do? Wicked.
That's true. He saw Wicked. Him and my daughter would have a fun time talking about Wicked. You're invited, by the way, to her Wicked birthday party in March, which she's planning. She just got her Glenda outfit for Christmas.
It was a silly movie. I don't know what you want me to say here. You enjoyed Wicked as well.
Wicked
Grant.
was fantastic.
Exactly.
I'm not running Wicked down.
Well, I mean, yeah, I could talk Wicked as
was
well. Though.
incredible. The final scene when Elphaba's flying around singing to the 10. I mean, that was unbelievable.
It was an unbelievable movie.
I had to get him out of the house a couple times leading up to Christmas so my wife could get some stuff done. We saw 2 movies over the last week with some of my time away from the studio. We saw Mufasa.
How was that, by the way?
I thought it was pretty good. I kind of liked it. Live action. It was cool. The one I didn't love was Moana 2. It tried too hard for me. I was a Moana guy. Moana 2 just didn't do it for me.
Never seen Moana, but I might go see Mufasa. That sounds
Mufasa was a little bit silly. I think you'd like it. But anyway, the Shooter McGavin tweet. The days between Christmas and New Year's Day are a free-for-all. There's no school. Work is an afterthought. It's fair game to pour a drink at any time of the day. Every day feels like Friday. Sneaky best week of the year. I totally agree with a lot of this. The everyday feels like Friday thing is so true. Good luck knowing what day of the week it is right
So
now.
true. So
Before
true.
the show started, I sat here and I went, wait a second. Last night was football, so that was Thursday night, but there was 2 games the day before that.
And there's football
And I'm like trying to
tomorrow.
figure out what day it is. But he's right. Kids aren't in school. Nobody's working.
No.
I mean, there's a couple of people that have jobs that have to be at work today. But for the most part, nobody's working. And even if you're working, you're not actually working.
Yeah.
It's fair game to pour a drink at any time of the day. Every day is Friday.
It's a good week. It's a good week.
And it's a great week for like the staycation. No one really is going anywhere, probably, if you didn't go somewhere for Christmas, but you're just at home watching like a bad college football game you don't care about. Georgia Tech's playing Vanderbilt for some reason in a stupid bowl game.
Well, and tomorrow you get 3 NFL games on a Saturday. You get full slate of games on Sunday, Monday Night Football. Just football all the time. It's great.
Yeah.
And college football playoff coming up next week with the New Year's Eve game.
Totally.
Amazing.
That's the sneaky great thing about it, too, is all of the days with football, especially now that we've introduced Wednesday football with Christmas falling on Wednesday. The Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday, Sunday into a Monday. Come on.
It's great.
The NFL.
It's great.
You're doing it. Take over every day of the week.
And by the way, for anyone complaining about the quality of the games, you still watch the games.
Who was I talking to?
You still watch them.
I was at my big Christmas celebration with the wife's family. I'm trying to remember who it was, but they're like, don't you think Wednesday football is just too much? Like 2 games on Christmas on Wednesday? And I was like, absolutely not. I love it. They go, is there anything, like with disgust, is there anything the NFL could do that you would say, I wouldn't put a game there? And I was like, no.
7 days a
Like,
week.
it was you know what it was with my brother-in-law. He goes, like, Monday, Tuesday, like a game every week. You're fine, like every night. I'm like, the more, the better. And if you run out of possibilities, add more teams and give me more games. Do whatever you got to do. There should always be a game on every hour of every day.
Yeah, I love basketball. Christmas usually marks the start of basketball season to me. And with all due respect, LeBron, you saying that Christmas is still the NBA's day? No, it's not.
Oh,
It's not.
That was such a LeBron thing.
It's not.
He's doing his post-game interview. He's like, just so you all know, NBA still owns Christmas. Says the guy after they got outrated 5-1 by the NFL.
Like, look, man, the only reason people were watching Warriors and Lakers, with all due respect, is because the NFL was done.
I love the NFL, but Christmas is our day.
No,
Not
it ain't.
anymore, buddy.
No, it ain't.
Roger Goodell said it was his day, and you're going to take it. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Toby is in. We got our Beltway Blitz next. Let's talk Marshawn Lattimore's possible absence. Sounds like he's not going to play, and how much that would hurt Washington's defense at 4:25 coming up. You're listening to the Fan. your future. The exclusive sponsor of our show will help. That's the law firm, Kendall and Murrah. They're going to help you update your last will and testament, set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you at Grant and Danny, and they will give you a great discount. That's kmlawyers.com. As we welcome you back on G&D, Toby Altizer in today. I'm Grant Paulson. It is time for your Beltway Blitz. We'll cover the NFL, the Commanders, the Capitals, all in one segment. We will start that in 1 second, but I do want to pass along some news out of Ashburn on this Friday, and that is the injury report just dropped, and so we can now officially, Toby, rule out Marshawn Lattimore, De'Ami Brown, Jordan McGee, Tyler Owens, and Andrew Wiley. 5 different Commanders are out. John Allen is listed questionable. Presumably he will be able to play. Was full practice all week. They've got to add him back to the active roster and make a roster move. And Marcus Mariota, who has not been at the facility practicing because of personal things going on, listed as questionable, although Dan Quinn did say today that he will be ready to go, barring anything weird happening between now and Sunday. But 5 players listed out, Toby. Lattimore is the big deal in the secondary. De'Ami Brown's actually served a huge role now that they don't have Noah Brown. So you're now down 2 of your key wide receivers. Means a lot more Olamide Zaccheaus and more opportunity, presumably, for Luke McCaffrey. And then special teams taking big hits here with Jordan McGee and Tyler Owens. I don't know how big of a deal not having your right tackle Andrew Wiley is, because Cornelius Lucas has played very well when he's gotten opportunities. I don't know if that's a big drop-off or not. But it sounds like 5 different players being ruled out. It just doesn't give you a fuzzy, warm feeling going into your biggest game of the year.
Yeah, no big surprises here. De'Ami Brown, the hamstring, he had to leave late in that ball game. No surprise that he wasn't able to get on the field. Marshawn Lattimore, same thing. You kind of figured those guys were both going to be out with the hamstring issue. You don't love, though, that you got 3 guys dealing with hamstring issues, because you never know how long those things are going to linger, especially De'Ami, someone. We talked about Lattimore earlier, but with De'Ami, he's someone that's kind of stepped up as the number 2 receiver. Not having him is going to be a big loss. And with Wiley, if they were going to still be trotting out Trent Scott as the right tackle, I'd be a little more worried. But with Cornelius Lucas kind of working as a swing tackle once again, playing some right tackle, I'm all right with him missing a game. Hopefully he's good to go next week.
All right, let's get to the Beltway Blitz right now on G&D. We will stay with the Commanders and bring on our buddy Nick Ashew of the BetQL Network. So, Nick, you just heard it, man. We just had this come out a couple minutes before we got back on the air here in the break. De'Ami Brown, Marshawn Lattimore among 5 ruled out for the Commanders going into a winning game against the Falcons. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, listen, well, Marshawn Lattimore's been out more than he's been in, so you kind of just, I guess, are used to that at this point here. But De'Ami Brown's a big loss. I mean, that 51-yard reception last week, at times, like, there is some big play capability from him. Look, I think this game comes down to the run game, though, for both sides here. I think that's one of the biggest things with Washington not being able to get it going the last couple of weeks, 2.6 yards per carry. And Atlanta's really good. Like, Atlanta's run defense is pretty good. And they're a top 10 team in yards allowed per carry. So, like, it's a bad matchup from that sense. And you go on the other side of things. And Bijan, like, all the talk about Saquon Barkley and maybe Jahmyr Gibbs and what's gone on in the backfield with the Lions, Bijan Robinson's had an awesome season. And, like, I'm really concerned at what he can do against this Washington defense and that side of things. I think we see a heavy dose of Bijan Robinson there because, quite frankly, with Michael Penix Jr., rookie quarterback starting in this game, you want to take some of the pressure off of him. I know he threw the ball 27 times last week, but right now, Bijan he's somebody that fits perfectly in this matchup where if you look, he's got the 3rd most yards in the league running outside the tackles. Well, Washington's allowed the 2nd most yards per carry outside of tackles. It's little matchups like that on both sides of the run game that I think really make a big difference in this one. But obviously, look, we know that it still comes down to great quarterback play. And when you got the Jaden Daniels magic after again last week, you feel like anything's possible with them.
Nick, it looks like there could be some bad weather, at least rainy weather at Northwest Stadium on Sunday. Who do you think that benefits most?
I think it benefits a team that can run the football, right? It doesn't benefit Chris Russell. I know that. I'm sure he's going to be complaining. But besides that, I'm moving on from him. Yeah, look, if it gets sloppy, it comes down to who can overcome mistakes. And really, we saw last week with the Commanders, right? You're not going to win games every single week if you're turning the ball over 5 times. But what gave me confidence last week in this team is that they do overcome those
whether it's a mental mistake or just, hey, this is football and something weird happened, right? I mean, for the fact that Jaden Daniels could throw 2 picks and then the next time out throw a touchdown, lead the game-winning drive, all those things tells me that his mind says it's out, it's in the past, I'm moving forward. If something like that were to happen in a sloppy game on Sunday here, and let's say there's a fumble, I mean, Brian Robinson can't fumble the football like he did last week. Like that's a major problem there. But if you have those situations where sloppy weather contributes to some sort of mistake, bobbled pass, turned interception, whatever the case is, this team has at least shown mentally they can overcome it, and actually on the field they can overcome that too.
Nick, I'm just fired up for the atmosphere. It's been such a long time since there was a game like this at home. I hearken back to 2012 against the Cowboys. I was still on the beat 12 years ago. They're trying to win a division against Dallas. Now you got a potential clincher under the lights. Speaking of the lights, the literal lights, I mean, they have the ability now with the LEDs. They've been saying all year and hinting that they can do light shows and turn them on and off at night. I think it's going to be really, really cool.
I'm so glad you brought up that 2012 game because I remember I was talking to somebody about this. I think it was like a week ago. They were like, it was, is this Eagles game, the one last week, the biggest game since when? And I said, probably since 2012, last game of the season against the Cowboys, RG3, Alfred Morris, 200 yards rushing, all those things. But like now we're kind of in another one now where this is in prime time. This is even bigger in terms of where we are. And you talk about a clinching game and all those things. It's just that, like, I've felt like Ricky Bobby this whole year, where instead of, like, not knowing what to do with my hands, I don't know what to do with my emotions, where I'm just like, how do we handle a situation with a team that's overachieved, that's in these positions? And I think most people, look, we didn't expect this team to be this good. I think most people didn't expect that. Their win total was like 6.5 before the season. They've overachieved, and it's got to the point now where you look around and go, we got something really, really special with this group of guys. And it was supposed to be a rebuilding year. I haven't been this excited about a game I've been saying this the last few weeks because every game kind of feels like it builds up more and more. But I mean, this is prime time. Jaden Daniels, it just feels like it could be one of those signature moments for him again.
First time ever in prime time in NFL history that 2 rookie starting quarterbacks from the first round are starting against each other. It feels like we know what we're going to get out of Jaden. What do you think we're going to see out of Michael Penix on Sunday?
Well, they probably are going to need him to have at least like one touchdown with his legs or his arm for them to win. I mean, it's great that you could win a game like that against the Giants last week, but I don't think that's going to fly against Washington this week. So, look, I do think they are going to still try to establish the run with Bijan Robinson and Tyler Algier first, get a lot of carries, and then put Michael Penix Jr. in some opportunities to succeed, get comfortable, get into a rhythm early. And, listen, he's got a great deep ball too. There's a chance you see a couple of deep opportunities maybe early just to see if they can, go after it. We saw Philadelphia certainly doing that last week, and teams will try to exploit the secondary, especially with Marshawn Lattimore out. So I would expect kind of lulling the defense in a little bit and then throw a couple deep balls with Penix just to see what they can do. But I would expect them to be at least a little bit conservative. But clearly they have confidence in the guy, right? They would have stayed with the veteran and Kirk Cousins, which, by the way, not getting a Kirk Cousins revenge game, really disappointing. I'm upset that we're not going to have that storyline in this game, but, I guess it is what it is.
Yeah, that would have been cool for Kirk to be back with a second team. I mean, that would have been his third time playing Washington. Played him twice with the Vikings, obviously. Would have been his first time with Atlanta. Nick, thank you, buddy. Have a wonderful weekend. Enjoy the 3 games tomorrow and a full Sunday of NFL football.
Can't wait. Talk to you guys soon.
Be good. Speaking of 3 games tomorrow, we should preview those games coming a little bit later in the hour. All right, let's keep it moving. Talk NFL. Our guy, Zach Kruger, joins us now to do just that. Why don't we begin with the triple header on Saturday in the NFL? Chargers, Patriots, Broncos, Bengals, Cardinals, Rams. What's your favorite game of the 3 tomorrow, Zach?
Grant, Toby, what's going on? Happy to be back on with you after the holiday break. Of those 3 games, Grant, the one that I think I'm really most interested in is Bengals and Broncos. Obviously, there's playoff implications for both teams going on here. The Bengals are somehow still scratching for a playoff berth, but despite their horrible start to the season, things have kind of balanced out for them a little bit. And then they get a Broncos defense that has been stout for most of the season, but in 2 of their last 3 games have allowed over 30 points in those games. They allowed Jameis Winston to just torch them through there a few weeks ago. We saw Jerry Jeudy in that game have 250 yards against his former team. Just a lot of insane things happened in that game against the Broncos. And when you think back on that and how that might look if it's a potent Bengals attack with Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, and T. Higgins, there's a big chance, I think, for this game to be a shootout, especially with The Broncos offense functioning just fine on the other side with Bo Nix and some members of that passing game, Cortland Sutton, certainly notwithstanding there. So I'm very interested to see how that game will unfold with the playoff implications, and then also just the amount of points you could get from that. If fantasy is your thing and you're still in it in week 17, this could be a game that's right for fantasy scoring, I think.
A big game on Sunday for playoff seeding. The Commanders keeping an eye on it. Packers and Vikings at 425. How do you see that one playing out in Minnesota?
Well, I was just live streaming you guys earlier. I saw you guys mentioning the inactives for that game. Jair Alexander, obviously a big one. It's going to be tough. Sam Darnold in his first game against the Packers this season, 275 yards, 3 touchdowns, and 1 interception. I think that was kind of the game that back in week 4 really firmly put Darnold on the map as maybe a potential comeback player of the year with the way he's performed. Now people are talking MVP. He's not going to win it, but he's playing at a high level. And it's a game that both teams certainly have to have, especially with the finale rolling in against the Lions next week for the Vikings. So exciting game. We'll see how it goes. I tend to lean Vikings in this one, I think, just with the weapons that they have. They're a mostly healthy team coming into it. Darnold, I just mentioned, he's clicking. Both Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison are kind of hitting at the right time. So I like the Vikings in this one, playing at home against the Packers and setting up for an exciting Week 18 matchup.
Another game Washington would benefit from getting a kind of result in is Eagles-Cowboys. They still have a slim chance in the NFC East if Philly were to lose out. But I will say Cowboys, as well as they've played, so much of that is predicated on just force-feeding CeeDee Lamb, who's not going to be a part of their operation now over these final couple of weeks. Even if Jalen Hurts doesn't play, seems like a tall order for Dallas to beat Kenny Pickett-led Philly.
Yeah, well, I just saw an alert before I hopped on with you guys. Jalen Hurts, I believe, is officially ruled out. So it will be Pickett season for the Eagles, which obviously bodes well. Even for the Cowboys without Lamb, we'll get to that side in a second. But certainly Kenny Pickett's a massive downgrade for the entire Eagles offense. Just 143 passing yards last week against the Commanders, that 1 touchdown and 1 interception. We know that the Cowboys defense has obviously struggled this year, but this is Kenny Pickett, who we've seen throw, I think it's 14 career touchdown passes in 29 career games. I think the Eagles are going to key in heavily on the run to Saquon Barkley as much as they can. The Cowboys are very vulnerable there as well. And then you mentioned CeeDee Lamb being out. I went back and looked at the numbers. The next 2 receivers in line to potentially take work for Lamb are Jalen Tolbert and Kevontae Turpin, who this season have a combined 69 catches for 833 yards and 8 touchdowns. The opportunity to funnel targets to Lamb, like you mentioned, Grant, is not going to be there with him ruled out for the season. We'll see if Jake Ferguson can maybe get a little bit more involved. But the Cowboys are, they're officially limping towards the finish line with the record where it is, and now Lamb ruled out. It's going to be a tough one maybe for Philly at times, but I think at the end of the day they pull it out, which will be good news for the Commanders, especially if a Sunday night game goes how you guys are hoping for.
After the Christmas Day games, a big discussion has been the MVP race. Lamar having a heck of a day on Christmas Day. The Bills playing the Jets on Sunday. How do you see that stacking up right now?
As far as the MVP race goes, to me, what I think was so funny about that race is I love the way that Allen has certainly had solid numbers, but he's also like the only quarterback in the league who can certainly brag about beating the Chiefs. And then I think it's a 2-loss Lions team. Allen has some big wins on his resume that are, going to set him apart in those regards. But Lamar Jackson, it's like every time people try to rule him out of the race, perhaps he sneaks back in. I think he more than cemented himself back in that conversation as at least a very close second to Allen, if not the leader. If people in the league didn't get so bored with, I think, repeat success, the Chiefs in their Super Bowls, Lamar with his MVPs, sometimes I think boredom plays a factor and people wanting to see that new guy reach a pinnacle that they've wanted to see him reach for years. I think Lamar Jackson should probably walk away with it if he closes out these next 2 weeks with solid numbers, similar to what he's put up these past few weeks. But Josh Allen's going to keep his name in the mix, especially if the Bills running pretty hot right now.
Zach, thanks, buddy. Good talking to you.
Well, thanks a lot, guys. Stay well. Have a good weekend.
Enjoy a great weekend of football. That is your Beltway Blitz on Grant and Danny. By the way, just to comment on what you just asked him about, if Josh Allen doesn't win the MVP this year, it's going to feel a little bit like, what the hell does this guy have to do to win the award?
Sure.
And I understand if you're saying that Lamar Jackson has had a more dynamic season. The way he plays is a little more electric than the way Josh Allen plays. He's a Ferrari. Allen's more of a Hummer or something like that. But we're talking about a quarterback who's a one-man wrecking crew for a 12-3 team, who has a close to a 6-to-1 touchdown interception ratio this season, hasn't really turned the football over, and has, to Zach's point, with some of the quality of wins on that resume for Josh Allen, it's just I kind of wonder, like, what's the guy got to do? Now, I'm not a huge believer in team record being the most important thing, or because it's not fair from a quarterback standpoint to hold that against him. I don't even know that you have to win the division, although the voters have made it pretty clear over the years that if you don't win the division, you can't win the MVP award. Lamar's going to, so is Allen, so it doesn't matter anymore. If you're curious, Allen is the betting favorite at every book still at a little better than like minus 200. Lamar Jackson's crept up close to even money, plus 150, plus 180 in places. I would vote for Josh Allen, partially because I feel like it's his time. But I say that, I can also acknowledge Lamar Jackson's a two-time MVP who's probably playing better this year than he played in either of those two MVP seasons.
Well, and the thing that makes no sense to me is last year you went with best player on best team, right? And that was Lamar Jackson. But if you look back at the stats last year, Josh Allen had the same sort of stats that everyone's arguing about Lamar Jackson having better stats than Josh Allen this year. So last year, Josh Allen had better stats than Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson wins it. This year, Lamar is winning, and everyone says that it has to be stats related, when last year it wasn't. So I get that there's narrative involved in some of these things. Maybe there's some fatigue, but also if you watch the games, not taking anything away from Lamar, because you're right. Like, a guy that's won multiple MVPs is maybe playing the best football of his career, and he's maybe not the front runner for MVP. But look at what they're asking Josh Allen to do and how much is on his plate. And I get that he's had maybe some dud performances, but the Ravens, like, if you're going off of that too, like, the Bills are the better football team than the Ravens, even though the Ravens looked like a juggernaut on Christmas Day. So to me, it still should be Josh Allen. It maybe is a little closer than we kind of talked about the last couple of weeks, but I think it still should be Josh Allen.
Yeah, and he's had one game that I can think of recently, which was the New England game where they played down. They still won handily. The game was closer in score than I think the actual game was. It was one of those where you never really felt like the Patriots were going to beat the Bills in that game. But in the recent games before that, they played the Rams in a shootout, and Allen ran for 3 touchdowns, threw 3 touchdowns, and threw for 350. Like, he had to be great, and he was. The week after that, at Detroit, how quickly we forget, that was the game of the year. That was the best team in the AFC, other than the Chiefs, and the best team in the NFC, 2 of the 3 best teams in football. Allen goes out and throws for 360 and 2 touchdowns, and he ran for 70 yards and 2 touchdowns. In those games, he has been magnificent. He has been, like, better than elite. He's been special. When they played the Kansas City Chiefs, he goes out and he runs for a touchdown. He throws for a touchdown, wills them to a 30-21 victory. I just think in those huge games, like his Heisman moments, he's been at his best. And Lamar statistically has had a more prolific season. But to me, when I'm thinking MVP and value, it goes without saying, without Lamar, the Ravens are way worse off. But the Bills, I mean, we're talking about like Khalil Shakur and Curtis Samuel, the ghost of Curtis Samuel.
Even they traded for Amari Cooper, and it's not like he's been the Amari Cooper that we're used to seeing.
Keon Coleman has played like 5 times, I think, and caught a ball or 2 in those games.
Look, you don't want to take anything away. Like, it might be that the Ravens are a better team on paper because they've got Derrick Henry, right? Like, how much does that impact things? I just think sometimes
they're better defensively. You just saw them shut out the Texans defensively. They gave 1 safety. Like, Josh Allen doesn't have that luxury where you're going to go out.
I hate when we do this where the award is so much deeper than just looking at stats, but then people that want to argue this on Twitter and whatnot point only to stats. There are some other things factored in that, really kind of just come down to a feeling when you're watching the game. But I feel like Josh Allen right now should still be the MVP.
I feel like it's Allen's year. But if it's Lamar, I'll understand.
Yeah, it's not taking anything away from Lamar. That's something that I can't stand that people do too, where it's like, I think Josh Allen should win. Oh, so you hate Lamar? No, like, I think both of them are playing at an MVP level. I just think that Josh Allen has been the MVP this season.
We're going scouting at 5 o'clock. We'll get the skinny on Atlanta and the change they made at quarterback and how much different they are now than they were maybe 8-10 weeks ago as a team, as they barrel down the stretch now leading their division by a hair. But next, Marshawn Lattimore ruled out with 4 other Commanders. Let's dive into just how the injury report update changes this matchup. You're listening to Grant and Danny. Toby Altizer in today. I'm Grant Paulson. This is The Fan. Attaboy, Dad. That's how we do it.
I feel like this needs to be bumping at Northwest Stadium on Sunday.
Better be. Little party till we die. Nothing says Nats baseball.
Love it.
Like this little ditty here. Of course, an off season of inactivity. In for Danny Rouillet, Toby Altizer. I'm Grant Paulson. You are locked into the Fan. Top of the hour and a half hour at 5 o'clock. We will scout the Falcons. Mark Romani will join us. He covers the team for ESPN. You just heard the injury report and the update from Byron Kerr, but I want to go through the specifics of each of these announcements by the Commanders to get a little more detail on what things will look like. So we'll end with Lattimore because I think that's the biggest conversation.
Yeah, definitely.
I think De'Ami Brown's a sneaky big loss, though.
It is.
De'Ami had huge moments in that New Orleans game. People forget he almost put the game on ice with that deep shot to the 10-yard line when he went up the ladder, made a hell of a catch. But he has done good things pretty routinely, especially now post Noah Brown. In the tunnel screen game, he had the deep shot from the goal line, if you remember, on what was nearly splitting the field in half, a 51-yard catch, 4 for 56. So otherwise, it was not pretty. But 60 yards of offense ain't nothing, and a 51-yard grab changes the game a little bit when he made that catch. I think not having him is a sneaky, significant loss. When you already don't have Noah Brown, Zach Ertz has been banged up and hasn't quite played at the same level the last couple of weeks. It's just a matter of now healthy bodies. It's like Terry and where's the production coming from? Zacchaeus and Crowder both got a couple of touchdowns, so you'd start there in the receiver room. But De'Ami was playing an important role.
Yeah, I mean, specifically in what he brings to the offense, too. He's big enough to play outside. When you think about OZ and Jamison Crowder, they're more so the slot guys. And even though maybe he doesn't have the blazing speed on a gun, he's still the guy that's your deep field, down the field threat, right? Like he catches the deep ball to get you out of being backed up there. And he's been big, like you said, on some of those tunnel screens. He kind of had stepped in. We had questions about who would step in as the number 2 when Noah Brown went down. It's kind of been De'Ami. So not having him out there, I mean, you just saw they signed Chris Moore to the practice squad, who'd been with the Arizona earlier this year, caught a couple of passes last year with Tennessee. Not like he's anything spectacular, but maybe
they signed KJ Osborne. Everyone thought that was a big deal.
True.
He hadn't played yet.
When do we see him?
This week.
It's got to be this
week,
with
right? De'Ami out, I think it's now a lock.
But once again, he's another guy too that he's not a huge dude. He's typically more so an inside guy. I think he's bigger than Crowder and what you get in OZ, but they need someone to step up in that second receiver role. De'Ami had done some of that. I think it was still by a committee, but he was more so the guy that kind of fit outside. That not having him, I think, is going to be big because at some point you're just running out of bodies.
I wouldn't be surprised if Crowder got 5 or 6 targets this past week. He's obviously been able to grow his rapport with Daniels pretty quickly. He caught 3 balls on 3 targets against the Saints in the first half. You're like, well, there's your Noah Brown replacement, I guess. Last week, it was only 2 catches. They were obviously both touchdowns, so it felt pretty big. But it wasn't like he had a big game. It wasn't like even Zacchaeus. Now, you remember 5 for 70 and 2 scores sounds like a hell of a day. I mean, that's winning you a fantasy playoff game if you scoop him off a waiver wire. 49 of it was just on a busted, terrible play by the Eagles, where they initially had 12 and then at one point 10 on the field as they're running guys on and off. And then they miss a couple tackles, which isn't to take anything away from him, but it was a bust. So now you're talking about 4 for like 21 the rest of the game. And he does have another touchdown in there, obviously. But I guess my point is I didn't think he or Crowder had the kind of game where I go, well, damn. I mean, they don't need Noah Brown. They're set. Like, you can't afford to keep losing guys at a thin receiver position.
The other guy that has some size that maybe fits outside, but he's more so a slot guy is Luke McCaffrey. Like, get this guy involved more. I mean, it's surprising.
By the way, how good did he look on his one screen change?
That was awesome.
And he was a great kick returner.
And I'm not a Luke McCaffrey truther like a lot of fans are, but at some point, this guy's got to get on the field and make some sort of an impact, especially with more and more guys going down. So I'm intrigued if he gets more involved. Like we talked about Osborne, I think it also shows you how important the tight ends are going to be, and specifically Zach Ertz. I mean, it's kind of surprising, Grant, when you look back to last week, Zach Ertz had 1 catch for 12 yards. And like we were talking about, he's throwing to OZ, he's throwing to Crowder. And maybe that final play could have gone to Ertz if he didn't go to Crowder in the back of the end zone. Ertz was kind of open in front as well, so maybe he could have gone there. But Ertz wasn't really involved either. So they've got to find ways to get some of those other guys involved as well.
Just thinking anecdotally about the game, he threw outside way more than inside. And I wonder if he got a little spooked by the overthrow interception. It was the McCaffrey. He was, by the way, wide open, but he missed him. And then he obviously late in the game roll into his right. through middle of the field late again for another pick. Now, that obviously didn't affect his psyche earlier in the game. That's not how it works. But he did have 2 interceptions in the middle of the field, but it was a lot more of like the receivers outside the numbers as you think about it. Deep shot to Terry's on the pylon. The 49-yarder to Zacchaeus is out near the sideline. There were a lot of throws like that. Screens obviously going out wide. But if you just look at the receiver room going into this game, you've got McLaurin, who's having a historical year organizationally. He's a touchdown away from breaking the record for a receiver for any pass catcher. Then you've got, with Brown out, it will be Zacchaeus, Crowder, McCaffrey as your 4. KJ Osborne would obviously be active as a 5th. And I would bet they don't have a 6th up because McCaffrey at this point has proven he could be your kick returner. That's the whole room. So I think you will see Osborne active. I think you'll see him targeted. But this is, if there's ever going to be a week where Luke McCaffrey gets involved, I think it should be this week. And he can't have done anything but help himself a week ago with one of the great kick returning weeks of their season and in the league this past week. And also, the one chance he got, as I mentioned, that 13-yard screen where he kind of read it out and followed his blocks and made a play after the catch. That's how you show them, okay, give me another chance. Like, give me another opportunity. So I would think with another injury, plus the week he's coming off of, maybe this is your 3 or 4 target Luke McCaffrey week finally.
Yeah, I mean, if they're going to want to throw more of those tunnel screens, he probably fits the bill the best, right? Of which receiver's going to run it outside of a Terry, which they haven't really run those with Terry. So if you're going to run it with someone else, it feels like your best option is going to be with McCaffrey. Real quick, though, if you're talking pass catchers overall, I think we saw last week with Ben Sinnott that it's tough for them to get him on the field when they ask him to run that like sift into a screen and he's got to go get that block on Slay and he just completely whiffs and he blows up the play. Because I think you could get him involved in the passing game, right, Grant? Like, this is a guy in the preseason that showed you just get him the ball 2 yards past the line. He can run and break some tackles.
It's one of the most surprising things about this season. They have no interest in involving him as a receiver.
But if they can't trust him blocking, then they're just not going to get him on the field. And so
I think he's mostly been good as a blocker. That's what you're referencing is a really hard ask.
It is. But they've had some issues with it. I don't know quite understand what it is. But I would love to see, like, if you're worrying about who you're going to get the ball to in the passing game outside of Terry, and if Ertz isn't going to play a large role, then guys that can make stuff after the catch happen might need to be a bigger part of the game plan. And I think Sinnott is one of those guys that you're not going to ask him to do anything too much. You're not asking him to be Ertz and figure out the void in the zone 10 yards down the field. You're asking him to run a tight end drag, and Jaden hits him, and he turns a 2-yard catch into an 8-yard gain.
Yeah, if you could get Terry 10 to 12 targets and 7 or 8 catches for close to 100 yards. What you're talking about then is from the other 4 guys, you're looking for a combined, 12 catches and 75, if it's 12, it'll be higher, obviously. You're talking about 100, 120 at that point. But if it's 10 catches for 90 yards or something, it can work. Then you involve a couple of throws out of the backfield to Brian Robinson or Jeremy McNichols. If Ertz goes 4 for 30, and you have a pretty good day throwing the football. But I think it's going to have to be Zacchaeus, Crowder, because even though for me, I'm desperate to see more, I guess I would technically be a Luke McCaffrey truther. It just has not happened.
Yeah, it just hasn't showed up much.
Wiley being out at right tackle, it sounds like we're in agreement. You'd rather him be healthy than not, but it's not a fall off to Cornelius Lucas.
I think if anything, what it is you just lose the security blanket, right? Because you feel good like you have 3 offensive tackles when Wiley's out there and Lucas is ready to go for either one.
Boom.
When you don't have Wiley, now you're suddenly like, if anything happens, you're screwed.
And we saw this past week, Coleman gets hurt and is slow to get up. Doesn't take much. You get rolled up on if you're Lucas. And then Trent Scott's coming into the game. And that's where you have a pretty Grand Canyon size gap.
Correct.
As we've seen. So, yeah, just not having him means you're down to now those 2 guys need to stay on the field for you to feel okay. The 3 other players that are out are specialists mostly, and McGee and Tyler Owens notably. But Marshawn Lattimore is the key here. And that's who we need to get into next. Because the corner they acquired will have now missed 6 of the 8 games since they traded for him. Who steps up at corner without him? Do you go back to Benjamin St-Juste? Would you roll with Michael Davis, who also got benched earlier this year and doesn't have as many pelts on the wall here as far as playing at a high level as St-Juste does? I mean, what would you guys do at corner without Lattimore? 800-636-1067 is the number on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Danny's out today. Toby Altizer hanging out. We'll take you up to 6:30 and overtime tonight right here on the Fan. The Caps are back in action post-holiday break tomorrow in Toronto. Sounds like Alex Ovechkin will make his return to the ice. The Great Eight begins his quest again to try to catch Wayne Gretzky. Nothing official, but all signs pointing toward Ovechkin playing tomorrow night against the Maple Leafs north of the border. Marchand Lattimore will not be playing Sunday night as the Commanders try to clinch a playoff berth against the Falcons, a team he's played many, many times in NFC South matchups as a New Orleans Saint. This was Dan Quinn today at the press conference out in Ashburn discussing Lattimore.
With Lattimore, in terms of injury, is it just a reoccurrence of what he was already dealing with?
Yes.
Okay. As far as this game goes, if he's not available to go, obviously Benjamin St. Juste had been playing a lot previously. Would it be likely he would be the one out there, and especially going up against a guy like Drake London?
Well, it'll be a mix of people for sure. If we go that way, Mike Davis as well, be somebody that would work into that spot or has been working into that spot this week. Both Ben and Mike took some reps into that spot.
If we go that way, it's tough.
Well, I think if we go that way meant if Marchand Lattimore's out, because he was still pretending
we knew he was.
Right. But he, at that point, he was asked earlier in the press conference, but you haven't ruled him out yet. And he said no. Because he was doing the shtick me and Adam Peters got to go talk to the trainers.
We got to talk. We got to have a meeting. Yeah. Well, we knew they were out.
Exactly. So when they ruled him out, it means they went that way. So now the question is, do you play BSJ or not? And his point was, multiple guys will play.
Maybe Michael Davis. If you're going to go to Michael Davis, that does not speak well of Benjamin St. Juste.
Here's the only endorsement I will give for those two guys is I actually like the matchup a little bit of Drake London for both of them, and specifically for St. Juste.
I agree.
St. Juste is big and long and physical. Now that gets him in trouble at times because he's handsy, and he's oftentimes on the guy he's supposed to, and he's close enough to interfere and get flags, but that isn't always a terrible sign. He loses technique and gets penalized, which stinks. But, Marchand Lattimore got 3 PI flags thrown on him last week, too. It happens. The good corners, too. I don't like St. Juste on Darnell Mooney.
Correct.
I don't like St. Juste, and he's not going to be in the slot, so it doesn't matter. But, I don't like him necessarily on Ray McLeod.
Mm-hmm.
Drake London is more SUV than he is coupe. He is more like 18-wheeler. It's the big physical, kind of that Larry Fitzgerald, square in, box you out kind of receiver. I think St. Juste actually is a decent matchup because of how physical he is. And in fact, if you go back, I don't have the numbers in front of me anymore because frankly, I didn't think we'd need to talk about Michael Davis anymore. But this offseason, when they signed him, I looked up. There was a stat out there for basically the corners that were viewed as the most physical, and it was based on the next gen chip data of getting up on a receiver and contact during a play and all this stuff. And both him and St. Juste were in the top 7 among corners last year. And I think that's what they kind of like the idea of. So those dudes, those bigger, longer corners against Drake London, I actually don't hate. But for Quinn to come out and basically say, instead of just giving a vote of confidence to St. Juste, to say, yeah, we'll throw a few guys at that. That tells you everything you need to know about where they are on Benjamin St. Juste.
Yeah, to your point, the article you're talking about is the 10 most physical corners. PFF had this. Of just the amount of routes run that the corner made contact. Number 1 in the league was A.J. Terrell last year. Number 2 is Michael Davis at 38.2%. Benjamin St. Juste was at 32.9%, 5th in the league last year. So those guys playing physical. Look, I don't know what we're going to see out of Benjamin St. Juste on Sunday, but if you were going to pick a receiver that you wanted BSJ to cover, with the lack of confidence that's seemingly gone around this organization with him, it's a guy like Drake London. Not saying that Drake London's not talented, but it's that style of receiver, like you're saying, where, if you go back, it's more so the guy that's going to run in routes or a post route. It's nothing like last year. I go back to this when people would talk about moving him to the slot. I think it's the stupidest thing some people have suggested, because go back and watch last year when he had to try to guard Zay Flowers in training camp. He runs a little
last year. Zay Flowers had 120 yards in the first half against him this year.
Yeah. So remember when he tried to run a little whip route and Benjamin St. Juste just disappears off the screen when it's just in practice on one-on-one. So to me, like if you're trying to put him on those sorts of guys, it's never going to work. But if you're going to put him on a guy who's bigger, who's not as agile as someone that's lower to the ground, a Julian Edelman style, but you're going to get him a bigger bodied receiver that's going to run those routes like that. And he's got speed. Like the reason so many people are enamored with Benjamin St. Juste is he's got the look of an elite NFL corner. He just doesn't have the skill and stuff right now to match up with it. But if you're going to have an ideal matchup, it's a Drake London. So maybe this is an opportunity for him to go out there and play better than he has all season long and redeem himself a little bit, because he's going to be counted on a lot.
It would be if your coach comes out and says, yeah, BSJ is going to get Drake London and we're going to sink or swim with him doing that. But he didn't do that. He came out and he's like, you know who you got to think about is this Michael Davis
Michael
guy.
Davis. Well, and that's the thing. I mean, it's not a big endorsement of BSJ. And frankly, I mean, some of the stuff too is like last week, he gets an opportunity to come in when Lattimore's out, and it's
Immediate
a fourth and
penalty.
Well, it's a penalty. It's 4th and 7, right? And you've got to at least make a tackle.
Well, I thought you were talking about the Saints game. Remember, he played 3 snaps in the Saints game.
Saints game
only
too.
1 after halftime. His only snap of the second half on a 3rd and long when they got a sack, completely away from the play, irrelevant to the play. He could have just sat down at the snap and it would have been fine. And instead, he gets a penalty for an automatic first down.
And by the way, you know the receiver's name? You remember him? He's a star in the league, Kevin Austin.
Right.
Yeah, like, come on. Like, so that's the problem is.
And then this past week, which you were getting to before I cut you off to go to the Saints, was the A.J. Brown play.
4th and 7. It's a drag route. He catches about 3 yards short of the sticks, and he's unable to get a finger on A.J. Brown just to bring him down. So that's the difficult part with St. Juste is like sometimes you've seen flashes. This year, I think some of that confidence has gone away, and you haven't seen him be able to do it much recently.
But don't you agree with this? For a guy that's lost confidence and for a guy who is struggling, it is really, really hard to get right as a pinch hitter. Like
100%.
It is easier to get right when you're in a funk, when you get to play every day and have 30 at-bats in a week or whatever. He is now, with zero confidence, like getting pinch hit opportunities in huge spots against dudes that are, like A.J. Brown, who's on a heater, torching Marshawn Lattimore. And now you come out there on a 4th down where they're running an impossible play to cover anyway. Now, the only issue I had on that play was it was a terrible tackle attempt.
Yes.
You took a bad angle. You didn't get a hand on him. But like covering a future Hall of Famer on a drag across the whole field.
I have no issue giving up the catch there. You've got to make the tackle, right? They throw a drag route on 4th and 7. You cannot let them pick up the first down.
To me, though, if you go to him yesterday and you go, dude, you get one more shot. Like, go be a baller. Changes how everyone views you. Changes how we feel about you. Go have a great game. But instead, they're going in with this like Michael Davis, Benjamin St. Juste. We'll see. Like, I just don't think it sets him up to play well.
It doesn't. But at the same point, like part of the reason that I felt when Lattimore came back for the 2 games that he has, that I would have sent Benjamin St. Juste to the bench is I don't think he's a part of the future. Right? When you look at his contract, it's done after this year. I don't think he's a part of the future.
I agree, but neither is Michael Davis.
No, he's not. But I think they kind of had moved on. And now that you're stuck, you're like, best of 2 options. Well, I think that it's going to end up being that Benjamin St. Juste plays a majority of the snaps because that's what's happened. But you're right. I mean, I'm also not going to spend all my time trying to develop him when he's probably getting moved on from. But now you're thrust into duty again.
There is something to be said for that. But this is also where you can't just coach that week. And you've got a guy with a hamstring problem that's been reoccurring all year long.
Sure.
Like you can't just bury a guy and say, we'll never need him again at a thin position when you're one tweak away from him being a starter, like which is where we are. Let's get the latest on the Falcons, though, and scout the opponent with Mark Raimondi of ESPN, who's going to join us next. We'll talk Jayden Daniels next hour. Need a gem from him to get into the playoffs this weekend. Will Washington get it? We're Grant and Danny. No, Danny. Toby's in today on The Fan. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. The show is brought to you by the law firm Condori and Murad. They're going to help you update your last will and testament. We'll set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a consultation with their estate planning attorneys today. You visit kmlawyers.com to do that. Tell them G&D sent you to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. It is time. A couple of days ahead of a critical Sunday night football game, a chance to clinch a playoff spot to scout the opponent. Danny out today. Toby is in alongside. Grant with you. And let's bring on the guest hotline, Mark Raimondi of ESPN, who covers the Falcons. Mark, thanks for a few minutes. How are you?
I'm pretty good. How are you guys?
Doing very well. So I don't know how much we could take out of one game since the quarterback shift because the Giants are tumultuous. I mean, it's just such a terrible team that it's hard to say what was different or what was better, but take your best guess. Like, what did you learn about Michael Penix and this offense last week?
Well, the one thing that if you just look at the numbers and what they were running, there was more motion. Penix was out of the pocket a whole lot more than Kirk Cousins was, which is not going to be a surprise to anyone who watched Kirk Cousins this year. He was pretty immobile. He was pretty much confined to the pocket. Couldn't really manipulate the pocket or move up in the pocket or scramble out of the pocket for that matter. So from just a mobility standpoint, they did a lot more with Penix. So I think that's something to look for. And I think that's one of the interesting things about Atlanta over the next few games is that there's just not a whole lot of tape on Michael Penix Jr. and the offense that they're running with him, which could be an advantage, going into this, home stretch here.
I mean, what is the offense going to look like that's different? I mean, is it, we were talking in the break about maybe some more bootlegs and, did you get to see more of what he was going to look like in training camp? We didn't get to see a whole lot in preseason, obviously. So what is different about the offense with Penix versus with Cousins?
Training camp feels like it was so long ago, so it's really hard to say. I mean, he was still very, new to everything back then, but just judging from the Giants game, there definitely was more play action and they ran motion so much more with Penix, for whatever reason. There were a lot more guys in motion. I think it was, I forget what percentage, but it was a much larger percentage with Penix than it was with Cousins. I think you're just going to see him being more mobile. There's going to be more rollouts, more bootlegs, stuff like that. And over the last, in Cousins, the last like 5 games that he played, could not throw the ball downfield. And I think you'll see a lot more of that from Penix as well.
Mark Raimondi covers the Falcons with us on Grant and Danny. What's interesting with Cousins was his whole career has been a play action drop back kind of assassin. They were never under center. They never dropped back, and they never moved him on bootlegs. They did that 2% of the plays that he played in on dropbacks. They did that 24% of the time with Penix. So even though he's been asking for that and wanted more of that, it seems like you're saying he just wasn't capable of it from a mobility standpoint. Like the Achilles wasn't allowing him to do that. It wasn't that Zach Robinson didn't want to. Is that fair?
I mean, I asked almost every week. I asked Kirk Cousins and I asked Raheem Morris, is Kirk healthy? Is he 100%? And the answer was always yes, that he was fine. But if you look at what you just said, I mean, this is a guy, Kirk Cousins, who has been one of the best play action passers. I mean, you guys probably know this. Back when he was in Washington, he was good at it back then. One of the best in the entire NFL for the last decade. And it was just not a part of their strategy. It was not a part of their playbook. And I have a hard time believing that's because Kirk Cousins just all of a sudden forgot how to do that. I mean, I really believe it was just that they could not. He just was not able to get to the spot, because of the Achilles and because of, maybe I'm not that he's injured, but just he's just not all the way back yet. And that's my theory. No one ever confirmed it for me, but all you got to do is look at those numbers that you just said.
When you look at their run game, Bijan Robinson maybe hasn't had the long run. I think his season long is 37 yards, but he's had an effective season. They're good in the outside zone run game as well. And you look at with Tyler Algier, what have you made of the run game this season? How important is that going to be on Sunday? Really, really important. And Bijan Robinson is one of the best running backs in the league at running outside of tackles. And I think the Commanders are one of the worst teams at defending that particular run. So that is going to be a really, really big key. It takes the pressure off the rookie quarterback.
might be some bad weather on Sunday night. I think the Falcons are kind of expecting that. There might be some rain. And I think Bijan Robinson and Tyler Algier are going to be vitally important to the team. And Bijan Robinson has really it's kind of been a little bit of an under the radar because he hasn't had that spectacular run like you mentioned, but he really just gets the job done week in and week out. And I'm not sure where this Falcons team would be, especially on offense, without him.
One guy watching the Falcons a lot this year that I find to be completely maddening, and the word I would use, honestly, is untrustworthy, is Pitts. There's really no reason after 1,000 yards as a rookie why Kyle Pitts has become whatever version of himself he is now. Like, how do you explain him away as a player at this point?
It's a good question. And Falcons fans will tell you that they can't. They really can't explain what has happened with Kyle Pitts because there's been flashes this season at Tampa Bay. Had 2 touchdowns, over 100 yards, just looks fantastic. He is a true game changer. He made a catch in New Orleans this season that it almost helped Falcons win that game. They were not able to, but just a jumping catch in traffic, and it was like, this is what Kyle Pitts can be. He's bigger than everybody. He's faster than everybody. He's long, he's explosive, but for whatever reason, and some of that in Cousins for last 5 games is he just wasn't throwing the ball downfield, like I said, and Pitts is that big play guy. Maybe we'll see, Kyle Pitts come to life again with Michael Penix Jr., but it's hard if you're a Falcons fan to say that will be the case because there has been kind of that disappointment over the last few years with him.
I mean, we all know Drake London. We remember him getting drafted high, but people that aren't as dialed into the Falcons, Darnell Mooney's had a good year, kind of resurging his career. Ray McLeod, people aren't super familiar with his game, especially when you see 34 running around there at wide receiver. What do you make of the other guys in this wide receiving core that have had pretty good seasons?
Mooney has really been a revelation for the Falcons. I don't think when he was signed back in April or March that fans thought he was going to make as much of a difference as he has. And he was really, he was one of Cousins' favorite targets. And at times he was his favorite target. He's really been a guy that, he's been really good with the, yards after the catch. He gets open on the outside. He's been really, really solid. And he's kind of had a career year with this new offensive Falcons running under Zach Robinson. And Cousins was a big proponent of him. And, we'll see what happens with him with Penix. I assume it'll be more of the same. And Ray McLeod, that's a guy that, I'm glad you mentioned him because he's a guy that of the Falcons starting receivers, he is the one who has worked the most with Penix because they are both from Tampa and they train together in the offseason. So look out for him. I think he'll be a favorite target of Penix as well.
You could tell Kirk loved him on 3rd down, middle of the field, threw to him a ton when he would get one-on-one, almost like he would use like TJ Hawkinson in Minnesota or some kind of like tight end running choice routes in the middle of the field. Mark Raimondi is with us, covers the Falcons on Grant and Danny here on the Fan. Specific to their downfield passing game, did that open up at all last week? I know they only played like 2.5 competitive quarters before they started to shut it down anyway. Or was it more of the same in terms of everything kind of short and intermediate?
Penix took more shots in the first half. He wasn't always successful in all of them, but he did take a couple of shots in the first half. He had one that he actually missed Darnell Mooney on that got called for a defensive pass interference that helped set up a touchdown. That was actually a big play. And not so much in the second half because the game was pretty much over by then. But I do think that, Penix, seeing him in training camp, the guy is just, his arm is just incredible. His arm is ridiculous. It comes out so fast and, it's just humming. Like, it's just like zipping out of his hands. And if the guys are open downfield, he's going to find them. And they need to work on their chemistry. They just have not worked together a lot. And you saw a little bit of that against the Giants. You saw some drop passes. The Falcons have been one of the best teams in the NFL in not dropping passes this year, but they were kind of dropping Penix's passes a little bit against the Giants. Didn't end up mattering, but that kind of thing could end up mattering against a much better team in the Commanders.
I wonder, on the other side of the ball, looking at Atlanta's defense, everyone's saying they've gotten a lot better because the results have been better in the last month. They really, really struggled earlier in the year, but they've also been playing Drew Lock. Right. Herbert got hurt in the game where they played him. They played some bad quarterbacks here recently. Like, do you think that they figured some things out? They still don't rush the quarterback all that well? Or do you think it's kind of been a fortuitous stretch in terms of matchups?
I think a little bit of both. Certainly. They're definitely rushing the quarterback a lot better than they were. And I say that because, I mean, they were rushing the quarterback at an all-time horrible rate over the first 10 games of the season, right? So, from week 11 or week 13, actually, after their bye on, they've been much better. I think they have at least 3 sacks per game since then, which is the best streak in the league right now. And if you would have told me that, back in like week 9, week 10, I would have thought you were crazy, because they were just not getting to the quarterback at all. So it has been a lot better. They definitely tweaked some things. Their run defense has been better, which has set up that pass rush on the passing down. So they're not facing like a 2nd and 3, a 3rd and 1 as much as they were. That has definitely helped a lot too. So it's definitely gotten better, but this is still a defense that allows the highest completion percentage to their opponents in the entire league. I mean, quarterbacks are completing percentages at a tremendous rate against the Falcons defense, which is the pass rush and the secondary. It's kind of on both of them. So it's still not a great defense, but it is definitely an improved defense.
I mean, I feel like some of the dudes in the secondary. It's not like an incredibly, big time name defense, but a Jesse Bates, a Justin Simmons, AJ Terrell. What's causing that? Is it just taking advantage of the other guys, or is it just no pass rush and in turn you can't cover guys?
Yeah, I mean, no pass rush, and just I think the Falcons are one of the teams that are the worst at allowing the most time for quarterbacks to throw, and that puts a lot of pressure on the secondary. And there's only so much that an AJ Terrell or Jesse Bates can do. Justin Simmons, they've all had good years. AJ Terrell has had one of his best years. Jesse Bates is, for me, one of the best safeties and the best safety in the entire National Football League. But there's only so much that those guys can do when you just can't get to the quarterback, and there's so much time for them to throw.
Caden Ellis has had a really good season, leads the team in tackles. Talk about the impact that he has made in the run game and how important he's been the last couple of years in Atlanta.
Yeah, I saw a stat today. I think since 2022, Caden Ellis has the most pressures out of any off-ball linebacker in the league. And that just kind of speaks to his versatility, because he's good against the run. He's good against the pass. He's a kind of a jack of all trades guy. I don't think you're going to see him in the Pro Bowl anytime soon, Caden Ellis, but he's a guy that every team would love to have as an inside linebacker. He wears the green dot for the defense. He's a leader out there. And just a really overall, really, really solid player, a guy that they lean on a lot. And they lost Troy Anderson this year. He was a 2nd-round pick and just a tremendous athlete at inside linebacker. He's missed most of the season. Now he's out for the regular season. So that's been a big loss. But Ellis has done a good job to, make up for that a little bit. But they would have had a much better kind of 1-2 punch if Troy Anderson was with him for most of the season, which he was not.
Falcons had 2 pick sixes last week. They do have the lowest sack rate in the NFL. And for the 3rd time in 4 years, a bottom 3 pressure rate, which is one thing, I guess, that could bode well for Jaden Daniels. So let's go both sides of the ball. When they have the football, what would Atlanta's game plan, do you think, be against Washington? And then vice versa, when they're on defense, how do you think they'll try to fluster Daniels and Washington's offense?
I think you're going to see a lot of Bijan Robinson on 1st down, especially. I think you're going to see some Tyler Algier. If this is a weather game, if the elements are going to be part of this, it's going to be a lot of the running game. And Tyler Algier is really one of the most underrated running backs, I think, in the entire NFL. He had over 1,000 yards as a rookie, and they brought in Bijan Robinson. Now they've formed a really good 1-2 punch. But, in a game that has weather, if it's raining and it's muddy, Tyler Algier is going to be a really hard guy to take down. He's like a bowling ball. He played linebacker a little bit in high school and college. And then as far as the defense, I mean, Jaden Daniels is such a difficult person to mark, because he's so versatile. And one thing the Falcons did this week is they brought in Emory Jones, the former University of Florida quarterback, to kind of run the scout team to mimic Jaden Daniels. Kirk Cousins would have been the scout team quarterback, but obviously he's not able to mimic Jaden Daniels because of his mobility issues. That would have been kind of interesting to see had that been the case. But they brought in Emory Jones, and the coaches were very high on Emory Jones and what he was able to do in mimicking Jaden Daniels last few days. So it's going to be difficult. Jaden Daniels has been. I've been so impressed with him. even just how he's grown since LSU, and it's going to be hard for the Falcons because they've struggled against mobile quarterbacks, especially early in the season. Jalen Hurts, hurt them. Pat Mahomes hurt them. So it's going to be tough. I mean, if their pass rush is actually as good as it has looked the last few weeks, that'll be a positive. But it's going to be a tough one.
It's going to be an exciting matchup on Sunday. What's your official prediction?
Oh man, I don't know. That's a hard one. Putting me on the spot. I'm gonna say a tie.
Love it.
Oh, that would be terrible. God, I'd rather lose. Ties stink.
They're terrible.
Yeah. Mark, thank you, buddy. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Anytime. Thanks, guys.
Mark Raimondi of ESPN joining us on Grant and Danny to help us scout the Falcons. How about we get into Jaden Daniels in primetime? What do we expect from Daniels? We can open up the phones on this at 800-636-1067. If you want to predict Jaden's line or give us thoughts on how you think he'll perform under the lights, chance to clinch a playoff berth. Is this going to be a Daniels gem, another signature effort? Or do you think that in the sloppy weather, maybe this game is quirky and we don't see the best of Washington's offense? We'll get into that next on The Fan. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. Danny's out today. Toby Altizer's in. I'm Grant Paulson. We're getting ready for Sunday Night Football. The Commanders have become the cool team, and they've got the cool quarterback. Everybody wants to see Washington, so they'll be playing under the lights, national TV, as they try to clinch a playoff spot with Jaden Daniels at the controls. They're 10-5 on the precipice of an 11-win season for the first time since 1991, with a rookie quarterback and a first-year head coach leading the way. Daniels, just 17 touchdown passes in his first 14 games. Now sitting at 22 going into the final 2 games. That's what a 5-tutty performance will do for you.
Oh, yeah.
A career day for Jaden Daniels in terms of touchdown passes that he probably won't supplant. He might at some point in his career get to 6, but there are guys that have played hundreds of games at the quarterback position that have never thrown 5 touchdown passes.
Especially in Washington, the last person to do it was a 91 Mark Rippon, which was the legend of the game on Sunday. So I thought that was cool. But yeah, I mean, an all-time performance, one where he needed to go win the game, and he did it, which was so impressive because there was just nothing else that seemed to be going their way. Defensively, early they struggled, and yet he's able to go out there. Once they were able to calm things down a little bit, 5 turnovers, he overcomes it all. Incredible performance last Sunday. Hopefully he can replicate it this Sunday.
Yeah, I said this with the Junkies. I was on with them Monday morning right after the game, but I wasn't on air at all this week since that Eagles game with the Christmas holiday. I took off to be around the family, around the kids leading up to Christmas. But what I was so impressed by this past week with Daniels was how he responded to the adversity.
Yeah, big time.
It was the first time all season that he's thrown 2 bad interceptions in a game. Against Dallas, he had 2 picks. One was the Hail Mary at the end of the game, I think. If you look at the pick to McCaffrey earlier in the game, arguably his worst of the season in terms of like middle of the field, well overthrown, normal rookie stuff. That should happen 7, 8, 9 times, bad interceptions in a rookie year. It's happened a couple of times all year for him, but he kept coming. Then late in the game, he comes out with like little under 4 minutes to play. They get another crack at Philadelphia after falling behind, and he throws an interception that might have ended the game. They got lucky to even get another opportunity, thanks to the Devontae Smith drop, and he got another crack at it. But the idea as a young guy to be so unflappable and to just be unfazed by everything, like to throw that pick, and then you've got to go right back out onto the field at the risk. Now most guys are going, what if I throw a 3rd pick and I end the game? He's going, what if I throw a 5th touchdown and I win the game?
Well,
and that's the difference to me between just a completely undaunted personality like him and a normal young QB.
Yeah, and you think about the confidence that instills in the rest of the team, right? When Jaden goes out there in the second to last drive of the game, he's got a chance to go win it because, you just think back to that spot. If you're like me, you're sitting there, standing in front of your TV watching, thinking, this is his moment. This is where he's going to go win it. And then he throws a pick, and you're like, oh, gosh. But the defense thinks, wait a minute, let's get it back to 5 one more time.
Exactly.
And see if it happens. And sure enough, with the help of Devontae Smith, they're able to get the ball back to 5, and he goes and wins it.
Here's the best compliment you can pay, or I can pay Jaden Daniels at this point. The second Devontae Smith dropped that ball, and the Eagles were kicking a field goal to go up 5, I guess it would have been, I thought they're going to win the game. I don't remember having that kind of confidence. Again, this is in a young quarterback who's thrown 2 bad picks, happened to have also thrown 4 touchdowns. But coming right back on the field after the late middle of the field interception crossed his body, like broke a rule, right? But you're just like, that's so uncharacteristic and abnormal. He ain't doing that again.
Yeah.
And on top of that, in those end of game sequences where you can't give anything deep, so you got to play deeper, you're giving some stuff up in the middle of the field, and you got a quarterback who is going to scramble and create and extend and make plays. It's really, really hard to defend.
Yeah, you just don't feel that way like you're talking about, though, about many quarterbacks in the league. Like, I mean, when Patrick Mahomes got the ball back with 13 seconds, you're like, well, maybe, right? There's still time on the clock. And Josh Allen or someone like that, Jaden Daniels is approaching, not that level of those guys, because those guys have done it for years, but he's in that conversation now with guys who are like, ooh, you might have left him a little bit too much time. He can go win this thing.
Yeah, and it wasn't like a time situation. I think it was 1:59 or 2 minutes on the nose or whatever. They had a couple of timeouts, although they should have had 3.
Yeah.
I still don't know why Dan Quinn
I
burned that
don't get that.
first one before the field goal, but didn't matter in the end. But to go right down the field seamlessly and probably too quickly almost, if anything.
Mhm.
I mean, there was just no resistance, made all the throws, made all the right decisions. It was awesome. And now he's got another chance, this time to punch a playoff ticket. If you remember back in 2012, Griffin, we remember that 2012 7-game winning streak as like
Oh, yeah.
Robert Griffin just carrying 52 players. That's not really how it happened. He was super banged up from the Ravens game on. In fact, he missed one of the games completely against the Browns. Cousins in that game threw for more yards than Griffin did in any game that season. I think it was right around 327 yards, if memory serves, in Cleveland. But in that Week 17 clincher against Dallas, RG3 was like 9 of 18.
Yeah.
And he was limping all over. The story in that game was Alfred Morris
man.
running for 200 yards and 3 touchdowns. So even though they won the division and Griffin changed the whole organization, was the face of the operation, won the Rookie of the Year, and it was kind of in 2012 what Daniels has been to this organization this year, the shot in the arm. He didn't really have that signature final game. I'm hoping and I'm thinking Jaden's going to have one this weekend. Like, it doesn't need to be Cincinnati, which I still think was the game of his season. 21 of 23 for 254, Monday Night Football, 2 touchdowns. The one that put the game away to Terry McLaurin was ridiculous. But it would be really nice if he could, in a clincher, doesn't even have to be the 5-touchdown game against Philly, but just a clean New Orleans like 25 of 30, couple hundred yards and a couple touchdowns, kind of the type of game he's had all year, and punch their ticket to the playoffs by adding to the touchdown total and having another of those like near 70 completion percentage type games.
Yeah, ideally, I'd like to see him, like you said, a 25 of 30, a 22 of 28 for, say, 220, a touchdown, 2 touchdowns, 40 rushing yards. Ideally, I want to see that, right? Because that would mean that you've got something in the running game, because you're not going to just finish the game with 260 yards. You need a little bit more out of that. But I think the crazy part about this, Grant, is going into this game, it feels like whatever happens, you just have faith that 5 can get it done. Whether it's there's nothing in the running game and he has to put everything on his shoulders. He hadn't yet shown me that he could do everything in a game and win it until last week. And when he does that against a defense like Philadelphia, he can definitely do it against a defense like Atlanta. And even if the weather gets sloppy, even if it's something where he only throws for 140 yards and he has to go for 80 on the ground, whatever it is, I think this is a big chance for him. And by the way, outside of maybe one performance all year, talking about the Thursday night game against Philadelphia when it was a big spot, he's kind of shown out in these games. Because even going back to the Bears game, I didn't think it was his best game, but it's his only game he's thrown over 300 yards this year. Obviously hits the Hail Mary. That wasn't a primetime game, so to speak, but it was the second window. Everybody's watching that game. You think back to the Monday nighter against Cincinnati. You think back to this past week in a big spot against the Eagles. He comes out and plays, I think, his best game of the year, but it's like right there in Cincinnati. He's kind of shown out. And every time he's come into a spot where it's backs against the wall, or a moment where it's you can clinch something, or it's a national spotlight sort of game, you get a little of all of that in the same game on Sunday Night Football against the Falcons. I mean, I have confidence that he's going to go out there and play one of his best games of the season. And if he does that, then frankly, like, we can talk about Lattimore, we can talk about all these things. If Jaden Daniels goes out there and plays a B+ performance or better, they win the football game.
Yeah, I mean, there are certain guys in the league that render almost everything else irrelevant. Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, those types of players where if you don't have the right supporting cast, if you're lacking a pass catching weapon, if there's something going on with the offensive line, like, it can be okay because you have a special MVP, unique type QB. Lamar Jackson's another example. Yeah. I think there's a very, very short list of guys. Jaden Daniels doesn't get to be on that list by the end of his first season, respectfully.
Correct. Yes.
It's just going to take more time. See CJ Stroud last year and this year. See Robert Griffin's first year, and then the years after. Adjustments get made, and you got to keep proving it. And then after a few seasons of consistency, you graduate, and you're in that pantheon. But what you're talking about, that rare trait and quality of a lot of other things don't matter, he has had this year. Like, oh, you got defensive woes and problems. Oh, you can't run the football against the Baltimore Ravens. He'll keep you in that game. he's that kind of player. He has been this season. So I think there's something to that for sure. And to your point, going back through the games, he's been at his best in the biggest spots. He was last year. That goes back to LSU.
100%.
You know, Heisman Trophy winning season, when he's playing Alabama, when he's playing in these huge environments with the country watching, he has signature performances. And there's a lot of questions coming off of an injury against Florida, if you remember, and that was the game where he snatched souls there. Like, this is kind of what he's done. I give him a lot of credit for that. I want to go back to something you said, though. You said you thought this past weekend was a better game than the Bengals game.
Mhm.
That's crazy to me.
Well, and I understand why Cincinnati, like, they literally could not have a hiccup and they don't win that game, right? They scored every time they touched the football, which is incredible. So I understand that. But when you think about last week to me, there was nothing but five. No run game. The receivers were, outside of Terry McLaurin, just the guys, right? Jags. Like, defensively, they gave up 100 yards in the first quarter to Saquon. Yes, they played better once Jalen Hurts went out, but they still gave up 30-plus points. Like, there was nothing. Your only chance was, if you're Cliff Kingsbury, say, forget the run game, forget all this stuff. Where's the stuff that just involves five making plays? And that's what he called, and they won the game because of that. And he made mistakes. He overcame 5 turnovers. So to me, like, the Cincinnati game was great because of what they were able to do, and it was a team, and a lot of it's, driven by Jaden. But when you think back to last week, it was all on his shoulders, and he was able to overcome so many mistakes and so many issues, and it was all on him, and he did it.
Yeah, I mean, the good of last week might have been greater than the good of Cincinnati. I'm just an efficiency guy, and
Absolutely.
To me, that the Bengals game, he was nearly flawless.
Perfect.
In everything
Almost.
that he did. And I mean, in this past Eagles game, he was overcoming some of his own foibles too. Like, again, he probably had his 2 worst interceptions of the whole year in that game.
Yeah.
So it's hard for me to say that was his
the
best
only
game.
reason I say that
But I
is
think your point is taken. I mean, they scored 36 points against the number 1 defense in the league.
the only reason I say that is it more so proves something to me. And it's not, there was nothing wrong with what had happened before that, but I hadn't seen him. You know how it is when you have Lamar Jacksons and those other guys that are the elite of the elite. Sometimes they just go win a game,
Yeah.
right? They just go do it.
He did it. He put on his cape.
And that's the first time I saw him do that, because other times where you felt like there was no run game, they found other ways. Other guys stepped up, made plays. Nope, this was all 5. This was all on him. You think back to the Baltimore game. That was an opportunity where he had a chance to do some of that. He wasn't able to overcome it. But against a good football team, when everything was on his shoulders, he went and did it. That's why it's the most impressive to me.
So we're talking Jaden Daniels and the potential of a primetime gem if he's going to ball out with the playoffs on the line against the Falcons here. Who else could shine? What Commanders player do you think is going to play a huge game in their biggest game of the year? We'll open up the phones on this for you guys next. Want to hear from you on the MGM National Harbor listener lines at 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. You're listening to Grant and Danny, Toby in today on The Fan. You're locked into Grant and Danny on the Fan. I'm Grant Paulson. Toby Altizer is in with Danny out today. Which commander will shine the brightest in the biggest game of the year? Maybe you feel like it's Jaden Daniels, who we just discussed. I do think a rainy game is going to hinder him some. If it's going to be a driving rain, which it sounds like for some of the game at least, that might be the case, that makes it a little harder to sling the football around, obviously. But that might mean that Daniels...
By the way, you sleep on this. Terry McLaurin not being a hands catcher might help him in this.
Oh, sure.
Maybe just throw it to Terry and let him body catch everything.
Yeah.
He can still catch it in the rain
He'll
and
be
everything.
fine. I think it could be a big Daniels running the football game.
I would love that.
Could be like a 75,
What if he gave you
85-yard game.
What if he gave you the signature RG3 against the Vikings long touchdown run this week?
Been waiting all year for it.
That'd be incredible.
Rips off like a 59, 65-yard touchdown run to put the game on ice.
Oh, it'd be awesome.
Get him to the playoffs.
That'd be
Everybody
awesome.
going
Could
nuts.
you imagine how crazy the stadium will be?
It'd be live. It'd be awesome. We'll hit the phones on this, but you give me your answer. Who is going to have the biggest game? Who's going to shine with the lights the brightest here?
Frankie Louvu. And the reason I bring this up is I think it fits exactly what you need to do in both the pass game and the run game. Pass game, I want to see them play aggressively. So I'm using Louvu all over the formation. I'm blitzing him from everywhere. I'm hitting Michael Penix. So Louvu in the passing game is still going to be the main menace that we're all used to, but I think he's going to be effective and really instrumental in the run game. How do you stop outside zone? Penetration. And what does a guy like Frankie Louvu allow you to do? Move him all over the place and get into the backfield against that outside zone and slow down Bijan, make him stop his feet, maybe try to go backdoor. So I think as long as the rest of the defense is playing discipline, staying in their lanes and letting Louvu kind of go do his thing and be a maniac, I think Louvu could have a really, really big game. And I think he's gotten a lot of national recognition this year. I think a lot more people are talking about him. I think this could be an even bigger stage for him to kind of shine and everyone talking about, wow, maybe we haven't talked about this guy enough.
I'm going to go off the grid a little bit. I'm going to say Zach Ertz. 7 catches, 65 yards, 2 touchdowns.
Wow.
I think he has one of his biggest games of the year. You're starting to dwindle at the receiver position. Rain to me means a little shorter, more intermediate, right? Talk about body catching, guy that you don't necessarily, he's made some nice hands catches. New Orleans game going up the ladder, but he's got a good catch radius, but around the chest, pretty sure-handed. I think, just getting the ball, getting to the ground, not going to be trying to fight for extra yards, but I could see him catching a couple of touchdowns, having a big showing in a big spot against Atlanta. They've struggled at times against tight ends. So I'll say Zach Ertz ends up being the star of the night. Let's go to Jupe in West Virginia, listening on the Odyssey app. What's up, Jupe?
What's going on, fellas? Hey, I got to go with my guy, James Crowder, man. Listen, I've been calling all year. We've been missing him, and once he came back, you can see Timothy Daniels is slowly building that rapport with Jameson. In the Saints game, he made some crucial catches in the Saints game, and those 2 touchdowns with the game winner in the Eagles game. I think he's going to be the guy that sets it up for us for a game winner. Definitely Terry, too. I think he's going to get his touchdown to break the record, but definitely James Crowder is going to be that key.
Jupe, what about J-Mo ripping off a punt return?
Ooh.
I mean, big spot for him, right? Getting a chance. McCaffrey was close on a couple of kick returns, by the way, but maybe they make a huge play on special teams this week. Going to be hard. No Jordan McGee, no Tyler Owens, obviously, on teams. Both have been ruled out. But to his point on Crowder, I was thinking about this. I actually was joking about this on an Instagram live I did after the game at Grant H. Paulson. I always do these live IG reactions, like rapid fire from the press box. And it was just, I started laughing when I was talking about Crowder. I said, it's 2024. And Jamison Crowder just caught 2 touchdowns in a big game for Washington. Like, what are the chances of that? Just think about it. He was here. He was catching balls from Kirk Cousins in his first year as a starter in Washington. He left here. He's with the Jets for 3 years and then the Bills. And he's back now with the Commanders doing this. Like last year, he caught some balls at the end of the year, and I thought, oh, fun little weird story. No chance he'll be here next year. He was at training camp. I thought the same thing. No chance this guy makes the team. Then he's in the preseason. I'm going, he's actually going to make the roster. Good Lord. And now he, with some injuries, could be their wide receiver 2, could have a 5-catch game this week as they clinch a division title.
Yeah, and he may not put up the big numbers, right? He might not go 6 for 80 or anything like that, but he could have an impactful 5 for 30, right? Like he could be the guy on 3rd and short that he has to go find. Or like last week, 2 catches, but they were both big time in the red zone. And Greg Olson kind of pointed it out on the first one. You have to have a vet kind of run that route because it's a very, got to be patient, sell it's a fake, and then go out, right? And so having a guy with that sort of presence, those sorts of hands, and that sort of veteran understanding of a big moment, that's savvy. I think for him, he could play a big role, even if it's not huge and stat wise.
I should correct myself. I said clinch the division, obviously clinching a playoff spot. Probably not going to win the division, although it's still very possible with some Eagles help. They could do that in a week. Let's go to Noah and Frederick on G&D. What's up?
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
What's going on, man?
Not much. I think Terry McLaurin is going to be our key player in this game. Terry's hands are amazing, and of course, he's going to break that record. So it's either going to be this game or it's going to be against Dallas. And to do it in front of a home crowd, I think it's going to be Terry McLaurin.
I think when you get to the red area, certainly inside the goal-to-go area, they're going to be feeding him the football to get him the record. For people that aren't aware, he's got 12 touchdowns. That is tied for the team record. If he gets another, it'll be the most by a receiver in a season in team history. He's on his way to a career high with over 1,200 receiving yards based on his current pace. Remember, last year they had to throw him, and I'm not upset. They did the right thing. Like this cheap pass at the end of the game to get him to 1,000 because they wanted to keep his streak alive. He's already over 1,000 with 2 games to play on 73 catches this year. He's also the guy that this fan base loves the most.
100%.
As obsessed as we all are with Daniels, and the video the team put out was amazing from Christmas morning, and all the kids, like my son, who get their Jaden Daniels jerseys, and all the family members who are giddy for their number 5. It's a great sentiment, and it's real. People are falling in love with the quarterback. But go to a game, what do they get the most excited for? It's the Terry chant after a catch. It's the big moment for McLaurin. Because they've rode with him, and he's rode with them for years through a lot of bad times. He's one of the only reasons to go to the stadium, one of the only reasons to watch. He stayed here, got paid here. He's just been quiet every step of the way at a diva position where guys act like jerks all the time. He never does. They love Terry McLaurin in this city, and rightfully so. And it's been so good to see him finally get his roses this year.
How many times do we have these things in sports where we're like, do this, get this guy here, or do this and do that and do... How much have we said, get Terry McLaurin a quarterback, whether it's here or locally or nationally? People are like, just give Terry a quarterback and see. Well, they gave Terry a quarterback, and he's had his best year ever. It's been so cool to watch, and it feels like, Grant, like on Sunday, with it rainy and with some of the weather and the way that these teams are constructed, it seems like it might be in a box, like gain 5 yards, gain 4 yards. Like there's not going to be a ton of explosive plays. It feels like your chance for an explosive play on Sunday with the rain and all the craziness that's going to be at the stadium. I think your chance is going to be once or twice finding Terry down a sideline one-on-one and seeing if you can make a play. That might be your only option. So, if they can come up with 1 or 2 of those, that might be the difference in the game, honestly.
We'll have a lot to do in our final segment. More of you guys telling us which commander will step up in the biggest game of the year at 800-636-1067. Plus, I got 5 NFL things I think going into week 17, and a death for a broadcaster who was a part of the NFL fabric for many, many years. It hit us pretty hard in studio this afternoon. We'll get into all of that in our final segment right here on The Fan. stretch run of Grant and Danny without Danny on a football Friday. Thanks much for making the show part of your day. Means a lot. We're brought to you, as always, by the law firm Kendall and Murrah. They'll help you update your last will and testament or set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation for their estate planning attorneys today. KMLawyers.com. Be sure to tell them G&D sent you. That's KMLawyers.com. You lose a loved one, they will take good care of you and get all that important, not fun stuff done with you after the fact. And speaking of, unfortunately, tragic deaths, Greg Gumbel has passed away.
Very sad.
Greg Gumbel was one of my first guys in broadcasting. Just an iconic voice, great pipes. Greg Gumbel, a guy who, at 78 years old, no longer with us. I remember from his time calling NFL games.
Yes.
I remember as a great studio host for college basketball, CBS for many, many years for the NCAA tournament. Of course, Bryant Gumbel's brother. But I think Greg Gumbel, it must have just been that he was on an A or B team or something on CBS at the perfect time for my formative football years. But he is one of the first, like, play-by-play voices I can remember calling big NFL games.
So I don't remember him as much as the NFL broadcaster. I think of him all the time as the Selection Sunday host for March Madness.
Good one.
And him being there in the studio, he did, that's a tough job, right? Like, you've got to be so calm. You've got to be able to toss to the guys, and just, he ran everything so effortlessly and so calmly and so matter-of-factly. He was so good as a studio host. I really admired what he was able to do, and it's not going to be the same watching March Madness this year, figuring out the teams in the bracket and not having him on TV. So really sad to lose him today.
Sounds like he passed away from cancer, which is just such a pain in the butt. One day, hopefully, we're going to continue to make more and more progress. And you compare where we are now to 25 or 30 years ago, it's incredible growth. But so many loved ones, so many awesome greats in their fields lost to that terrible disease. Greg approached his illness like one would expect he would, with stoicism, grace, and positivity. His wife, Marcy Gumbel, and his daughter, Michelle Gumbel, said in a joint statement, he leaves behind a legacy of love, inspiration, and dedication to over 50 extraordinary years in the sports broadcast industry. His iconic voice will never be forgotten. I think of him, too, on AFC calls of, like, Brady Manning type games, right? It was always like the really good. Didn't call Washington games very often.
No.
Maybe if they were playing the Colts or something, you'd very rarely get a Greg Gumbel game. But it's a lot of the old school Patriots, Tom Brady era games for Greg Gumbel. So thinking about him and his family. Let's squeeze in one more. Turner's in Hollywood on G&D wants to talk about the commander that he thinks could have a huge game in a huge spot on Sunday Night Football. What's up, Turner? How are you?
Hey, first of all, I want to thank you guys for letting me on your show. I appreciate you. It's a great show.
Thanks for calling in, man.
I think B-Rob is going to be the guy. Reason why, he's got a chip on his shoulders. Those two fumbles, he's gonna be mad coming out. And Atlanta's not going to be able to stop the run the way Philadelphia did. If B-Rob gets off, then Daniels gets off, and then my man Terry gets off, and any receiver gets off. Because if that run goes the way it's supposed to go, that Commander's offense rocks and rolls.
Certainly does. Appreciate
100%.
the call. I mean, the only thing I'm going to say to that is they've had really one game where Robinson has had a ton of success, dating all the way back to, like, Carolina. And that was in a half, if you remember, because he got hurt in that game. He didn't play in the second half. So he had 6 yards per carry, 12 for 70 in one half. So before that, you're going back to, like, the Arizona game when he was 21 for 101 is his last real signature performance. But since then, it's been way more not that effective than effective. He had the Tennessee game where he had a big game, 103 yards on 16 attempts. 40 of those were on his first run of the game untouched, perfectly blocked. From that point forward, it was 15 for 60. That is basically 4 yards per carry for the rest of the game, which is just okay. Otherwise, struggled against Philly, struggled against the Saints, struggled against Philly the other time, struggled against Dallas, didn't do a whole lot. It was like 4 yards a carry against the Chicago Bears with a 20-yard run, so otherwise, like, barely over 3. I mean, that's going back 6 games. So it's not a B-Rob thing. It's largely a run game thing, but it just has not come as easily. They have not had answers up front like they did early in the season, period.
Well, and I'm curious how much of it is the interior O-line, I pointed this out earlier, has seemed to struggle really the last 6 games where 5 of them they've been able to or have not been able to really run the football. But also, we talked about Cliff and adjustments and some of this stuff. Defenses adjust too, right? They adjust to the fact that early in the season, maybe they didn't have the dominant in terms of explosive run game, but they were able to rip off 4, 5, and 6 a pop. They haven't been able to do that recently. So I'm curious how much of that is a change in the defense versus the interior O-line. But regardless, they need to find something in the run game, even if it isn't B-Rob, right? Whether it's McNichols and getting him involved outside, or if it's Jaden Daniels being the run game, getting outside. They've got to find something in the run game. I think the easiest route would be giving it to B-Rob up the middle. But if it's once again going to be like banging your head against the wall and you're not being effective, they've got to find something in that run game.
All right, we'll come back to the Commanders and the Falcons to make our final predictions and our player to lock in on before we say goodbye coming up as we take you to 6:30. But I want to spin you around the NFL with 5 things I think going into week 17 and another weekend of football, 3 Saturday games tomorrow, and then a full slate on Sunday. Number 1, Red Zone is no longer 7 hours of commercial-free football starts right now. It's 7 hours of red zone football starts right now. For a couple weeks, Scott Hansen was saying commercial-free football, and people were upset because they were taking and adding in commercials. You can't tell us it's commercial-free if you're using commercials. They were making him a liar. So now Scott Hansen has started saying 7 hours of red zone football because, like all good things, they must come to an end. We no longer get commercial-free red zone. Now, I believe you're like the last guy on the planet that doesn't watch red zone, right?
I do not watch red zone. No. So this doesn't affect me at all, but it is a shame that you've had something that's good for so long that was so beautiful because it was just football. There was no commercials.
Do you know how amazing that is to sit
just
your fat ass down on the couch, get some food and drink, and to not have to worry about one commercial break for 7 consecutive hours?
It's incredible. It's something that doesn't exist in the world now and really doesn't exist because even that has been taken away.
You've stolen it from us. But I just love that Scott Hansen was getting so much crap for like a couple of weeks where he was still saying it and they were doing these little commercials where he finally started saying, and that was his whole catchphrase, by the way.
Yeah.
He would ramp it up to 11 and it was on t-shirts.
7 hours of commercial-free football.
It's literally the comment he was known most for. And now he's got to say, 7 hours of red zone football starts.
Yeah.
Just doesn't have the same ring to it.
It's like the Commanders.
Number 2. It's a good point. The name change. 5 things I think, NFL style. Brock Bowers is not getting enough credit for one of the most amazing rookie seasons in history.
Yes.
And maybe it's because we're on the East Coast and he's out on the West Coast playing in Vegas. This guy is doing things that we've never seen done before. Like, I'm not going to sit here and tell you it's more impressive than what Daniels has done because as a quarterback, it's just a harder way to live than a tight end at a position where there's not the same attention on you. You're not getting the credit or the blame week in and week out, right? Playing quarterback's one of the hardest things, if not the hardest thing to do in sports. Daniels is going to win Rookie of the Year, and he should win Rookie of the Year. But Brock Bowers is having a rarer season, in my opinion, than what Daniels is having. Bowers, the tight end for the Raiders, has 101 catches already with 2 games to go. He has 1,067 yards already, and he has 4 touchdowns right now in a terrible offense with horrendous quarterback play. He has more yards as a receiver than Terry McLaurin this season. He has like 25 more catches than Terry McLaurin this season, Tobes.
It's
101 for 1067 as a rookie. He's already got 15 more catches than any rookie tight end ever. He's got 5 catches away from a rookie record for any position, and he's doing it in an awful offense in a bad organization with nubby quarterbacks.
Yeah, I mean, he's tied for second in receptions in the league. He's, like you said, top 10 in yards in the entire league. He's leading all tight ends in yardage. I mean, it's been spectacular to watch. And you brought up a guy earlier because they're going to face him on Sunday. Remember, Kyle Pitts was drafted 4th overall. He went over 1,000 yards in his first season, which is crazy to think about because it feels like he hasn't done anything in his career. He had 68 receptions. Brock Bowers is already 101, and he finished with 1,026 yards. So he had a few more. It was, much bigger play threat, but Brock Bowers has already passed him in yardage, way past him in receptions, and we heard all about that Pitts season. Remember? Like, it was all about this is a tight end. We've never seen this. This is incredible. And yet Brock Bowers is doing everything and more that Kyle Pitts did, and no one talks about it.
It's weird to me, but he is so good. If you watch a Raiders game, it's hard not to come away just blown away by the player.
How many times do we have someone at like that sort of position, right? That we're like, yeah, this guy's going to be special. I mean, heck, Pitts is an example. We're told how special he's going to be. Clearly has not been that. Brock Bowers, we were told all along, this might actually just be the best player in the draft, right? He's just that special. And he is.
He also does not look like an NFL player.
He does not.
He's balding, which doesn't mean you can't play in the NFL. Just kind of funny. For a young guy who's like 22.
Yeah.
He wears like, he just looks like a goofy kid.
He does not look like a football player.
There was a picture of him next to Gronk before the draft. People were like, if this gets out, he's going to go in the 3rd round. And yet he's having a Gronk season. I mean, he's putting up like better numbers than Gronk early in his career. All right. Number 3, things I think NFL week 17. CJ Stroud's sophomore regression has been loud and obvious. Really disappointing year 2. This was a guy last year who was the offensive rookie of the year, who finished in the top 8 in MVP voting, who went to a Pro Bowl, who everybody kind of heaped praise on as having had one of the great rookie seasons ever. Like, he was a year ago Jaden Daniels, basically. Not the same kind of player. Stroud doesn't leave the pocket if you put a gun to his head. But, I mean, he's very much a pocket passer, my kind of guy, staying in the pocket, making throws. But if you compare this year to last year, it's night and day. 62% completed, 19 touchdowns, 12 picks, extremely pedestrian numbers. If you look at touchdown percentage from last year, 4.6 to this year, 3.6, way down. Interception percentage, way up from 1% of the time to 2.3% of the time. Yards per catch, last year, 13, this year, 11. Yards per game, 274, last year, 230 this year. His quarterback rating last year was over 100, this year is 86. His QBR from 57 to 49. Sack percentage, about 7% of the time last year, 9% this year. Had been sacked 38 times all of last season. He's on pace to be sacked close to 60 times this year. It's just a completely different year for that offense and for Stroud. There's not really a good reason for it because they got weapons, same play caller. Very, very odd to see him take this big step back.
I think there is one reason, and it's the offensive line. And
that I will agree with.
It adds in so much, and it just shows you how important the play caller and O-line is. Like, you know, this is a guy last year that was spectacular. It seemed like he never missed a throw. Whenever a guy was open, he hit it. He took advantage of plays. And this year, you go back to the Christmas Day game, I mean, there were dudes running open. He would just miss them. And they're not difficult throws. He was inaccurate. He doesn't seem comfortable in the pocket. And like you said, he's a pocket passer. So if you're not comfortable in the pocket, you take away his accuracy, you're losing a lot of the specialness of CJ Stroud. I think he'll get back to that eventually. But, man, it's been a huge disappointment this season.
I agree with you on the line, but to that point you just made, it's not really even just that. I mean, he is missing lots of throws with no pressure.
It's true.
The Chiefs game, particularly early this past weekend, was like really stark. I mean, that was a bad performance. That was like a benchable quarterbacking performance.
Yeah, it's weird. I don't know what happened. I don't know if it's something where it's just a sophomore slump. Remember, we saw him paraded everywhere in the offseason. Maybe he was crowned too early and felt it a little bit. I don't know. Regardless, this year has been a huge disappointment, and you know he needs to get back on track in year 3.
I guess it was Baltimore this past Christmas game. They all blend together. Threw a couple picks against the Chiefs in a loss the week before that, but back-to-back L's for the Texans. All right, number 4, things I think going into week 17 NFL season. Grant and Danny. How about Dave Canales is getting slept on as a head coach? I think he's done an outstanding job with the Panthers. Now, Commanders fans, you want him to do one more outstanding job on the sideline this weekend, because if Carolina beats Tampa Bay, Washington clinches before they ever even kick off on Sunday Night Football against the Falcons. But Canales, just look at the resume now over these last 4 seasons. Saves Geno's career, Geno Smith, when he was coaching in Seattle. Then he resuscitates Baker Mayfield's career in Tampa Bay. Now he's gone to Tampa Bay, gone from Tampa Bay to Carolina, and Bryce Young looks like a completely different guy. We're looking at a pretty magical stretch here as a quarterback whisperer, helping guys that we think aren't very good out to look a lot better than that when he coaches them and after he leaves them. Not to mention, as a coach of a terrible Panthers team that he took over at the beginning of this season, they're 3-4 in their last 7 games with wins over the bad teams they play, Saints, Giants, Cardinals, and losses close by a field goal to Kansas City at the Horn, in overtime to the Bucs, who might make the playoffs, had Philadelphia on the brink. If they catch one pass, they beat the Eagles. Like, Dave Canales has done a really, really good job. And because their record's not great and because it's Carolina, I just don't think many people are talking about it.
Yeah, it's crazy to see the difference in those two guys that we just talked about, right? You think about CJ Stroud, the arrow trending way down, and Bryce Young with Dave Canales, and the arrow's trending up. Not saying that he's an above average or worthy of the number one pick yet, but he's playing decent football to the point that we were thinking at the beginning of the season, middle of the season, he was benched earlier in the year. We're thinking, wow, is Carolina going to go back to the well of drafting a rookie quarterback and starting over with one of the guys in this class? And that has all been shut up recently by the way that they've played, and Canales bringing Bryce Young back off the bench, and they've played really good football, and Bryce Young starting to play a little more confident. At times he's looking more like the guy we saw at Alabama. This past week, he trucked a dude in the open field. A small little dude, Bryce Young, is running dudes over. He's playing with more confidence, so it's a credit to Canales. You got to give these guys time. It's tough when in our media world, we love to have the immediate gratification and make takeaways right away, but sometimes it takes some time, and the longer it's gone with Canales and Bryce Young, it's starting to look like a good marriage.
All right, here's number 5 of the 5 things I think this tells a story. Running backs are back.
Big time.
1,000-yard rushing players in a season by year. In 2020, there were 5. In 2021, there were 4. In 2022, there were 7, the high water mark. Last year, there were 4 guys that ran for 1,000 yards. This year, there are already 12.
Wow.
And there's another 8 or 9 in the final 2 weeks that are on a pace that could get them there. So think about it. We could have about 5 times as many this year as in 2 of the last 3 years, which is pretty amazing, in my opinion. The 1,000-yard back season, and Lamar Jackson, I guess, would be one of those guys with a huge finish to the year as well. But even if we settle in at 15 or 16, which would double anything we've seen in the last 5 years, I think that tells the story. We saw a lot of teams try to take away, in a pass-happy league, the deep passing game, the big plays, the chunks, the explosives, some of those things. And as we've seen that, Toby, what has happened as a result and a response, teams just ran the football against lighter boxes, and it worked.
I mean, you just take a look right now at the teams that have the best offenses in the league in terms of yards per game. Baltimore, they're passing the ball less than 50% of the time. The Lions are passing it at a 52%, but we know how important the run game is to them. Tampa's kind of the exception here. They pass the ball like 57% of the time. Green Bay, 48% of the time they're passing the ball. So that means they're running it over half the time. Washington, when they've been at their best, is kind of 50-50-ish. Philadelphia is up there, and they obviously are a run-first football team. I think what you're seeing is the evolution of how things go. Remember, the Chiefs thing was, okay, we're going to have to park 2 safeties in the parking lot because we can't allow the deep pass. And so as teams have understood, well, if they're not going to give us the explosive plays, then that means there's one less dude in the box. They'll start running the ball. So I think you're just starting to see the natural evolution of how things go. They talk about the league being a cycle, and, different things happen, and analytics and everything gets added in. But at the end of the day, football is still football. And I think you're seeing that cycle where, the pass game was in vogue for a long time and people were able to exploit it and take a big advantage with it. Now, because people are starting to back off a little bit and not allow the big plays, people are starting to pound the rock a little bit more, and you're seeing the return of that. And if you listen closely, I think you can hear the rooster crowing somewhere, a little bit excited about that.
Yeah, he's fired up wherever he is, celebrating his holiday weekend kicking off on a Friday night. 3 games on Saturday tomorrow in the NFL, a 1:00 kick in New England, where the Chargers at 9-6, a playoff-bound team, play the Patriots at 3-12. Then the 4:30 game 2 of a triple header, Broncos-Bengals, should be very compelling. Denver trying to clinch a playoff spot. Cincinnati at 7-8 still has very slim hopes. They've got to win. They could do double duty here because they could ding the Broncos in the process. And then the final game of the night, this is a big one for the Rams, trying to win the NFC West still. They host the Cardinals at 8:10 East time in L.A., 9-6 Rams trying to get to 10-6 with a chance for an 11-win season. This has been one of Sean McVay's best coaching jobs. Thing I'm most excited about in each of these games, love watching Drake May. I think he's had a brilliant rookie season on a terrible team. Get to see him in the early window. That middle game, Joe Burrow's played at a level probably as well or better than anybody.
Correct, yeah.
At quarterback in the entire NFL. And Bo Nix has been an interesting watch this year as well. At one point, closed the gap with Jaden Daniels in the Rookie of the Year hunt. At this point, it's Daniels's, and he's run away with it. And then finally with the Rams and the Cardinals, no individual player storyline there, but I do think, as I said, just the way McVay has coached through all those injuries this year, the Rams get to the playoffs, they're going to be battle tested.
Yeah, I think when you look at tomorrow, I'm really excited about this Broncos-Bengals game because, watching Hard Knocks and some of these things. But the Bengals, if they can keep themselves alive, I don't know that anyone wants to face Joe Burrow in the playoffs because of how he's been playing. So if they can find a way in after they basically dug themselves a grave and are trying to claw out of it, they can really help themselves and keep themselves alive into Week 18 if they can beat the Broncos. Obviously, it ends if they lose. So I think that's going to be the most intriguing one because the way that he has played, if they had a winning record, Grant, or if they had any semblance of a defense, they'd be one of the top teams in the AFC, and Joe Burrow would probably be leading the MVP discussion, honestly. So I'm excited about that. Like you said, excited to watch May. And, when you get to the nightcap tomorrow night, just interested to see in a Rams team that you could potentially meet in the playoffs if things fall correctly in the playoff picture. What do they look like coming down the stretch here? And I think Washington would feel favorable if they had to go to LA to play them in the playoffs.
Yeah, bring on the Rams compared to some of the other options. So there you go, your trip around the NFL here in the stretch run on Grant and Danny. It is time to pick a player to lock in on for the Commanders game, Sunday Night Football. Our player to lock in on is presented by Baldino's Lock and Key, your one-stop shop for auto keys and fobs. Visit baldinos.com.
I'm going to go with Jeremy Chin. I think he's going to be big as well in this. When you talk about what I talked earlier about how important Frankie Louvu is going to be, I think Jeremy Chin coming in, finishing some run plays and big in pass coverage too. If you're going to leave guys on some islands, they're going to play some single high in various ways. What are you going to do? And I think those safeties helping with what they're going to do with Sandra Still and BSJ. And if Mike Davis is subbing in, I think having some of that safety help, I think Jeremy Chin's going to need to have a big one this week.
I'm going to go with Benjamin St-Juste.
Love it.
We talked a lot about Marshawn Lattimore today. He will not play. He's been ruled out. Dan Quinn did the opposite of giving a vote of confidence to BSJ in his press conference when asked about if St-Juste would be the next man up. He basically said, well, we'll have a couple of guys play. He referenced Michael Davis over St-Juste and talking about both of those guys having gotten some reps at practice. I say all that to say, though, I think the matchup of a bigger it's not slow, but a more plodding possession wide receiver who's very talented in Drake London matches up better for St-Juste than some of the other guys he's had to deal with recently. So I'll put the spotlight on him. If he gets one last crack at making a couple plays and helping Washington as a positive influence in a huge game, maybe he can still swing the pendulum going into the end of his rookie contract on how people feel about him possibly being back. Huge game and maybe a big opportunity for him coming up on Sunday Night Football. Which brings us, Toby, to our final predictions for the Commanders and the Falcons. What do you got?
I'm going to go 28-24 Washington. I think they get it done. I think it's going to be a close game because of the rain and the ugliness. I think Washington's going to still be hindered in the run game some, so I don't know if they're going to be able to be as explosive as they like and as efficient as they'd like, but I think ultimately with Jaden Daniels on your side, you're able to find the way. Sneaky, something to keep an eye on. Washington's had kicker trouble, but so has Atlanta. They don't have Younghoe Koo. He's on injured reserve. He'd really struggled. Matthew Wright came in. He missed a kick last week. Interested to see if that plays a factor, and with some of the ugly weather, how much the kicking game is going to be affected, but I'll go 28-24 Washington.
I've got a 23-20 win for the Commanders in this game to clinch a playoff spot. I think Atlanta has the ball trying to drive to get the game-tying field goal, and a sack fumble from Dante Fowler, getting him over 10 on the season, recovered by John Allen in his return in Landover, Maryland. He comes up with the football, shows it to the crowd, ball game over, competitive portion of the season over, on to the playoffs. At that point would be nice. If you're going to the game, enjoy yourself. Hopefully I'll see some of you out there on Sunday. Big thanks to Darius and Ryan for their hard work behind the scenes as always. Fun hanging out, Tobes.
That's great. Always great.
I think we're doing it again at some point in
I'm
the
sure
future.
it's at some point.
Danny should be back sometime next week. Before our crew, Grant saying so long. Thanks for listening. We'll be back at 2:00 on Monday. Have a great weekend. Lots of football in the forecast. Enjoy it.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.